So let's say you found a skeleton. How would you tell if it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
All right, hey everybody, welcome to this show that isn't part of any series. For those of you who may or may not know, I was hit with a community guidelines strike recently for allegedly promoting medical misinformation. This was me correcting Kent Hovind on a video in which he was saying that vaccines were bad actually, and I was saying that no, actually vaccines are good. And also encouraging people to just eat poison. Which I also said, no, that's a bad idea. You should not do that. You should instead go get medical treatment from a real doctor. YouTube, in their infinite wisdom, decided that after reviewing my strike, that yes, in fact, that is medical misinformation. So then myself, as well as a bunch of you, had to bug them over on Shitter repeatedly to get them to double check that and give it back. Now, of course, that doesn't get me back any of the money that I would have made. So that's fun. As a result, in order for this to not, cause budget problems for the month, I set up a GoFundMe. That was in case you wanted to help support me through this. So for today, I'm going to ask that instead of super chats, if you want to send a message with the super chat, instead donate to the GoFundMe, which is linked in this pinned chat here, and then you can leave a message there. And so right now I already have one message that I haven't read out. It's from, let's see. It's from Alan, who says, YouTube stupid? Yes, indeed. And also I want to thank Evan, who just 28 minutes ago donated $15 with no message. Thank you very much. So yeah, now if you want to send a membership milestone chat, feel free. If you want to gift memberships, feel free. That still has a significant chunk of money going to YouTube. But you know what? It's so much fun for the people who get the memberships. And I think we all have fun when it happens, when people send gift memberships, that just go for it. But the reason I'm asking for instead of super chats to go to the GoFundMe is because I don't want this sort of celebration welcome back stream to overly benefit YouTube, because they're clearly the bad actors here. Now, I plan on just having everything go back to normal. I'm going to try and close down this GoFundMe after today. If I can figure out how to do that, because apparently someone else is like, I had trouble shutting mine down, so I don't know. But also, please remember, if you cannot afford to give anything, please do not try. I should not be something you scrimp and save up for. This should be your already discretionary spending if you're going to spend any money here. So now I do want to say that it's not all good news. In fact, someone I know, someone whom you're probably all familiar with, Craig from FTFE, recently had 4 community guideline strikes on his channel. His channel is currently completely unmonetized, and that is his primary source of income, not just for him, but for his family. So, if you are interested, if you could send him some words of support, he has a community post on his page recently about this. If you want to tweet at him, if you want to tweet at Team YouTube, and ask them what the deal is. And Astaru, already violating the request to, instead of super chatting, donate to the GoFundMe, says, this isn't a drink stream, but that doesn't mean YouTube ain't the same thing as AIG, a shipment of eggplants. True. That is true. Now, it's not an alcohol drinking stream. I'm not going to put up the rules, at least not yet, but I do have some Monster here, because I've been kind of tired all morning. So here's a sip of some Monster. If we go long enough, I might grab a little bit of alcohol. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But alright, that is enough preamble. I am hoping that occasionally a guest might filter in or out. I have sent out an invite to a few people, but it is an awkward time for most people, so I get that. But we are going to take a look at... Oh, wrong one. This guy. Well, okay, he's not on screen right now. But Dr. Rob Carter is going to be coming up here into this church to their podium lectern? I don't know. Let me know in the chat. Is that a podium? Is it a lectern? What's the difference? Either way, he's going to be talking about dinosaurs and the Bible. Now, I know I've covered numerous versions of dinosaurs and the Bible before, right? So you're probably thinking well, what's the point? Trust me, he's got some new stuff that I hadn't heard before. Too Young to Feel This Old, who's been a member for 16 months and is at the Soropsa level, thank you very much, says, I hit up the GoFundMe because you deserve my money and YouTube does not, with a heart. But it's my nighttime on here on the other side of the world, so have a good stream. Alright, well, have a wonderful time, Too Young to Feel This Old. I hope that you have a great night, and if you want to, feel free to watch this back. I think it'll be fun. There's a little bit of a delay on GoFundMe, so I will be, refreshing it every once in a while to double check to make sure I haven't missed any donations. So it may take a little bit before your donation and any message shows up. So it's one of the drawbacks of GoFundMe. It's also why I don't plan to keep this up for the next stream or anything. So I believe with that we are good to look at some of this Robert Carter video. I'm trying to adjust the audio levels to be reasonable, but I'm not sure I did it right. So if you guys on listening to this are having a hard time, let me know. So here we go. We got Robert Carter for us.
Let's give him a hand.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see so many smiling and happy faces. Sorry I didn't watch any of you walking in because we're having a disaster back there with the technology, but it works.
I've legitimately heard people blame Satan whenever their church audio stuff doesn't work, and it's always weird to me. Why do you think Satan is coming in here to mess with your dials and knobs on your audio board? It's just a strange thing. I guess it doesn't really matter, but and to be fair, Robert Carter is not doing that right now, so I'm not saying that that's what he's doing. Please don't get me wrong.
So I have 45 minutes to give you about 3 hours worth of information. I cannot possibly, there's no way I'm going to hit everything I would like to say. So I'm going to...
Yeah, that's okay. I've seen him in other places give this talk, because I went through a few different versions of this one to see the version that I wanted. And most of it is just stuff you've all heard before, maybe there were babies on the ark. Okay, cool.
Be skipping and jumping around. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask questions. And let's see if we can answer the questions. Let's see if we can answer the questions biblically.
Now, I am going to try to answer these questions in this other thing called accurately, without regard as to whether or not it's what the Bible says. Now, if the Bible agrees with what I'm saying, that's great. I don't care. But if it disagrees, I also am not going to change my answer just because some collection of literature says that my answer is wrong. My answer is going to be based on this thing called scientific evidence. Now, to be fair, I don't think that Robert Carter has a monopoly on how the Bible ought to be interpreted. So when he says, the Bible disagrees with that, I actually don't take that way. What I take that to mean is my interpretation, Robert Carter's interpretation of the Bible is at odds with my interpretation of reality. And I can't imagine anything that would be less meaningful to me than that someone else's interpretation of their holy book doesn't line up with what I'm saying. Because even if I also accept it as a holy book, I don't have to accept Robert Carter's interpretation of it. So yeah, it's hard to imagine how much less important it could possibly be what the Bible says according to Robert Carter. So, yeah.
I'm going to ask some easy questions, and I'm going to ask some difficult questions. I'm hoping to get to the point where we can ask, did birds evolve from dinosaurs? Did dinosaurs have feathers? But that's at the end, so let's see if we can get there.
Now, of course, birds are, in fact, dinosaurs, so yes, they evolved from dinosaurs, and yes, many dinosaurs had feathers, including birds. But also, I want to point out that we just got a $20 donation from Daniel, and I am not seeing a new comment, so thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. All right, here we go. Back to Robert.
First, I'm going to have to skip over some elementary Bible things. So, did God create dinosaurs? Were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark?
I mean, we all know what he's going to say. He's going to say yes to both. Now, to be fair, if you're going to take any kind of theistic account of the origin of the universe, then ultimately you can say that God created the dinosaurs, either directly or through indirect processes. And honestly, if you're doing a theistic evolution thing where God simply sets up the universe to unfold the way he wants it to, and therefore God created the dinosaurs, I'm just going to say, okay, that's fine by me. I don't have a way to contest that in terms of science. It doesn't bother me in some kind of deep philosophical sense. It's just, you're fine by that. But if by that you mean, did God specially create different groups of dinosaurs some 6,000 years ago? No. No, he didn't.
We're just going to skip over those parts. We're going to get to some of the more meatier, more difficult questions.
FSM the dog says the Bible is a holy book full of holes. If your Bible is full of holes, you should get a new one. And also maybe get out of a place where your books get holes in them. That's not okay. You want your books to stay intact. But also, of course, at this point, I kind of wonder, like, why do people have physical Bibles? It's so much easier to just like search the Bible online. And even read whole sections of it, right? Like you can just go to Bible.com and pull up virtually any translation and read it, including original languages, right? In multiple editions. So you can get multiple versions of a Greek collection of the New Testament, or Hebrew Old Testament, or even Greek Old Testament in the form of the Septuagint. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the internet has made studying the Bible so much easier. Having a physical Bible that could even get a hole in it, silly. Says the guy who has like 8 different editions of the Bible and like 2 different editions of the Quran. So maybe I'm not one to talk.
Is that okay? All right. First question for you. What's a dinosaur?
Okay, so I'll answer this. So dinosaurs are a group of archosaurs who have a number of shared characteristics, some of which we're actually seeing on screen, right? So on screen, he's got the femoral head that's distinctly turned and offset from the shaft, which leads into the laterally facing acetabula, which themselves are extensively perforate, not just perforate, which means that, there's just an open ring of bone. But you've also got other things like the astragalus and calcaneum can't really move against each other. Instead, the ankle simply swings in one plane, which happens to be the sagittal plane, which decreases flexibility but increases limb strength and stability. Let's see. Linda Peterson says, my Bibles are all from family members. I don't think I have a single Bible currently that a family member bought me. Yeah. But, I mean, look, I think a Bible is a handy thing to have, right? Because maybe it's a power outage and you, for some reason, want to look up a verse. Plus, I think biblical literacy is an important aspect of just cultural fluency in the West, because so much of Western culture is tied up in biblical allusions, Bible stories, things like that. So I do encourage people, theist or not, Christian or not, to go ahead and be familiar with what the Bible says if you're living in a Western country and you want to understand all that stuff. But anyway, there's also other things. One of the things that makes dinosaurs archosaurs is having a fourth trochanter of the femur, which is a muscle attachment site for the caudofemoralis longus muscle, which runs between the base of the tail underneath the lateral projections of the spine there, and runs to the femur. It is the main retractor muscle for the femur in archosaurs, and in dinosaurs, it is asymmetrical. So there's that. There's a few other things. They have a particular dip in the back of their skull. They have more than 3 sacral vertebrae. That's a vertebrae around the spine. The sacral vertebrae are also firmly attached, often fused to the sacral arches. That's all hip stuff. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that make a dinosaur, right? And interestingly, birds have all of these features. It'll be interesting when he tries to say that birds aren't dinosaurs, despite having the features that make dinosaurs dinosaurs. So.
How is a dinosaur different than a crocodile or a turtle?
Well, those are different questions, right? I mean, crocodiles are a specific group of archosaurs that are relatively narrow and didn't really evolve as their own group, and I'm not positive on this, but I don't think they fully diverged like crown crocodilia until the Cretaceous, because I know that by the Cretaceous we do get like actual crocodiles and alligatorids. So like by then we have like the ancestors of modern alligators and caimans and crocodiles, and then I mean presumably also like false gharials and whatnot. So.
Or a snake.
I mean, snakes are a kind of lizard, so there you go.
One big difference is they have different holes in their skull.
So that is true. So one of the things that makes dinosaurs an archosaur is the anteorbital fenestra, which is an opening in the skull in front of the eyes. Now, some dinosaurs have a somewhat obscured anteorbital fenestra, and so it's kind of hard to tell if that's there. But also, lizards have reduced their temporal fenestrae from 4 to 2, making them like secondarily have a synapsid condition, which is not ancestral. but archosaurs generally have not done that, including dinosaurs. Now, birds have done an interesting thing where many of them have actually taken the bone that separates the two temporal fenestrae on one side of the skull and reduced or eliminated that strut of bone that runs between them, giving a superficially synapsid condition look to their skulls, but actually those are just a joining of those two fenestrae, kind of like what happens in later pterosaurs, where they join the anterorbital fenestra to the nares by just reducing and eventually eliminating the bit of bone that goes between the nasal opening and the anterorbital fenestra. So it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that is mostly true. But that's not what separates dinosaurs from all other reptiles. So, for instance, while modern crocodilians have completely closed their anterorbital fenestra, their ancestors that we see in the fossil record were full of anterorbital fenestrae all over the place. But they weren't dinosaurs because they had a different leg arrangement, they had different hip arrangements. They often weren't even digitigrade like dinosaurs are. Dinosaurs walk on their toes, and most crocodilians, today all crocodilians walk on their heels and palms. But yeah, so I get that he's talking to a bunch of just randos at a church who are not overly familiar with comparative anatomy, with taxonomy, things like this, right? I get it. But on the other hand, I've also never heard him give a better definition for dinosaur, or really any clade for that matter. Like, I don't know that Dr. Robert Carter could actually give you a list of any defining characteristics for any clade of animals, say, that goes beyond what you might learn in, like, high school biology. So, yeah. Oh, Reth Shinar says, welcome back, you've been missed. Well, thank you. I missed being here. It's not just, the monetary thing. This is a big part of what's sort of become like what I do and who I am, right? Like, I'm a guy who comes onto YouTube and explains sciencey stuff with using pseudoscience as a springboard to explain it. And when that was gone for even just a few days, I didn't really know, like, what do I do with myself, right? I have done some script writing and whatnot, and I did make the end credits for this month. But still, it was weird. So it's good to be back. I'm hoping that this is the only time this ever happens. So, who knows?
So when you see a skull, dinosaur, you can just, based on the skull holes.
Sometimes not. So, for instance, if you get something like an early dinosaur form like Lagosuchus, and all you have is, like the various fenestrae, it might be easy to conclude that that is actually a pseudosuchian, or to remain agnostic and say, well, I'm not sure if this is a dinosaur, dinosauromorph, or dinosauriform, some kind of pseudosuchian, even an archosauromorph, right? Like something that's not quite an archosaur, like maybe this is some kind of like primitive phytosaur, I don't know. So it's a little bit more complicated than just looking at the holes in the skull for a dinosaur and saying, well, yep, this is a dinosaur.
The other difference is in their legs. Where they had 2 legs or 4, dinosaurs stood up. Alligators don't stand up. Their legs stick out to the side, and if they...
So we actually have a problem here, which is that there are, in fact, pseudosuchians, which is the sort of stem crocodile lineage, that did, in fact, stand erect. But they had a different way of doing so. So in dinosaurs, the acetabulum faces laterally, right? It points out. Now, we have these things called pillar erect limb posture in some pseudosuchians. You can see this in a lot of Triassic bipedal or facultatively bipedal predatory pseudosuchians. And in this case, the acetabulum actually faces down. It faces ventrally. And then the femur is actually a straight shaft with a femoral head right on the end of the shaft, which is the normal condition for reptiles. But because the acetabulum faces down, that means that the entire femoral shaft also faces down, allowing the organism to walk upright. Now, we don't have any extant animals that have a limb posture like this, but it means that you can't simply say that dinosaurs have columnar legs and that makes them dinosaurs, and that if you find a reptile with such legs, then it's a dinosaur, because that ignores the pillar erect animals like Rausuchians, right? Rausuchians were major land predators in the Triassic. They were sort of like the T-Rex of their day. They were very, very significantly sized animals. They were similar in size to like bears, and they were at least running on 2 legs. We think that some of them, or maybe all of them, might have sometimes walked on 4 limbs. But like, these were no joke. If you've ever seen an in-person skeletal reconstruction of a Rausuchian, it is an intimidating animal. I would not want to meet one in a, just wandering around in a Triassic desert or something. So yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than just saying erect limbs, reptile, therefore dinosaur. And also I want to point out that even modern crocodilians can actually swing their legs into an upright posture. It's called a high walk. If you like search YouTube for like high walk alligator or high walk crocodile, you can find plenty of examples of alligators and crocodiles and other crocodilians walking with erect limbs. In fact, actually, one group of crocodilians in the, I think it was the Paleocene, they ran on hooves on land, and they usually held their limbs erect, but they still weren't dinosaurs. So, yeah.
Want to walk, they do a push-up, and then they rest on their belly.
That's also not entirely true. Sprawling limb posture generally involves dragging the belly. So if you watch like a crocodilian or a lizard who's doing a non-high walk, lizards can't do high walks, but they generally drag their belly a bit on the ground. That's one of the reasons why so many lizards have relatively robust scales down there. And same thing with crocodilians, is because their normal terrestrial locomotion actually drags the belly along. It's one of the reasons why so few lizards get very, very big, with the only exceptions basically being isolated verandid populations, like the Komodo dragons or Megalania on Australia.
So dinosaurs are a unique group of reptiles.
True.
They're independent of the groups. They're different.
I don't know what he means by independent. I assume he probably means something like independently created, but that's just like assuming your conclusion. You can't just say that they're independently created and then like that's just how it is. You actually have to argue for that.
Did you just learn something? Yes. Okay.
I mean, I didn't, but then again, I'm not the target audience for this, so sure.
Next question. What happened to the dinosaurs?
Well, I mean, that's a curious thing, right? Because not one thing happened to all dinosaurs. In fact, there are still plenty of dinosaurs around today. Dinosaurs are one of the most speciose groups today. They are found on every continent, including Antarctica. They have species that range from pole to pole. They are some of the only inhabitants of some remote islands. I mean, dinosaurs are doing really well today. It is, in some ways, it has never stopped being the age of dinosaurs in terms of ubiquity of dinosauria on Earth. But on the other hand, a significant amount of the dinosaur biodiversity is gone, but that's also something that has happened for various reasons, right? Like, stegosaurids were gone long before the end Cretaceous. The diversity of like ceratosauroid dinosaurs, which is the group to which I belong, the dapper dinosaur, it was severely reduced by the time that even the early Cretaceous came around, except in places like South America. And there were a few in Africa that we know. We actually, as far as I know, only know of one species, Rugops, whose specific name I don't know, but it's a monospecific genus, so whatever. In Africa, the landscape was dominated by tetanuran theropods in terms of large predators. So what did happen to them varies, right? What happened to the heterodontosaurids is not the same answer as what happened to the tyrannosauroids. Now, what happened to the Cretaceous, which is when the largest amount of dinosaur biodiversity goes away and when dinosaurs cease to become dominant terrestrial megafauna, that's an asteroid impact in the Yucatan. Oh, well, what's now the Yucatan, right? It wasn't the Yucatan back then, obviously, because, there were no Mayans. So there was no one there to call it the Yucatan.
The flood?
Well, no, because there was no the flood. There were floods, though, and many dinosaurs did die in floods.
What's the secular answer? What do you hear in the news and TV? A meteor. Does anyone know when that meteor hit?
It's about 66 million years ago. However, 65 is still the common number tossed around in like the popular media. And of course, remember, neither 65 nor 66 is like 65 point and then as many zeros as you care to name years, right? It's plus or minus a few 100,000 years. And with the older 65 measurement, we had an even wider margin of error. And the new figure of about 66 million years is more precise and is within the margin of error of most of the previous estimates of 65 billion years old. So if some creationist tries to tell you, oh, well, scientists are just changing their mind, what that means is they just don't understand how measurements work in science, which is not all that surprising, since I find that most people just randomly on the streets don't really know about things like margin of error analyses and things like statistical significance and stuff like that. So it's not surprising that they would have this misconception, but do know that it is a misconception that anytime the standard single number answer that you get in works made for lay people changes, that does not actually mean the previous estimates were wrong necessarily. You need to check to see if that actually means that. Sometimes it does mean that, right? Sometimes it does mean that something was overlooked and there's new data that's come in and that has revised the estimate outside of the error margin of previous estimates, but that's not really what's happening here.
1,000 million years ago.
1,000 million years ago, so 1 billion years ago. No, that's never been on the option. You're 2 orders of magnitude off, guy. I'll be fair, though. That's a whole lot better than the 6 to 8 orders of magnitude I'm used to with young Earth creationists.
I'm going to use evolutionary numbers in my talk because we have to understand those numbers. Right? Biblically, the Earth is a little more than 6,000 years old.
And there's one of those examples, right? Robert Carter believes that the Bible is telling him that the Earth is 6,000 years old. That is not the universal consensus of Christians. That is not even the consensus of non-believing Bible scholars. The Bible is a book that does not interpret itself. Every reader needs to come at it with some kind of interpretive framework in order to say what it's actually saying. And your framework is going to depend on things like your theological tradition, what you want the Bible to be saying, things like that. So there's going to be differences between different people. And the thing is, if you and I approach the same text with different hermeneutical frameworks, that doesn't make one of us wrong, right? Now, there are interpretations that we can reasonably rule out, right? Like, it's going to be a hard time to say that the Bible is actually telling you that really Zeus made the world 3 days ago using Swiss cheese. Like, yeah, okay, that's probably not realistic. Also, I want to say thank you very much to Lamont, who gave $5. Much appreciated. That was just a couple minutes ago. So, yeah, the Bible, when anyone says the Bible tells me so, or anything that amounts to that, I'm not going to say they're lying. But what they're not doing is actually telling you some unambiguous fact about what the Bible is trying to tell you. That is not how texts work. Now, there is authorial intent, and I don't know what the authorial intent is of the authors of Genesis, because yes, there's more than one. I think I could get some of it. I think I can divine some of the authorial intent, but not all of it. In fact, I am very much unconvinced that the intent of the authors of Genesis was to give a account of the timeline of creation that was to be taken as a literal historical fact. I very much doubt that that was their goal.
Got that. I'm going to talk about that in my next talk a little bit too. But in the world of secular science, they say a big meteor hit the Yucatan Peninsula 65 million years ago.
66, Robert Carter. You are the one who's supposed to be the scientist here. You should be up to date on this. This was only filmed a year ago.
At the end of the Cretaceous and right before the Tertiary, the modern-like era.
We now usually say Paleocene, but whatever. And here's the thing, saying it hit at the end, right at the end of the Cretaceous and right at the beginning of the Tertiary, makes it kind of sound like, oh, this was some kind of big coincidence that it happened to hit right as we were changing over geological time periods. Except guess what? It's the thing that caused the time periods to change. If that asteroid hadn't hit the Yucatan, then there just wouldn't be a change from the Cretaceous at that point. Now, by this point, 60-something million years later, yeah, there probably would have been something significant enough between now and then to have changed the geological era that we talk about, or period, sorry, not era. But, it's not like a coincidence that the asteroid hit right as the Cretaceous was closing out. Oh, man, wouldn't you know it? No, that's the thing that ended the Cretaceous. It's why the end of Cretaceous is where it is.
Okay? And yet no one was there to witness it.
Well, first I was. But yes, Robert Carter, just like many things that we know about the world, no one was there to witness it. No one was there to watch Valles Marineris on Mars crack open. Still pretty darn sure it happened. No one was there to watch the craters that are, pick a crater on the moon, right? No one was there to see it form, most likely, unless it's a very recent crater. So what?
And here's the crazy thing. The turtle
Is the crazy thing pointing out that no one was there to see the impact of the meteorite and for that reason alone rejecting it? Is that the crazy thing, Robert Carter? Because I think that's the crazy thing.
turtles that live with dinosaurs are still alive today.
No, there are no turtles that were alive in the Cretaceous who are still alive right now. Now, I don't mean individuals, I mean species, right? No Cretaceous turtle species is still alive. There are members of modern groups that were alive at the time of the dinosaurs that remain alive now, including groups of turtles. But there were also whole groups of turtles that were wiped out. For instance, you might know that there are, actually you might not, it's not super common knowledge, but there's two main groups of turtles alive today, the pleurodires and the cryptodires. Now, the pleurodires are not the ones you're used to. The cryptodires are the ones that can retract their head into their shell, and they do this by basically putting a U-shaped bend in their neck. So the posterior part of the neck bends down and starts to point posterior, while the anterior portion of their neck stays more or less straight, which gives them the appearance of just retracting into the shell. That's most turtles. Pleurodire turtles, on the other hand, are sometimes called the side-necked turtles. They hide their heads by just simply turning their neck to the side, and then their head fits into a groove between the plastron and the carapace, which is the plastron is the bottom shell and the carapace is the top shell. Now, pleurodire turtles today are almost entirely restricted to two places, South America and Australia. Now, in terms of evolutionary biology, this makes perfect sense, because for a very long time, those two continents were connected via Antarctica, and they share a lot of faunal similarities. That's why there are several different marsupial groups in South America, like the various opossums, and marsupials dominate over in Australia, but then placental mammals in South America started to infiltrate in over geological time. But it's also why we have side-necked turtles in both places. Now, side-necked turtles were wiped out almost entirely worldwide around the end Cretaceous. There used to be both groups in North America. There aren't anymore. Well, I mean, unless you have like a pet side-necked turtle that you brought into North America or something. But yeah, like this is an example of biogeography and extinction all fitting together in the standard model that is used to explain the history of not just the Earth, but life on Earth, evolution, biogeography, all fitting together. Now, what Robert Carter has to say is just that, well, I guess when turtles were dispersing off of the Ark, the side-necked turtles just decided to go to South America, and some of them went to Australia for no reason, I guess. Just crossed a whole bunch of oceans, which turtles are spectacularly, not actually that bad at it, but like not amazing at it either. For one thing, non-sea turtles have a tendency to have trouble with all that salt water if they're freshwater turtles, which these turtles are. So, like, yeah, we've got a whole bunch of problems with that. Why do they do that? Why aren't there any fossils in the post-flood sediments of this migration of turtles? It's not like turtles are speed demons, right? Like, you could say, well, the American cheetah made it to North America without leaving a fossil record across the Middle East because it's so fast. Okay, sure, that's fine. I'll buy that. But turtles? Some of the slowest tetrapods on Earth? That didn't leave behind any kind of trace? There's no relic populations of side-necked turtles hanging out in, like, Cambodia or something? Why not? I don't know. And I picked Cambodia primarily because I thought, like, the climate would probably work for a lot of side-necked turtles I'm aware of. So, there you go.
The crocodilians that live with dinosaurs are still alive today.
Again, not only is it not true, it's also the case that many groups of crocodilians and, well, pseudosuchians went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. There are plenty of Cretaceous non-crocodilian pseudosuchians that are simply gone.
The butterflies that live with dinosaurs are still alive today.
Same thing. There is no known species of butterfly that was alive in the Cretaceous and is currently alive now. The fact that butterflies as a group did not entirely go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous is not the same thing as saying the butterflies at the end of the Cretaceous are still alive.
How did butterflies survive and dinosaurs not?
Well, there's a few things. One, butterflies need far less food than dinosaurs, which means that even if only a few of the plants that they use as either hosts for their larvae or as sources of nectar as adults survived, that's really all they need. Now, for crocodilians and turtles, we have a couple things. One is, by living underwater primarily, they're able to survive some of the initial things that would have killed off a large number of terrestrial organisms, which is things like the heat flash that would have spread across the globe in the matter of, a few minutes. That would have, burned the lungs out of many things. It's one of the reasons why a lot of the things that survived the Cretaceous were water-dwelling organisms. We also have things like, sometimes we have burrowing creatures, which include some turtles. Some turtles like to hide in holes. They're not so much often burrowers themselves as they are adopters of the burrows of others. But it's another reason why many mammals survived. Right? Like, we have reasons for this. Now, can we always tell in every case? No. But also I want to point out that dinosaurs didn't all go extinct. Just like many types of crocodilomorphs, say, pseudosuchians died out. Just like many groups of turtles died out. Most groups of dinosaurs died out, but not all of them. The end Cretaceous is not the extinction of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs never went extinct. So, Kip Davis says, some of my viewers are not convinced that Dapper Dinosaur is a real dinosaur. What else would I be, a fake dinosaur? That's ridiculous. Goodness, I can't believe that.
Beats me.
Yeah, that's... Robert Carter, I don't believe it beats you in the sense that you tried to figure it out and you've never found any answers that were satisfactory. I don't think you've tried to figure it out. That's what I think is going on here. I think Robert Carter was just like, oh, hey, this superficially sounds kind of hard to understand, so I'm just going to assume that there's no answer, and I'm going to tell my audiences that. That's what I'm pretty sure happened. Yes. Vaguely local interdimensional cephalopod says, look at a terror bird and say it's not a dinosaur. Yeah, no, that's a great point. You want to look at a terror bird and tell me that that is not a freaking dinosaur. Good luck. So, all right, we've got a couple of donations, one from Alex Ingrid and a couple from Prixie. So let me refresh this. Basically, I have to manually refresh the version I have up on stream because it does not auto update. So let's see. We have for $20. Prixie says, "Dapper, have you seen that Greg Locke? Have you seen that Greg Locke? Yeah, okay, got it. Have you seen that Greg Locke, a young Earth creationist, recently debated Dean Odall, a flat earther? Yes, I had seen that. I have not seen the debate. They debated flat Earth, and from what I've seen, it was very amusing. Check it out. I will have to take a look at that. I mean, I neither like Greg Locke nor flat earthers as a whole. Although I guess I don't know that many flat earthers, so maybe some of them are nice. I don't know. But yeah, that does sound like just two idiots bashing into each other, which might be amusing. Prissy also says for $5, everyone needs to get their friends and families to subscribe. I have a personal goal of making Dapper's third model a play button. Oh, sorry, 3D model a play button. Now that would be cool. I could get a 3D model of the play button. Yeah. That will also keep false claims down. We can do it exponential growth or something. Yeah, it is surprising how much less often people with larger channels, and by larger I mean orders of magnitude larger, have to deal with nonsense from YouTube. It's almost like, YouTube, to some degree understandably, but still annoyingly, heavily favors those big channels. And if you're a small channel, you're in screw you territory. I'm just on the cusp of like someone that they'll bother to talk to online if enough people bug them, which is, I mean, it's good that I'm there, but it's annoying that it has to happen. In fact, actually, the only time I got an update about this entire situation was a day after the strike was removed, because the strike was removed yesterday. And then today, I hadn't heard anything from at Team YouTube. And so I tagged them again. And they said, oh, yeah, we removed that strike. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm like, oh, okay. Anything to tell me about why this happened, how you're going to prevent it from happening again, anything? And the answer was like, oh, well, we sent feedback to our moderators. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. So, yeah. Jerry Covington says he probably believes that your human avatar is a real you, silly him. That's just a human suit. I mean, it's a very, very fancy and detailed human suit. But, like, yeah, it's just a human suit, guys. It's very stuffy. Like, haven't you seen the Raxacoricophalopatorians wear their human suits? It's kind of like that. Or like Edgar from Men in Black. Yeah, those are the two analogies I would use as to how I get into my human suit. It's like Edgar from Men in Black. Or, well, I mean, I don't remember what the alien's name was. The human suit he had on was named Edgar, but whatever. Or it's like the Raxacoricofallapatorians from Doctor Who.
Big flood. There's so many unanswered.
How does a big flood explain the persistence of butterflies, but not of pterosaurs, Dr. Carter? And it also allows for the persistence of birds. How does it do that? Why does a big flood wipe out mosasaurs, but not crocodilians? Saying a big flood doesn't actually help. It creates more problems, because while we don't know the exact reason every single group that made it through the Cretaceous, we have at least some ideas about some of them. The ideas that young Earth creationists put forward about why certain things were able to survive the flood and so other things weren't are completely incoherent. It is not an improvement on the scientific consensus to say, maybe big flood. An intrigued feline says, would you try a human suit of the other gender? How do you know which gender the first human suit is? Didn't consider that, did you?
Answered problems in paleontology that when you phrase it this way, you say, wait a second. And yet when you hear the presentations given on TV and whatnot, the scientists sound so confident. And
imagine a scientist feeling confident in the well-confirmed conclusions of a particular field of science, right? That's like a scientist feeling confident to say that, in fact, water is made of 1 part oxygen and 2 parts hydrogen. I mean, could that maybe someday be shown to be false? I guess it's not like ontologically incompatible with logic or something, but no, not really. And there are many of these things that we know with high confidence, like we know how long ago the Cretaceous ended, 66 million years ago. That's within a margin of error, but we know it wasn't 80 million years ago, and we know it wasn't 40 million years ago, and we know it wasn't 4,000 years ago. Now, when you actually read the papers that scientists write about new research to each other in like journals, it is full of couched and hesitant language, because scientists, especially when communicating with each other, are loath to make statements that are overly confident. Right? You always say things like, this suggests some conclusion, or this invites further research about this topic, or our research, rather than confirming a hypothesis, says things like fails to support the null hypothesis. Right? That's because that's actually how science works. Science is one of the most tentative things that humans have ever done, and yet it has also given us some of our ability to be... Let me rephrase this. Science has also given us some of our highest confidence knowledge, right? We can be more confident about many of the things science has said than we can about anything else that science hasn't said. So an intrigued feline says, because you have only worn 1 human suit, which must mean 1 specific gender. We know humans have 2 genders, so irrespective of which gender you're wearing, there is another one. Well, how do you know that suit isn't a switchable one right there? It can just switch. I'm just saying, no one has even inquired as to the gender of my human suit. So, although as a dinosaur, I don't super care, because it's just a human suit.
scientists are trained to be confident. They usually have...
That's literally the opposite of what's happening. Scientists are trained very specifically to not be overconfident and to always make sure to express the degree to which they can be confident, in many cases with mathematical precision. Like, I know exactly how confident I can be because I've done a statistical analysis on this, and I can say that my confidence level is 5 sigma. It actually has a precise mathematical definition. These mean things, right? And the thing is, Robert Carter knows this. This is why when I call Robert Carter a liar, which he is, Robert Carter, you are a liar, if you ever watch this, which you might, because I do know you're aware of me. You are a liar, and this is some of the ways I know, because you are in fact someone who was trained in academia to be a scientist. You have a genetics degree. You have a PhD in genetics. You know how to publish scientific literature that will pass peer review. And you know that you are trained to be the opposite of overly confident. Goodness.
been the smartest guy in the room the entire life. They're usually full of themselves.
I'm not going to say that there aren't scientists who are full of themselves. However, of the scientists I know, which is not an inconsiderable number, none of them seem overly full of themselves to me. In fact, most of them seem like they're somewhere deep in the depths of imposter syndrome, rather than being full of themselves. Which is something that, as far as I know, Robert Carter here is just going to gloss over entirely, right? Because the thing is, imposter syndrome is a real thing, right? It's when people who are, in fact, well-equipped to deal with a certain topic, who are, in fact, experts, feel like they actually don't know much, and that people who are treating them as if they did actually don't. They are actually doing so inappropriate. Oh, by the way, $20 came in from Joshua, so thank you very much, Joshua. I forgot to say that earlier because it just didn't pop up in the most recent donation, but I noticed that the numbers weren't adding up, so I double-checked, and yes, there was one from Joshua, so thank you very much. So yeah, I'm not going to say that no scientists have too big of an ego, but that's also when scientists usually start going into crazy town, right? Intrigue Feline says, I suffer from imposter syndrome, like for real. Yeah, a lot of people do. It's okay. It's a real thing. I mean, when people ask me about like, oh, hey, Dapper, what's this thing about dinosaurs? I always feel like, I mean, I'm not even a paleontologist. Why are you asking me? And then I realize, okay, yeah, but I actually do know the answer, so I guess it does make sense that they're asking me. And Sean, violating the request to put donations onto the GoFundMe and instead sending a super chat, but that's okay. Says, wait, so Dapper is a switch? That explains so much. The masochism of watching these people, the sadism of convincing us to join him, it all makes sense now. All hail Mothra. That is not what I said, but if you want to believe that, I am not going to stop you. I'm not going to confirm nor disconfirm being a switch.
And they stand up there and we now know blah 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 blah. And since we're not scientists, I mean I am, but since most people aren't science.
Are you a scientist though, Robert Carter? I feel like to be a scientist you have to do science, and nothing that I've seen from you is something that I would call science, right? It's like oh now I can't remember his name. That guy that did he did a big documentary pretending the Holocaust didn't happen. And he based a whole lot of it on like nonsense, like the paint samples he took from Auschwitz and stowed in his dirty underwear. That guy. It's like calling him a historian. He's clearly not. Now, is what he's doing history research? I mean, technically, yeah. But it's doing it wrong, and it's not in any way going to be accepted by anyone. And that's the kind of research that Dr. Robert Carter is doing. I think I have a guest here, but it looks like a plate of bacon.
It's bacon. Huh? I'm making bacon.
Hi, Josh. How's the bacon going?
Hello. It's slowly, on purpose.
I mean, you could turn the heat up if you wanted.
No, I don't want to. I'm making slow bacon. Look, I'm super duper dad.
Nice.
Right now.
Nice. I do like that in this particular domicile of yours, you actually have a stove and not just like a hot plate.
Oh, well, I'm not at my place right now. I'm dog sitting.
Oh.
Look, that's Toby.
Hi, Toby.
Toby's the derpiest dog you will ever meet in your life. Toby.
Oh, now we're getting feet pics.
Hello.
He's very cute. What's the cat's name?
He's very cute. That's Lily.
Okay.
Lily is very old and got in a fight with Barn Cat, apparently.
Oh.
You want to say hi, Lily? Hi, Lily. There's also, I don't know where the other one is. Puck is downstairs right now. He's in another room.
Okay.
Who do we got over here? Nobody. I don't know. They're hiding.
Okay.
Where'd you guys go? Oh, there's one. There's Rogue.
Oh, hello, Rogue.
Hello. Rogue is the edgiest girl, but she is very well behaved. And she's got a good backtrack spot where her foot will just go crazy.
Oh.
There it is.
Well, Chesh.
And then this one's Molly. Molly's
wow.
little shit.
My goodness, how many dogs are there?
There's 3 dogs here. There's 1 cat there. There's 2 cats in a whole other room somewhere. There's at least 1 cat down there, but I'm pretty sure there's 2 cats. I just haven't seen the other one yet.
Is this place a zoo or someone's house?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a house.
You want to give a listen to Dr. Robert Carter?
I do. That's why I'm here.
All right, here we go.
Scientists, how do we answer someone who seems to know everything and seems to have this answer? It takes a little bit of work. So let's.
I mean, the first thing you might want to do is determine whether or not they have good reason for that answer, which in the case of scientists, the answer is usually yes. Just putting that out there.
That seems
Work on
like a
this a little
really
bit.
silly question.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like, how do we know that the experts are right? It's like, well, I guess technically you don't, but they usually are, because it's literally what they do for a living.
The way you know is society sets up a system to verify to make them experts in the first place.
Mm-hmm. I also want to.
And then you make sure their stuff is independently verifiable by other experts.
Right. I also want to say we had a $5 donation from an anonymous donor, as well as $5 from Gavin. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm asking people, Chesh, that in lieu of Super Chats today, for this stream, that they instead donate to the GoFundMe I set up to try to make sure that I didn't just go broke over the next month.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and that's specifically because I don't want YouTube making too much money off of this stream.
I think that's fair. I mean, they're kind of being mean.
Yep. Did you hear what happened to FTFE?
No, I didn't.
He got 4 community guideline strikes in like a day, and his channel is completely demonetized right now.
Oof.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think they okay, color me a conspiracy theorist, but I'm pretty sure they are probably either testing or like regionally putting stuff out in like spots, and it's a guidelines change, and so the algorithm is picking up old videos and striking things that normally it wouldn't have.
It could be, because yeah, my video
like
that it's...
I got hit, you got hit, FTFE got hit, right? So like those are 3 very different regions.
Yeah, I noticed that you got hit, and at least for you, they upheld your appeal, and they were like, nah, forget it, it's fine.
My appeal got held up like immediately. Like it was like instantaneous. It was like within a matter of hours, and I was like, what? Thanks, YouTube. What?
Yeah.
I was so surprised.
By the way, you can do a training to make that warning that you have expire. Just saying.
Oh, that'd be good. I should probably do something about that.
I actually tried to see if I could do it for you, but I don't think I can, because I'm just a manager.
Oh, you're gonna have to tell me or let me know about how to do it, because the thing's been sitting there since like just after January.
Yeah.
like last year, because I looked at the Trump speech.
Oh, is that what that's for?
Yeah, I looked at the January 6th stuff, and YouTube was like, nobody's allowed to talk about this, and I was like, oh, okay.
Strictly forbidden.
Yeah, no, pretty, like, if you played or had that thing up, if you weren't the news, you were boned.
Yeah. All right.
Which was kind of bullshit, but I mean, okay. I get it. I get it. They don't, like, it's really interesting when you have, like, corporations telling you that you can't talk about political stuff going on in the world because the political stuff is inciting violence and is a crime, and then the government has to go through and like, I guess we're going to prove this is a crime.
Yeah, I'll be honest. If I had done like 1/10 of what he did, I would already be in prison for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
It's very.
Absolutely.
I've said this before on the channel, but it's getting very frustrating that I'm supposed to keep, or at least the American government is trying to keep up this facade of equal justice under the law for all, while treating one of the biggest criminals the country has ever seen in its history with some of the kiddiest of kid gloves imaginable.
Yeah, and well, it's interesting because it's like kind of indicative of 2 different things. One, it's indicative of like the injustice in the world, like in the American justice system, which is all well and good. But also, it's kind of amusing because like the reason that they feel like they need to do this is because they are afraid of the people, which is kind of like amusing because I mean the government should be afraid of its people.
Yeah, generally.
But like it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, they're kind of right, but also maybe they're kind of wrong.
Well, this is the kind of conversation we get more into over on Chesh's channel on our occasional show, not the Unnamed Tavern. So if you're interested in this kind of conversation, we have hours-long versions of it over there. But we're going to get in a little bit more. Saturday. Yeah, we're going to get in a little bit more Robert Carter, though.
Yeah.
I have another question for you. What's a species?
Look, the thing is, it's actually a good question, right? There is no one definition for species that works in all cases, right? We have a number of different species definitions. We have the biological species concept, which is that a species is a group of organisms that can produce fertile offspring among each other. Which, by that definition, humans are probably a single species, right? Whereas, by that definition, there are some things that are typically called species that probably aren't. Like, there's limited interfertility between lions and tigers. So, for instance, I believe it's female ligers can reproduce with either species, which can then introduce genes from one group back into the other. There are other groups that are like this where there are hybrid zones. Baboons famously have hybrid zones where two species have overlapping ranges, where you can occasionally find groups who are hybrid groups. In fact, the olive baboon itself probably started out as a hybrid group between two other baboon species. But there's also other definitions. And obviously, for instance, the biological species concept doesn't work for, say, microbes, right? Because they typically don't reproduce sexually the way that, say, macroscopic organisms like animals or plants do. So there's also things like the ecospecies, right? Where you have, say, a species, in this case, is a group of organisms that share a particular environment and a niche in that environment that is distinct from any other group of organism. So in this case, you can say, well, tigers are primarily in the jungle or in, like subarctic forests. They're primarily solitary, and they often will utilize like waterways for movement and stuff like that. Whereas lions are loath to touch water, just like your house cat. They're primarily group hunters, pack hunters basically, although we call them prides, but it's basically the same thing, right? It's a group of cooperating predators. They primarily live in arid grasslands, although there is a jungle population in India. It's vanishingly small, so they're still mostly in different niches. So by this ecospecies definition, lions and tigers are definitely different species. We also have this morphospecies concept, which is usually what ends up being used in paleontology, which is to say that a morphospecies is a group of organisms which has a distinct set of morphological characters that distinguish them from any other contemporary group. And this is what we tend to use in paleontology. Ryu, once again, in contrast to what I have requested, which is that people give to the GoFundMe, instead sends a super chat, which is okay, saying, I'm going to take a drink if Carter's definition of species creates the Nephrozoa baramin. Drink stream status be damned. Hey, I am not telling you that just because I am not running the drinking rules that you can't drink. I'm not running the drinking rules primarily because this stream is going until we're done with Robert Carter. We are almost an hour into the stream, and we are 4 minutes into a 50-minute video.
Well, good luck.
So,
There's a one of the things that I find like a kind of annoying when it comes to these kinds of things, and I understand that like it's a rhetorical device. It's that they're asking a question as if it doesn't have an answer, right? It's a setup, right?
Yeah.
Which I understand. It's like a tactic. It's a flow to do a presentation of information and yada 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 yada. But it gets really old really fast when they're going to present the wrong answer. They're setting it up to build a straw man, and it's just really long-winded for them to just get it wrong anyway.
Yeah, that is almost certainly what's about to happen. I mean, I did watch this. Okay, I skimmed this earlier to make sure it's the version of this talk that I wanted. In part because other versions of this talk that I saw didn't have the on-screen images that he's using, which made them much harder to follow. So.
Whatever scientists say. Okay, who can define, what do you think a species would be? What's a species?
Well, okay. I'm not going to dunk on this guy too hard, but man, if someone says, what's a species, and your answer is just a higher taxonomic group, maybe reconsider your answer. It's like, what's a species? It's a genus. No. A genus is a group of similar species. And like a family is a group of similar genera. Like, and look, I get it. I retained a weirdly high degree of my high school biology, and then I continued to study biology on my own independently afterwards. I'm not representative, but like, please, if anyone ever asks you, and this is just going out to all my viewers, what a species is, do not simply give the name of a higher taxonomic rank. Please don't. Especially since species is the only taxonomic rank that has even anything close to a hard definition, and even then, it's still mostly fake anyway.
Okay, it's a subset of a genus, but what's a genus? No, how do we
Yeah, that's the problem. A genus is just a group of species.
define what a species is? Darwin wrote a book called The Origin of Species. What is that? A type. Oh, yes. The word means type.
I don't know. Did you read the book?
Actually, I don't think he did, based on some of the things I've heard him say about it. In fact, I find that very rarely can creationists accurately explain the contents or the subjects or the themes or the claims of the origin of species. It's really, really weird. Like when I did my Sal's Pal thing, the reason I ended up concluding that John Sanford had to be a liar is because of the degree to which he blatantly lied about the origin of species. So, yeah, I don't know.
I think there's something valuable that you do specifically with this thing, and it's that you have a standard, like a high jump bar standard for lying. And you're like, no, this is what is a liar. This is what you have to do to have reached or breached this bar that I am setting as the standard for what I find for the channel acceptable. And I think that I like that.
Yeah, well, for me, if you cite a source and then you say it says something that it absolutely does not say, that means one of two things. Either you're lying about what the source says, or you're lying about having read the source. So
yeah, and I think that's pretty straightforward. I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty easy claim to prove or disprove, right? It's got like you can show that you knew or you were doing something else or yada yada yada, and it should be pretty easy, but it never is because they're lying.
Mm-hmm. Also, Kip Davis says, I heard that it's a pretty good book. It is actually a pretty good book. I've read it twice. I think I read it twice. You can find it for free online.
I don't read.
Oh, of course not. You're a goblin. Goblins can't read.
I'm sorry I can't see chat right now, by the way, if people are yelling at me. I apologize. I'm busy cooking bacon.
I don't think anyone is yelling at you, so that's good. And yeah, actually, who was it that pointed this out? Sir Equinox. No, it wasn't Sir Equinox. Someone pointed out, there it is. Nee pointed out that it's the Latin word for kind. It is, actually. Several times in the Vulgate, the word mean, which is translated into English as kind, is translated in the Vulgate as species. Which is not how, St. Jerome would have pronounced it at the time, but whatever. It's how the word comes to us in English from Latin, the species, and it's spelled the same way. Oh, Vishanti says,
I should have
at
made my name
Chesh.
Bacon Pan.
Vishanti says, at Chesh, goblins can't throw grenades either. It's true. I know that.
It's just like got little arms.
To the biologist in me, I say if two things can reproduce, they're the same species. To a geologist...
So it's...
Which biologist is in him?
The thing about this is, that's not even what a biologist would say about the biological species concept, right? Because the reason that horses and donkeys aren't considered the same species is that mules are infertile in basically every case. There's been like fewer than a dozen cases where a female mule has managed to reproduce that are verifiable, right? And we're talking in thousands of years of history. It's happened like a handful of times.
I just want to know which biologist decided to have sex with this man.
I don't think any did. Unless his wife is a biologist.
So then he's lying about there being a biologist in him.
Oh, you're trying to get me more community guideline strikes. I don't even know. Seriously, I'm just going to get another community guideline strike, which is right now, today. I'm going to be gone.
Hi, hello, it's me, your boy.
Goodness.
They say if two things look different, they're different species.
Okay, first, that's not geologists, right? For a geologist, a species is a particular kind of rock, right? Like gneiss, or gabbro, or granite, or Cummingtonite, the sexiest rock.
Or an atheist.
Yes, or an atheist. Paleontologists, on the other hand, do in fact use the morphospecies concept, and it's not as simple as, do these things look the same? Right? It is in fact more complicated than that.
There are different ways to define the word.
Yes. There are, because not all definitions apply equally well to all groups of organisms, because nature is messy. Nature does not
Oh
give...
my god, are we actually having the conversation about words have meanings and things and context matters and
Yep.
words are polysemous and can mean different things sometimes? No, like him having, a biologist in him.
Yeah.
I can't believe, like, puns exist. Puns exist. Thank you. Yes,
It's true.
we understand.
So, yeah. The different groups of organisms have different definitions for species simply because not all definitions of species work for all organisms because, like I was saying, nature doesn't care about human attempts to systematize nature. Nature has absolutely no ability to even be interested in the fact that part of nature, that is humans, like to put things into little categories that they would prefer that everything slot neatly into. Nature just doesn't care. And it's going to go ahead and say, well, hey, guess what? This definition of species isn't going to work for basically any unicellular organisms. And hey, here's the thing. That's most of life. Most organisms are unicellular. What are you going to do about it?
Here's 11 ceratopsid genera, actually.
Okay.
11 ceratopsid species. Everyone's familiar with
Is it genera or is it species, Dr. Robert Carter? I'm seeing genera listed because I noticed that in every single case you have a single word. You don't have a single binomial up there. So these are not genera or species. These are representatives of genera.
Ceratops. Most of you don't know the others.
I mean, I can't read all of them, so I can't say for certain, and they're very washed out, but I'm pretty sure I would know most of those names. But then again, I'm not his target audience.
There are more ceratopses in the world. Microceratops is not there. Protoceratops.
Microceratops and Protoceratops aren't ceratopsid. I really wish I were drinking alcohol right now. There is Ceratopsidae, which is part of Neoceratopsia, which is distinct from various other groups like Protoceratopsidae, Leptoceratopsidae. They're all ceratopsians, but there are multiple families in this group. They're Dr. Robert Carter, the guy who knows how to look this crap up if he wanted to. You can't simply conflate Ceratopsidae with Ceratopsia. They're not the same thing. It's like pointing to, I don't know, like a dingo and saying, see, this is a canine. There are many other canines, like polar bears. No!
Have you considered adopting a polar bear?
Please don't do that. It's a really bad idea.
Ceratops is not there. There's this group of dinosaurs. Can you see how they're all similar?
Yeah, it's almost like they descended from a common ancestor.
They have a beak, they have maybe a horn or two, they have a frill.
See that on my slide that I put together to make them all look similar, as in a very easily consumable way for people who are just looking at it from a distance and not actually spending time analyzing these things who don't know any better.
Yeah, exactly.
Bones of these animals. Oh, sorry, I got one over here too. When you find bones of these animals, you can say, that's a ceratopsid. You can find a toe bone and say, that's a ceratopsid toe bone.
In most cases, yes. Although the toes are not the most distinctive part of ceratopsians. But then again, because of how big and heavy Neoceratopsians were compared to other marginocephalians like Pachycephalosaurids, then yeah, okay, sure. You can probably tell.
You don't know what species it is necessarily, but here's another problem. These guys are dead.
Yes, that's true.
I cannot breed these in a zoo.
You can't breed most things in a zoo, Robert. You just can't, right? Oh, bye, Chesh. Chesh is gone, everybody. Yeah, you can't breed most things in a zoo, Carter. Most animals are not something that you can just do that with, right? Like, are you going to do like a chimpanzee gorilla hybridization experiment by just popping some gorillas and chimpanzees in the zoo? I'll tell you that in the wild, when those groups meet, well, not often, but it can end violently with actual deaths involved on one or both sides. For instance, chimpanzees have been known to gang up on and kill even adult gorillas. Because chimpanzees are just generally dicks. So, like, what are you going to do? And then on the other hand, if it comes to, like, you know, a group-on-group conflict and the gorillas actually want to go to war with the chimpanzees, They're bigger and stronger and not significantly different in terms of numbers. Chimps might be better at pack tactics, but like a one-on-one, a gorilla is going to absolutely crush a chimpanzee. And the thing is, the chimps are big enough dicks that they might do it. What, it's just going to have a whole bunch of different, like gazelle just hang out in a pen together? They don't always like each other. They don't have the same habits. It is not easy to just do hybridization experiments to determine where the species boundaries are. That's why we so rarely actually end up depending on the biological species concept. It not only does it not work for many organisms, even in organisms where it could work, it's often so hard to test that it's kind of useless. It's why we have important other species concepts. And the thing is, he's just pretending that it's the only species concept we have.
I don't know if they'll hybridize or not. The geologists are using a different definition than the biologists, but evolution's all about biology.
Jeez. Okay, we're going to put up a poll. We're going to start a poll right here. Okay. Does Robert Carter know the difference between geology and paleontology? We'll have a yes and a no option, and obviously a turtle option. So, yeah. What do you guys think? Does Robert Carter know the difference between geology and paleontology? I mean, if we were to judge by this talk, the answer would seem to be no, which is weird to me, but, okay. I do want to point out that while I'm encouraging people to donate on the GoFundMe in lieu of Super Chats, I'm also not encouraging that necessarily for gifted memberships, because I like getting more emojis. I think the recipients enjoy getting the gifted memberships and all that, so please do feel free to give those if that is something that you enjoy doing normally. If it's not, then don't. And if you can't afford it, then definitely don't. But we just had a... let's see. We had a $5 donation from Sean. Thank you very much, Sean. I really do appreciate it. And I don't know if I announced it. Oh, we did announce Gavin and the anonymous donation from about 25 or so minutes ago. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that. It really does mean a lot. For one thing, a much higher percentage of this stuff is going to me. There are very small processing fees on GoFundMe.
Oh. So here's another question for you.
What do you mean, oh? Yeah, geologists don't have a species concept for organisms, because that's paleontologists, who themselves are trained in biology as well as geology. It's an interdisciplinary field. Different schools actually put the paleontology department under either the geology or the biology department, right? Like, in some cases, when you go to get a paleontology degree in some schools, you're getting a degree from the geology department. In other cases, you're getting it from the biology department. And in either case, you need extensive coursework from both departments because it's intimately tied into both. You need to be able to understand the geological column, different rock types, different depositional environments, and things like that in order to reconstruct paleo environments. But you also need to know enough about biology to identify what you're looking at, what's diagnostic, what isn't, what different aspects of fossils mean for life, the life condition of the organism in question. Yeah, Vagary says he thinks geologists, paleontologists, and archaeologists are all the same thing because they, quote, dig in dirt. Yeah, he might.
How many species are here?
Oh, it's dogs. Yeah, it's one species.
That's the world's largest dog standing next to the world's smallest dog. If paleontologists found bones of these animals in the fossil record and didn't know what dogs were, there's no way they would put them in the same species.
Okay. One, technically that's true. If you were to use the morphospecies concept and only the morphospecies concept, and you came across just the bones of these two dogs, you would be very unlikely to put them in the same species. They might end up in the same genus. They would certainly end up in the same family. But here's the thing about that. Dogs are anomalously morphologically diverse. There is no natural species that is as morphologically diverse, that's even close to as morphologically diverse as domesticated dogs. And that is because humans have artificially selected different groups of dogs to create wildly different physiologies and morphologies. It's mostly morphology in these dogs, right? Genetically, those dogs are almost identical. But if you took two similarly morphologically different canids that are wild and you compare them genetically, you would find they are much more different. For instance, if you took, say, a raccoon dog, which is a particularly small canid, and you compared it to, say, an African painted dog, which is a fairly large one, or a maned wolf, you would find that they are vastly more different than those two animals on screen. Humans intervening and creating a grotesquely deformed version, basically, of a wolf that has been shoved into a tiny little body or ballooned out into a giant mastiff-sized beast is not an indication that the morphospecies concept is invalid in terms of wild animals. Jillian, the entire column is Igneous Wren, who's been a member for 9 months and is at the amulet level, says, having you back is a great birthday present, Dapper. YouTube owes you big time for this screw up. Well, first, I never expect to hear anything back from YouTube giving me any kind of compensation for this, but thank you very much. Happy birthday. I hope that you are having a great birthday, and I'm glad that this is a good birthday present for you. Yeah. So yes, the fact that you can find a domesticated species or two that, if taken in isolation, would seem to invalidate the morphospecies concept is not an indication that the morphospecies concept is invalid unless you can find relevant examples in nature where a similar thing is happening. But you can't.
Because Charles Darwin told us that species change very slowly over millions of years.
Kind of. He wasn't super clear about how long a specific amount of morphological change would take. And it turns out that regardless of what he said about it, that different species or different lineages have different rates of morphological change on average. So there's no one rate of morphological change that simply applies across the tree of life throughout geological time. Kip Davis says, dogs are weird, they're also adorable. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do love dogs, right? There's 2 dogs here in this house. I like playing with dogs. I like, petting dogs. Dogs are great. But they are a horrible example if you're trying to compare morphological diversity within a species between dogs and basically any wild species. They're a great example of how much evolution can change the morphology of an organism, given strong enough selection, but they are an abysmal example of diversity within a species when it comes to, like, nature without human interference. Not nature as in not ghosts. It's different definitions of nature, just like there's different definitions of species.
These breeds didn't even exist 50 years ago.
It looks like a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. I'm pretty sure those breeds existed more than 50 years ago. That's fine. I don't actually know, though. Let's search. Great Dane origin. Let's see. I'm just checking the Wikipedia here, because what do I know? The Great Dane is a large-sized dog breed originating in Germany. The Great Dane descends from hunting dogs from Middle Ages used to hunt bear, wild boar, blah, blah, blah. However, other breeds like St. Bernard or Mastiff are often heavier. That's great. Origins. Middle of 16th century. Yeah. Also, basically, then some other imports from Greece were used in the 18th century to increase the stature of these hounds. So, yeah. Let's see. Great Danes, at least 1870s is the latest that we can reasonably say for Great Danes, which is, remind me, chat, is 1870s, is that longer ago or less than or equal to 50 years ago? Like, I feel like it's more than, but I don't know, maybe I'm bad at math. What do I know, right? Chihuahua. And let's type in, let's check for Chihuahuas. I don't want to use the American Kennel Club because, quite honestly, I feel like they might just exaggerate the age of the Chihuahua. All right. Chihuahuas are only about 4% native dog, which makes sense because most of the Native American dogs were more or less wiped out. However, they are morphologically similar to apparently some dogs that stretch back well into pre-Columbian time, so we don't have a good estimate for that. And that's about all we know, is that there were tiny little dogs that looked like Chihuahuas before European contact with South America. And that at this point, Chihuahuas have most of their DNA from Old World dogs. But yeah, we don't actually have a date for when Chihuahuas originated, as far as I can tell. That's interesting. I actually generally like Chihuahuas. Sure, they're a little yippy and they can be a little skittish, but overall, I don't know. I've liked most of the Chihuahuas I've met. Let's see. Asaryu says for $9.99, it's not like my anthropology teacher, a lumper, said that if she found a fossil of domesticated dogs of different breeds, she'd consider them separate species or anything. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if she did. I mean, dogs are ridiculously morphologically diverse. David B22585, who's been a member for 16 months and is at the amniote level, says it's within the free order of magnitude. No, no, because it's more than 100 years ago. Oh, no, so yeah, it's within the one free order. Yeah, so you do get the free order of magnitude. Yeah, I guess that's true. It is within the free order of magnitude. Fair enough. I guess we can't call him out too hard because he's not 2 orders of magnitude off on Great Danes, and we can't really say for Chihuahuas. So, okay, you got me there.
There's a documentary about Charles Darwin I watched, and it's okay, but he's got a pet golden retriever. I'm like, ugh. Goldies did not exist in the 1850s.
Ah, interesting. When did golden retrievers come into being? If I can spell golden right, it said goldne. Golden retrievers. The golden retrievers was developed in Scotland in the 19th century by Sir Dudley Marjoribanks. That's a word, a name. Jeez. Let's see. Prior to 1952, the very detailed stud book. So let's see. 1860s, Marjoribanks set out to create what to his mind. So we're getting, looks like by about 1864. And what did Bobby here say?
Okay, but he's got a pet golden retriever. I'm like, ugh. Goldies did not exist in the 1850s.
All right, that's fair enough. They existed in the 1860s. Okay, I'll give you that one, Bob. You got that one. 1860s versus 1850s. Yep, that's fair enough. We're going to end the poll and take a look at how that did. So, I mean, Darwin was really close to being able to have a golden retriever. And of course, the other thing is, like, I don't know that too many of the dogs that were around in the 1850s would have easy to find representatives that are suitable for acting purposes nowadays. So I know it's anachronistic by a little bit, but it's one of those things where I'm just like, there are some things you just kind of have to let go. But hey, does Robert Carter know the difference between geology and paleontology? 64% said no. Turtle was second at only 26%, and then 8% of you said yes. I want to know what those 8% of those 68 votes were thinking when they said that Robert Carter knows the difference. Are you saying that he's lying to people? Let's see. Silver Harlow, who's a member for 21 months, says, sent to GoFundMe compared YouTube to AIG. You'll see. All right. Do remember that there is a bit of a delay, so I am seeing an update in the amount, so let me update that here on stream. And then I'll take a look. So that, I got a $10, yep, from Silver Harlow, saying YouTube's automatic strike detector is a bag of dicks. Yes, they are. I'll take a sip of this monster. And we are probably going to take a break around the hour and a half mark so that I can grab myself a new beverage, stretch my legs, you know, that kind of thing. And we'll be back at it.
It's a new breed. Anyway, don't ever ask me to watch science fiction with you.
You know what, Bob? I wasn't going to. Not because you're going to be pedantic about it, but because I don't much like you. Like, hey, do y'all remember that time that I called out Robert Carter, and he thought that I didn't do it well, so he just tried to give out my real name on Creation.com, but he found the wrong Dapper Dino, so it wasn't my real name; it was someone else's real name. Yeah, I remember that. Remember that time that I corrected him on whether or not he was talking about cheetah census or effective population size? Because he was trying to talk about effective population size, but instead he gave out the statistics for cheetah census size. And then while he did admit he was wrong, in that case, when he thought that I was right and he was wrong, he didn't bother to say who it was that had corrected him. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that, Bobby. I would consider that to be weenie behavior. I think is fair. Oh, Nathaniel Helium Can't Escape the Earth Gray says, "Did you miss my membership chat?" I might have. Let me double check. It's entirely look, guys. Sometimes I miss chats. If it happens, please let me know. And yes, I did. I'm seeing it right now. Nathaniel Helium Can't Escape the Earth Gray, who's been a member for 19 months. I can talk. At the tetrapod level, says, "Nope, he does not. Rocks is rocks with a triangle beam." Yeah. I think Robert Carter has chosen to be, for the most part, well-informed and creationist, but dishonest. That's my personal opinion of the man. Mostly because he says things that I know he knows are stupid.
Knowing that there's a lot of variability in one... Oh, by the way, these are gray wolves.
Just, basically, yeah. I mean, they're Canis lupus familiaris, and the gray wolf species is Canis lupus.
Not red wolves and not coyotes. Dogs have been bred from gray wolves. Genetically, that little chihuahua's a wolf, and it thinks it is. Okay.
I don't even know what it means for an animal to think it's a wolf. Yeah, I don't think that dogs conceptualize the world in that way. My unfinished filming intro for $5 in contrary to my request that we forgo super chats and instead donate to this GoFundMe so as to rob YouTube of what little they make from me for this stream. My unfinished filming intro says for $5, Sal's been made 2 weeks longer than my workplace's current string of accident-free days. Oof. Well, I hope whoever had that accident 2 weeks after Sal failed to start watching the Sal's Pal series is okay. Yeah. Goodness.
Knowing how much morphological diversity is within one known species and
find a second species like that, Rob. One more that's wild and not domesticated. Beta Gray has just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. They went to Tyler West, Not a Summer Child, Michael Narum, Helen R., and Fits of Rage. Thank you very much. We are quite a ways away from another emoji, in part because while I wasn't streaming, which I normally would have been, a lot of gifted membership expired and no new ones came in because it was literally impossible for new ones to come in. So, yeah, unfortunately, this definitely set us back on the quest to get the next emoji. So, what are you going to do? But hey, you know what you can do is you can suggest that Robert Carter might be a liar, just like Andrew Snelling. You can definitely do that with the emojis.
knowing that these things did not exist a short time ago, we know species change rapidly. Demonstrably.
Okay, so a few things. One, artificial selection is usually faster than natural selection because artificial selection doesn't have to worry about the overall health of the animal in nature. Whereas artificial selection doesn't have to worry about that. Natural selection basically does, right? Natural selection has to... I'm anthropomorphizing here, right? But you get it. It takes into account every aspect of an organism. That's why you get like really big dogs that have horrible hip dysplasia, or you get like Dalmatians who are like, most of them are deaf, which is not something you would likely get in a real population. Also, I want to say thank you very much to Rohan, who has given $10 to the GoFundMe. I really do appreciate that. I'm not currently seeing a support message, but that is okay. I am absolutely still happy for donations without a message. Let me refresh this here on the stream. So, yeah. So, because you can just artificially breed for dogs that are as unhealthy as you like, but that are really tall, you can get very unhealthy but very, very big dogs. Also, Rohan Orton, who's been a member for 4 months and is at the Tetrapod level, says, can we have a special bonus YouTube sucks emote? I mean, I can't currently do it without replacing one of the emotes that's currently there, but we could make it the next emote if that's really what people want, and we actually get to that number. I will try to check on what that number is, but I believe it's like 60 or 70 or something at this point. So let's take a look. Memberships. let's see. I am currently at, oh, that is the wrong thing to click. To click this one. Okay. I am at 324 memberships, and I believe I need to be at least at 400 to get another one. So, yeah. Actually, it might be 450. I need to double check. So let's take a look. Membership levels. No, that's not it. What is it? Customize default perks. That's what I want. Emojis. Let's see. Oh, it actually says I only need 26 more members? That can't be right. I don't believe them when they say it's 26. But hey, maybe we can get 26 more members and we'll test it. But if we do that and it doesn't work, don't say I didn't warn you. All right, here we go.
I don't know how many species there. There might be just one.
I can almost guarantee you that there are not just one. There are no wild animal species that are this morphologically diverse that you're seeing in this group of Neoceratopsians, right? Because like there's Chasmosaurines and oh, now I just forgot the name of the other subfamily of Ceratopsidae besides Chasmosaurines. Oh well. I mean, there's both subfamilies of ceratopsids there, right? And then there's other groups of ceratopsians that aren't even on there, even though this thing is labeled Ceratopsia. There's definitely more than one. Plus, many of them are separated by vast amounts of time, like millions and millions of years. So, no.
The Bible doesn't use the word species.
Well, unless you're reading Latin, in which case it absolutely does, numerous times. That's always fun. Do you know that the Bible also doesn't use the word Bible or... the Bible doesn't even use the word God. Did you know that? If you take a look at the Bible, in the languages it was written in, God's just not in there. Oh, what's that? That's a stupid standard for saying whether or not the Bible uses the word because it uses it in the translation into the language in which the word God is from. Okay, well, guess what it uses in the translation into the language in which the word species is from? All right, it uses the word species. And it directly translates kind into species. Maybe Robert Carter should stop saying that the Bible doesn't say species and instead say that while the Bible might use a word that is easily translated as species, we're not actually sure what that word means. That would at least be a little bit more honest. Of course, there's a reason that people throughout time, basically until evolution became too obvious for people to just generally dismiss, thought that when the Bible said mean in Hebrew, it did mean species. That's why species fixity was the default position among creationists throughout basically the whole period of time when creationists existed until the middle of the 20th century, when it became obvious that there were too many species to fit on the ark. And then they backpedaled away from species fixity. That's why you get all these older creationist bits about, like, how could the giraffe's neck evolve? And then you get to the ark encounter, and they have a short-necked giraffe ancestor that looks kind of like an okapi on there, which means that the giraffe's neck, in fact, did evolve post-flood. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? GhostDog999, who's been a member for 18 months and is at the Tetrapod level, says, YouTube are the internet grandpa lost and confused. Yeah, it is annoying. And by the way, I know I said it earlier, something even worse has happened to FTFE, who is a friend of this channel. He was a big part of getting this channel off the ground. I did a collaboration with him early in the history of this channel. That is the thing that pushed this channel over the monetization threshold. So I have a serious debt of gratitude to FTFE. He has helped this channel immensely. And he is currently completely demonetized, and it is his primary source of income is YouTube. It is how he is supporting his family. And this is something that he does not need to deal with while he is also trying to prepare for some pretty serious surgery. It's not a secret. Like, it's all, he says it all the time. He is preparing to have his bad leg removed. And in preparation for that, he's been hitting the gym 6 days a week. He's been trying to take care of his family. He's been streaming at all hours of the day because he does debates with people from all over the world, and he has to accommodate their schedules. And now he just can't make any of that money. I'm assuming that his, like if he has a Patreon, which I'm not actually sure about, that's still good. But do support him if you can. At least give him some moral support. Go to his channel page, go to the community tab, offer him some support. Maybe tweet at Team YouTube, something like that. Eddie McCoy has just joined the channel membership at Tetrapod. Thank you very much, everybody. Send some tetrapods to welcome Eddie McCoy to the Tetrapod tier. Landon Knoll for 199 says, "Don't be an AIG," with a bag emoji. Know that the sessile tunicate is better than the pelagic tunicate. Yes. Yes, they are indeed. Sessile tunicates are better than pelagic tunicates. We all know this. All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to refresh my drink. And then we will be right back. Hopefully it will be a very short break. And don't go anywhere, because there's lots more of this to come. I forgot to turn off the opening. Sorry about that. I'm definitely a real professional for realsies. But we did also get an extra 10 in on the GoFundMe. We got, let's see, was there a message? Yes, we got a message from Lamont for $5 saying, "It's funny how creationists have no problem with dogs that have great morphological differences, are related to each other, but the different hominid species that look scarily similar are clearly either fully ape or fully human." Yeah, there is that too, right? Like, the morphological distance between a human and a chimpanzee is significantly smaller than the morphological difference between a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. And creationists are like, same species, obviously. And then you get to humans and chimpanzees, and you're like, there's no way these could at all possibly be even remotely related. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah. And yeah, it is at, oh, is it at FTFE official? Let me double check on Shitter there, because Linda Pearson wanted to double check to make sure it's at FTFE official. I'll check my DMs with him. Yes, at FTFE official is indeed the correct handle on Shitter. I don't call it Twitter, and I can't call it X because that's a stupid name. So I'm just following. I'm just going with Shitter because X is an SH sound in pinyin, which is the sort of standard Latinization for Chinese that the Chinese government uses. We also got $5 in from My Unfinished Journey. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. My initial goal for this GoFundMe was 500, and I wasn't even sure we'd get there. We're coming in at 200% pretty soon. So I don't know if I can reasonably express how amazing it is to me, the degree to which y'all have had my back during this period. This is, I mean, it's probably the most seriously bad thing to happen to the channel ever. And y'all really, really stepped up, and I am blown away by that level of support. So thank you so much.
It uses the word kind. He created these things to reproduce after their kind, these things to reproduce after their kind, these things to reproduce after their kind. So the creationists, basically, we had this idea called a baramin, a created kind in Hebrew.
Hey, Kip Davis, you still in the chat? How do you feel about the phrase bara min, meaning created kind in Hebrew? Just curious. You know a little bit of Hebrew from what I understand. I think you've studied it a bit, right? That's part of your, is that like a hobby for you? Is studying some Hebrew? Is that what's going on? Borgum Porio, who's been a member for 7 months since at the amniote level, says, once again, thanks for entertaining my turtle while I cleaned his tank with a turtle, a pelagic tunicate, gross, and a Godzilla. So, yeah.
Min is kind. Bara is to create.
I mean, min is kind, and bara is the lexical form of the word for create involved here, but it means he created because, unlike English, but like many other languages, the lexical form of the verb in Hebrew is in fact not the infinitive form. The infinitive form is used in English, although it's used without the prefix to, but not prefix, but the preposition to, but still the form of the verb that it takes when it's in the indefinite is what's used as the lexical form. Lexical form in Latin is also the indefinite, what is it? The infinite. But in other languages, like say Greek, it's first person singular present. So like you would say the lexical form for to be would just be ero, I am. In Hebrew and Arabic, it tends to be third person past, or third person singular past. That's the simplest form. What's a good one in I think in Arabic, like ahaba means like he likes or he liked, but that's what you would look up if you wanted to find the word for like or the verb for like in the dictionary. So yeah, this is really, really, really bad Hebrew. Did Kip weigh in? Let me double check. He created a kind. What is that? Yeah, that's how I translate it too. Barat mean. So, as I'm sure Kip will confirm, ancient Hebrew is verb, subject, object, which means if you just have a verb and a noun after it that agrees in person and number with that verb, which mean does in this case, it's a masculine singular noun. Barat mean means he created, or a kind created. And if you said like barat et mean, then it might mean he created a kind. But otherwise, like a kind created, which is just nonsense. And then they're turning that into created kind, as if bara were like a passive participle instead of just the third person singular past form. And DM banned for debunking misinformation. Wayne says just anonymously donated 25. It wouldn't let me leave a message. Maybe anons don't get a voice. Tell you what, tag me with a message, and I will make sure to read it. So let me just refresh here to make sure it has come through. I am seeing it as having come through, and I will be getting to Asteriu's message in just a second after I make sure that I am not forgetting anyone. Oh, and also Corey gave $5. Thank you very much, Corey. And I'll double check to make sure that there are no new messages. There are not. Asteriu for $9.99 says, I want to ask a young Earth creationist if velvet worms and earthworms are the same kind, so that when I make fun of Carter et al. With it, it's not a straw man. I just don't want to subject my YouTube recommend to that. Yeah, Kip Davis says the correct reading would be a kind created. I do think I corrected it to that when I was talking about verb, subject, object. Yeah. Subject most commonly follows the verb. Yeah, that's why I said like if it was bara et mean, then it would mean he created a kind. Because et is a direct object marker. If you see et in front of a noun in Hebrew, it means that's the direct object of the sentence, even if it normally would be interpreted as the subject because of where it comes in the sentence. So like bara mean would be a kind created. Bara et mean would be he created a kind, or you could also put an explicit subject like bara hoot mean. The hoot means he, so like he created a kind would work there. Look, I'm not an expert at Hebrew. We have a resident expert at Hebrew here. I don't know why I'm telling you guys this. He should be telling you guys this. He knows what he's talking about. I barely do. YouTube is the Richard Carrier of content moderation, says DM Wing. Oh, oh man. Kip Davis says mean bore would be more technically correct, but then what would that look like? Minborology sounds pretty lame, but at least it would be better, right? The real solution to this would just be to go into Greek and just make the whole thing Greek since you're ending it with a Greek suffix. Just do it all in Greek, right? You can look up, we'll just check the Septuagint, right? Septuagint Genesis 1. It's not like it's impossible to find. Okay, so enarche epinesin otheos ton uronon kai tinechin. So enarche in the beginning, epesiisen, that's a weird word. He created otheos, God, ton uranon, the heaven, kai tinechin, and the earth. So let's see. You can just use what is the lexical form of that? Geo is the verb there, and then after they're kind, where do we first get kind? In Genesis 1, because I know it probably starts in like day 4. So we'll double check which verse that's going to be. So yeah, 11. According to the various kinds, 12 kinds. Okay, so we go then check Genesis 1:11. Let's see, what word are we using? See, my Greek is rusty enough that like I don't know all of these words in here. Yeah, kata genos, according to the kind yeah, according to the kinds that he created, genos. Yeah, so you just use genos. Use those instead of trying to like retrofit Hebrew into fitting in with a ology ending noun. Let's do that. Episeo is the verb that you want to look up, and genos is what you're going to want to use for kind. Which, by the way, is cognate to genus in Latin. You can see how they're similar words. Yeah. Just say it in English like Jesus spoke, says DM Wing. Kindology. Kip is aware that I have a history degree. I mean, it's a bachelor's degree, but that's okay. And it is not an ancient history or early Jewish history or Hebrew. I didn't take a single Hebrew class in school. I took 3 semesters of Arabic, though. I took Arabic 1, 3, and 4. And when I was taking Arabic 1, I was actually doing the work for Arabic 2, because Arabic 1 was literally just learn the alphabet over the course of an entire semester. And I told my professor, I don't want to do that. Can we skip to like this more advanced stuff? And so he basically just had me read out a paragraph in Arabic and see if I could pronounce it well. I didn't have to understand it, I just had to pronounce it well, and I did. And so he was like, yeah, okay, fine. So I just did the Arabic 2 work, and then he gave me special permission to take Arabic 3 the next semester. Anyway, here we go.
I believe this is one created kind. Diversity
He says based on literally nothing. Okay.
of species, fine. I don't know how many species God created. Because as these things are reproducing on the earth over time, the genes are getting shuffled around, and you can have a chihuahua pop out of a dog population.
Again, Find a wild species that is similarly morphologically diverse. Until then, I don't want to hear about how diverse morphologically dogs are.
Putting these thoughts together, there are about 50
Kip says, Richard Carrier is coming for us. Bring it on, Rich. Let's go. Come on, man. I will officially start going for calling you Dick Carrier, because that's a pretty fun name. I mean, come on, Dick Carrier? That's great. Also, we just got some serious donations coming in, so let me refresh this cache. And let's see, we don't have another message, but I had an anonymous $100 donation to the GoFundMe. Thank you so much. And then Alina just also gifted $5. Again, thank you. You guys have been amazing. And I just want to let you know that I can't express how much I appreciate it. So yeah, I mean, we just surpassed 200% funding on this, which is, I mean, you guys have turned what I was fearing was going to be a serious hole in my budget into what is already looking like December is going to be possibly the best month of 2023 in terms of just, surviving based on just the channel. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but basically all of my income right now is based on the channel. I don't get very many art commissions, although I do take them. They are currently open. And almost all that I make is from merch from the channel, donations to the channel, Patreon, ad revenue, super chats, stuff like that. So when YouTube took that away from me, it was how the channel makes money. It's just gone. It's how I make what I need to survive on. And I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, right? Like, this money is mostly going to go towards things like buying groceries, paying rent, paying bills, and then what's left over, some of it's going to go into savings for better equipment for the channel, but then some of it's also going to go into things like getting a video game or a book or something. So, this is how I live, and part of my surviving is, in fact, my entertainment budget, because I don't want to go crazy. And to do that, I need to sometimes relax with a good video game or a book or something.
basic kinds of dinosaur. You got the ceratopsids, the duck-billed hadrosaurs, the tank-like ankylosaurs.
These are very different size groups of animals. Like stegosaurs, right? We can roughly equate that to Stegosauridae. That's like a little family. It's got a few different genera, a few different species, and a few of the genera. Most of the genera are monospecific, which is typical for dinosaurs. Ankylosaurs is a slightly wider group. Hadrosaurs is like Hadrosauridae, but then what do you do with like other ornithopods, like Iguanodontidae, right? Are iguanodonts the same kind as hadrosaurs? I mean, they're both ornithopods. But then you get to just theropods. Theropod includes me, it includes T-Rex, it includes Velociraptor, it includes every bird ever. Sauropod has like something like probably like 15 or something families just within Sauropodidae. Or not Sauropodidae, because that's not a thing, it's Sauropoda. Right? And there's also things that aren't quite sauropods, like the sauropodomorphs. Like the Triassic groups of animals that were sauropodomorphs, like Plateosaurus. What? These are wildly different groups of animals in terms of how much diversity is contained within them. This is absolute insanity. Clearly, this is not someone who has ever thought deeply about dinosaur systematics. You can't think deeply about dinosaur systematics and come up with this as your classification scheme, right? This would be like saying, well, I think there's really only like, I don't know, like 50 different kinds of languages. And you're like, okay, what are the kinds? And one of the kinds I list is like, well, you've got French, and then you've got Austronesian languages, the whole thing, all of them. And then you've also got your, your Caucasian languages from the Caucasus Mountains, which is like, 7 or 8 different languages. And then also you've got like Cockney, which is already just a subset of one of the things you listed earlier. What is this? This is absolute insanity. There is no consistent way to come up with these as a list of proposed kinds and have you be taken seriously by anyone who knows anything about dinosaurs. Centered says, go crazy, Dapper. We're sticking with that version. I mean, I know, I do seem like I might be a little bit crazy during these streams because, my goodness, does it get really dumb really fast.
The stegosaurs, the long sauropods, and the theropods.
What about the short sauropods, Carter? What about the short ones? My short boy Plateosaurus might not be short compared to you, but compared to, say, a titanosaur, pretty darn short.
The theropods are our challenge because they're the meat eaters. Most dinosaurs did not eat meat.
I mean, that is true, but that's also true for any large group of animals, right? Like most birds don't eat meat, most mammals don't eat meat, most reptiles don't eat meat. And by don't eat meat, I mean meat is not the major part of their diet, right? Most animals will eat meat if they either have to, or it is easily available, or they're missing something dietarily that is easily acquired from meat. So, for instance, it's not that hard to find videos of cattle eating baby chickens or snakes or things like that, right? Often it's to get extra calcium in their diet because the bones of animals are full of calcium. And cows often need calcium because, well, generally speaking, a domesticated cow is either lactating or is pregnant. Those are the two states that they exist in. And both of those require significant amounts of calcium. In the case of pregnancy, you need the calcium to deposit the bones in the embryo. And in the case of lactating, that milk is full of calcium because it's supposed to be the way that the calf is going to grow up. So it needs the calcium to make its bones, which means that domesticated cattle, or at least cows, right? Bulls don't need that much calcium after they're grown, but cows need constantly supply of calcium. And if they feel like they're not getting enough, they'll just get it from a baby chick if they can. And on the other hand, the things we think of as carnivores do often sometimes supplement their diet with plants. Sometimes they do that because they're trying to settle their stomach, right? That's one of the reasons why, like, your cats or dogs might be eating grass. Sometimes they have a little bit of an upset stomach and they eat some grass. It might also just be to get some extra nutrients, right? Many animals, especially canids and ursids, so that's dogs and bears respectively, take in significant amounts of plant matter simply because it's easy to acquire nutrients. So yeah. Oh, hey, Eddie McCoy just purchased a classic crewneck comfort black large t-shirt from the merch store. By the way, there is a merch store linked in the description. And so thank you very much. I actually don't have one of my own t-shirts. I should probably get one of my own t-shirts. I can get them for just the amount that Teespring charges without my little "I would like some money, please" surcharge. Because the way Teespring works is they have a price for their shirts that they have to be paid. And then if you want to make any money on top of that, you have to put it on as an extra, like, brand surcharge, I guess. And most of the time, the amount of money I get from those purchases is somewhere between like 5 and 20%, depending on how much the item is actually priced. So yeah, I usually don't get huge amounts off of those, but I do get an amount, and I have taken a payout from the merch store here and there. Plus, I mean, you can get all sorts of cool stuff there. There's pillows, there's blankets, beach towels, mugs, t-shirts, baby onesies, stickers, phone cases. I actually have a Dapper Dinosaur phone case right now on my phone. So, yeah.
Consider T-Rex with his 6-inch long teeth. How would he have originally...
Remember, 6-inch long, recurved, serrated teeth. Not just 6-inch long, although they're not all 6 inches long, right? The premaxillary teeth are significantly shorter than the dentary teeth, so whatever.
Been described as an herbivore, a carnivore, a scavenger, or an omnivore.
Scavenger and carnivore are not a dichotomy, and like I said, virtually all animals are a bit of all three. Predators, scavengers, herbivores, and I guess omnivore is just when you are really into mixing up all of those. But yeah, T-Rex is fundamentally unsuited to eating significant amounts of plant matter. So in order to process plant matter, there are certain physiological requirements, hard and fast rules of what you need to have in your anatomy in order to efficiently process plant matter, such that you get more calories out of digesting the plant matter than it takes to ingest and digest them. Because anything can put a bunch of plants in its mouth and swallow it, and then let it sit in its gut until it comes out the other end. Or back out the front end, I guess. Anything can. But the question is, can you actually get more nutrition and calories out of it than you put into it? Because remember, getting food costs calories. Chewing it to the degree that you can costs calories. And to make digestive enzymes and stomach acid, that requires both calories and nutrients. And the whole process, right? Pushing it through your intestines, pooping it out the other end, all of that takes both nutrients and calories. can you be nutritively on the positive end from eating plants? In some cases, the answer is yes. So it's going to depend on what the plants are, right? So if you're eating a lot of high calorie density things like seeds or fruit, it's easier because those are both easier to digest and they're more calorie dense. But if you're eating things like foliage and leaves and things like that, it's much harder to do. And in either case, you need to be able to do things like break down the cellulose somehow. Now, in herbivores, that's primarily done by gut bacteria in enormous guts. Now, we're used to seeing dinosaurs from the side, right? Even in my avatar, you see me primarily from the side. And by that, I mean, like the mech dapper, that's obviously an avatar. Obviously, you usually see me, the real me, from the side mostly, too. I'm sort of like a 3/4, but it's still mostly the side, right? But if you look down on dinosaurs, one of the things that you notice is that the dinosaurs with peg-like or grinding teeth tend to have almost circular shaped bodies when you look down at their torso, right? They've got gigantic guts. That's because they are taking a long time to digest their plant matter, because it takes a long time to fully extract all those nutrients out of there. And they're in part relying heavily on bacteria that can break down cellulose, because generally speaking, animals can't do that on their own with their own enzymes. They have symbiotic gut bacteria that help with that. That's one of the reasons why humans tend to cook their vegetables. It's because cooking the vegetables helps break down insoluble and undigestible things like insoluble fiber or cellulose, so you can get more of the nutrients out. That's why if you take the same mass of cooked vegetables versus raw vegetables, the cooked vegetables, even if you were to dehydrate them, they're going to have more calories that you can extract and more vitamins you can extract. Also, Sealoof, who's been a member for 9 months and is at the tetrapod level, says, "Welcome back, Dapper." Well, thank you very much. I am glad to be back. Because, goodness. Yeah, it was... I'll be honest, it was not fun those first 2 days. I didn't take it very well. I'll say that. A very small number of people got to experience the full brunt of that. Oh, also, hey, look, he spelled Tyrannosaurus wrong. It's Tyrannn, not Tyrran. So that's fun. Can't even spell Tyrannosaurus right. But then again, I misspelled a word in my pinned chat, so I guess I can't say too much. Anyway, yeah. So you take a look at Tyrannosaurus rex. Not only does it not have teeth that could easily process any plant matter, which is another way to help you break down all of those nutrients, right? Because if you physically grind up plant matter, it breaks up some of the cells, so that the stuff in the inside of the cell, the gooey good stuff that you want, can come spilling out. That's why, have you ever had a mint leaf, like a fresh mint leaf? You smell it, and it smells kind of minty, but then you press it between your fingers, so it's bruised, and then you smell it, and it smells strongly of mint. That's because you've physically broken down some of the cells in there, and you're releasing that mint flavor that is locked up in the cells of that mint leaf out into the air, into the environment, so that you can smell it. So T-Rex couldn't do that. And if you look down at the torso of T-Rex, it is very small and thin and lithe, which is great for digesting meat because meat is easy to digest, but it's abysmal for digesting plant matter. So T-Rex would starve if you gave it a plant-based diet that was just uncooked wild plants. And unless you're going to tell me that T-Rex had the ability to make and manipulate fire with its short little stubby arms, I'm pretty sure T-Rex isn't cooking its vegetables. So let's see what Robert Carter has to say about this, because we all know it's going to be dumb.
Who says carnivore, the fierce predator stalking the Mesozoic plains? Who says herbivore? Oh, this is a trick question. I noticed a lot of people weren't going to raise their hands because my questions are tricky. When we see a question like that, we need to train ourselves to do what Jesus did and ask a question in return.
Okay, when Jesus did that, it was primarily because in the narrative, he was being asked a trick question in the first place. When someone who isn't a young Earth creationist asks you, was T-Rex primarily carnivorous or herbivorous, or was it a good mix of both, making it an omnivore? It's not a trick question, man. The answer is carnivorous. Did plant matter ever enter a T-Rex's mouth and then get into its gut? Yeah, probably. Did it ever do that intentionally? Yeah, it's a fair chance. Was its diet primarily plant or meat-based? There is absolutely no chance it was ever primarily plant-based. T-Rex would absolutely starve if it primarily subsisted on plants.
How would he have originally been described according to whom? The evolutionary paleontologist that discovered him and gave him the name Tyrant Lizard King? Or the Bible?
Fun fact, the people who discovered Tyrannosaurus actually did not call him Tyrannosaurus Rex. I believe it was... Oh, no, I can't remember. I'm not gonna try to remember and get it wrong. I'll just double check it. Yeah, Dinosaurus imperiosus is the original name of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Basically, there was a new rule added about taxonomy just to prevent Tyrannosaurus Rex from reverting to the older name, the name that would have had priority under the old rules. And basically, it was set up that, like, oh, hey, if the entire community has been using the same binomial designation for an organism for just as long as people had been calling T-Rex, then that one gets to take priority over the senior name, even though it technically should be a junior synonym. Oh, that's convenient. And it was basically just to save T-Rex from becoming Dinosaurus imperiosus. So, yeah.
Because the Bible says something very different. Look at Genesis chapter 1. God's talking to Adam. See, I've given you every herb that yields seed which is on the face of all the earth, and to every tree whose fruit yields seed, to you it shall be for food. Also to every beast of the earth, dinosaurs, to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, in which there is life, I've given every green herb for food. Hey, Christian, does the Bible unequivocally say that God created all animals to eat plants? Yes or no?
I'm going to go ahead and say no. Because again, this is all about your particular interpretation there, Bobby. Not everyone has to share your interpretation. Yeah. Nethar6 Harris says, when was your first cooked meal, before or after the Neolithic? It was after, because I really wasn't part of like human-based society until like basically the modern era. So I was still eating raw meat. I mean, I still sometimes eat raw meat. I do like me some sushi. And I have been known to eat beef tartare from time to time. Not very often, though. I think I've only had it, like twice in the last 30 years? But, I have had it. I'd have it again.
Hey, Christian, did dinosaurs eat meat? Yes or no?
And yes, they absolutely did. As I've gone over, T-Rex was physically incapable of subsisting off of a plant-based diet.
Not initially, but some of them definitely did, right? Do we have a problem? Yeah.
I mean, you do if you want to say that all dinosaurs were ever all herbivorous and never ate meat. Because a huge portion of dinosaurs that everyone knows about could not physically subsist on this, right? It's the same thing as when every once in a while you get vegan people who try to put their cat on a vegan diet because they don't want their cat eating meat or other animal products because of the same reasons that they don't want to eat meat or animal products. And here's the thing, right? There are numerous medical studies about cats and vegan diets, and they all come to the same conclusion. Cats will fail to thrive on vegan diets. They will die early, and they will be suffering the entire time that they are on primarily vegan diets because cats are obligate hypercarnivores. They need to get 90+% of their calories from animal-based sources, or they will get sick and they will die. I don't care about stories about lions surviving off of cooked soybeans during World War II in a zoo. Sure, you can probably feed a lion on cooked soybeans for a year, which is another thing creationists bring up. Guess what? That's not a viable option in the wild because, one, these animals can't cook things, and two, they're not even around the kinds of plants that would make good food for them because that is a domesticated crop that humans have made to be absurdly extra nutritious because humans want to eat it. So, yeah, this is one of the more stupid things that creationists go for. Is like, oh yeah, cats, T-Rex, totally herbivorous before the fall. Okay, sure.
We have to explain where carnivory came from. We have to explain how God created everything to eat plants, and today not everything does eat plants. Why did some dinosaurs eat?
Actually, virtually everything does eat plants at some point, at least on land. So like, it's not actually accurate to say that there are lots of animals out there that don't eat plants at all. Cats eat plants, just not a lot.
Meat. For this, we turn to the point when Adam ate the fruit in the garden that God told him to not eat. And because of that, God curses the world. He says to Adam, "Cursed is the ground because of you, and pain you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you. You shall eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread to return to the ground." This is a very important passage for biblical Christianity.
I just want to point out that nowhere in that passage does it say that the animals will start eating each other. That's just not in there. I don't care how literally you take it. That's not a part of that passage. So if you want to use Dr. Robert Carter's allegedly literalistic hermeneutic, which, by the way, is inconsistent because he does not take Genesis literally in any sort of way, yeah, we should actually still have a mystery as to where carnivory comes from, because this does not explain it.
This explains where suffering and death come from. They weren't in the world initially. God created a world.
If nothing died, then nothing could eat. All heterotrophs, which includes all animals, kill things to eat them. You might think, well, I don't. I'm a vegetarian or a vegan. Sorry, plants are alive. There's no way around that. If you're a heterotroph, you literally feed by killing things. You might not be killing entire organisms, that's fair. You might only be taking parts of an organism and leaving it alive. Like you might be eating leaves or fruit. And to be fair, if we can anthropomorphize plants, I mean, plants want their fruit to be eaten. That's why they grow it, right? So that their seeds can be dispersed by being eaten by animals. But still, you have to kill the living cells of the plant in order to eat a fruit from a plant. If you are doing anything other than chemosynthesis or photosynthesis, you are sustaining your life by taking the life of other things. Period.
World with no suffering and death. In fact, we're hoping for heaven, which is a restoration where we have no suffering and no death. Well, you can't restore something unless something fell. In an evolutionary scenario, there's no fall.
Hey, most Christians don't really believe in animals going to heaven anyway. Although, I mean, the traditional view of the afterlife in Christianity isn't really just like you go to heaven. There's a whole bodily resurrection and whatnot, but this isn't theology hour. But anyway, if humans are restored to their deathless state, that doesn't actually mean that animals are too. There's nothing about this that would seem to necessarily indicate that in, say, after the resurrection, which is the more traditional version of the Christian eschatology, that animals will suddenly somehow be immortal and nothing will ever die. That's something you have to read into the text, which is, again, coming from his tradition of biblical interpretation, which is not simply looking at the Bible and saying, hey, what does it say? It is taking a look at what your traditional interpretations are, what your pre-established theological conclusions are, and then reading those back into the Bible. You cannot get a systematic theology from the Bible without bringing in extra biblical interpretive frameworks. You just can't. It's physically impossible. Bitcores, or I should say logically impossible. Bitcores, member for 9 months at the tetrapod level, says, welcome back with a Godzilla. Thank you very much. I am glad to be back. So, yeah.
In the Bible, it starts off with no carnivory, no animals eating other animals, everything's eating plants, and then we fall into a...
It doesn't even actually say that. It just says that all the plants were given to the animals for food. It doesn't say that they all only ate those plants. You have to read that in. Again, see what I mean? They're not actually taking this literally. They're importing their own ideas. And to be fair, anyone who reads a text is going to import ideas from outside the text. What I object to is them then pretending that they're doing something other than that, when they are absolutely not.
Corrupt condition. So carnivory is part of this corruption, but we have to be careful because science will rip the rug right out from underneath you when you're not looking. Scientists will change their mind. And have you ever heard this phrase? We now know.
Yes, it's what happens when new data comes in that confirms something that was previously much more tentative. Ben Thick Tunicate's Fluorescent Pterodactyl B2022 has been a member for 8 months and is at the annual level and says, welcome back, your almighty dapperness. Well, thank you very much. I do not think I would take on to myself the title of almighty. If I were almighty, I wouldn't have had a a community guideline strike in the first place. So there's that at least. So yeah. But I do appreciate the welcome back. It's been a rough week or so, basically. All right, here we go.
Do you know what that means to a scientist? It means I was wrong yesterday.
No, it doesn't. It means yesterday I couldn't confirm this with very much confidence. Today I can. It doesn't mean anything was overturned necessarily. Sometimes it can mean the overturning, but it doesn't have to, right? Like right now, there are several different models for what dark matter is. There's WIMPs, there's fuzzy dark matter, there's primordial black holes. Now, WIMP, which is weakly interacting massive particle, is sort of the dominant option for what dark matter is. For one thing, it fits in probably the best with other things we know about, like particle physics and whatnot. But that does not mean that if we found out more about this and it turned out that, like, primordial black holes seem to be the actual answer, which, I mean, I don't think it's the case. It seems very unlikely to me. But if we found out that we had good reason to now put that above WIMPs as our number one contender, that doesn't mean anyone was wrong, because people aren't currently saying we definitely know it's WIMPs. Right? We're saying currently we think that's our most likely option is WIMPs for what dark matter is, weakly interacting massive particles. But we don't know that. And yeah, occasionally things get overturned, but it's actually pretty uncommon because firm conclusions don't get reached in science without tremendous amounts of evidence. Generally speaking, you need things like 5 sigma levels of confidence in a lot of different kinds of science before you even report that you have the conclusion that you think you do. Reth Shanar says, welcome back. Thank you very much. And Benthic Tunicate's Fluorescent Pterodactyl B2022 says, you are not almighty, but your dapperness is almighty, i.e. the ultimate in dapperness. Oh, okay, thank you. I am apparently the dapperest dapper to have ever dappered. Which is odd, because I'm not even wearing a bow tie. Take that, Jordan, from Reasons to Doubt. Which, I have no idea why I was just being that vitriolic towards Jordan. I have nothing against Jordan. Jordan's a great guy.
But I'm not going to tell you that because I can't admit that I'm ever wrong.
What are you talking about? Scientific journals are full of... I mean, they're not full, but there's plenty of retractions all over scientific journals. Retractions are a common thing in science. People saying, I'm wrong all the time. I'll give an example after I read out some of this. Ben Thick Tunicate's Fluorescent Pterodactyl B2022 just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. They went to The Hollywood Sign as Proof of Nephilim Knee, Antisocial Butterfly, Grey Wolf Coder, Bill Mueller, and Aunt Jared. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel memberships, or welcome back, those of you who are returning. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to give an example of a retraction that I had called before it was even retracted. You might remember a while back, there was an announcement of the smallest ever dinosaur being discovered in amber. And it was called Oculodentavis. And it was supposed to be this Paravian tiny little dinosaur whose head had been preserved in amber. And I looked at that paper, and I looked at the scans of the skull, and I said to myself, that's a lizard. I'm pretty sure that's a lizard. I can't prove it right now, but I'm not buying that this is a dinosaur. And then, lo and behold, a few months later, the original authors of the Oculodentavis paper published a retraction saying, yeah, no, it's not a dinosaur. We're pretty sure it's a lizard. That happened. I was very happy with myself because it meant that I'm at the point where when I read dinosaur papers, I can myself, at least sometimes, critically examine them and tell when they're wrong, which is it's a pretty important step in becoming well-versed in a subject, is when you can take a look at the work of other experts in the subject and say, no, I think you're wrong, and then later have them agree with you. That's a big deal for me that I was able to do that. And it's an example of a retraction. Retractions happen all over the place. You might have recently heard that there was detection of a chemical in the atmosphere of Venus that on Earth is only known to come from biological organisms. Well, it turns out later on that paper was retracted because their confidence interval in having detected that particular molecule wasn't high enough to confirm the detection. So they retracted the paper. They said, sorry, we were wrong about how likely this detection was. We actually cannot support the definite detection of this molecule in the atmosphere of Venus. There you go. That kind of thing happens in science all the time. What Robert here is talking about is basically pop sci reporting, which is generally trash because reporters, not being scientists, not being experts, usually just overhype the story to get more views or more readers or whatever their medium is. And the thing is, I know Robert Carter knows better because, again, he has had to publish before. He knows how you publish. He knows what it takes to get into a scientific journal. He knows these things. So yeah, he's continuing to lie to us.
There's a word tricks that they use, and it's, man, when I hear that, I'm like, I know what you're doing.
Is it being honest about the data versus what you're doing, Robert, which is lying to a church? Is that what's going on? Also, someone tell me, is that little circle around the center or the intersection on that cross, is that supposed to be like a crown of thorns? I just noticed it, and now it's going to bug me. I think it's supposed to be a crown of thorns, but I'm not sure.
Paleontology has gotten a lot more sophisticated. Back in the day,
Yes, science in general has done that.
they'd find some bones in a rock, and they chisel the bones out, and they bring them back to the lab and set up the museum, skeletons, and people come and see it. And it was really, I've been to a lot of them. I've been to New York, Chicago, Atlanta.
Oh, we had a message come in from Alina, who donated $5 about 30 minutes ago. And I think it might have just been delayed, but said, "Yay, Dabber Dino and Goblin Queen, two of my favorite YouTube creators on the same stream. I really love this. Stay healthy and boop the snoot, please." And that, I believe, that second part about booping the snoot is primarily for Chesh. So Chesh, if you're out there, boop at least one snoot. There's like 8 different snoots available where you are right now, so boop one of them. I'll go boop a snoot later. The dogs right now are off in the other room sleeping, so I'm not going to wake them up just to go boop them, because I would not want to be woken up from a nice nap just to be booped. So, not going to do it right now. But I'll boop one later. I'll be the one who minds being booped less.
There's a lot of dinosaurs in the world that have been in museums.
Yeah?
Paleontologists today are going back to those original fossil sites that they dug in the 1800s, and they're sad because they destroyed the site.
Very few dinosaur fossil sites from the 1800s were destroyed. Now, in the early 20th century, in North America, during the Bone Wars, lots of that did happen. There was actual dynamiting between the employees of various museums who wanted to get their hands on the biggest and bestest dinosaurs. It's generally considered to be a fairly shameful event in the history of paleontology, even though it did name a significant fraction of the dinosaurs that we now know of. But, yeah, there's not a whole bunch of, just lamenting paleontologists walking around like George Michael with his head down in that one gif from Arrested Development.
In their quest to find the big dinosaurs, they dug right through the little dinosaurs. They dug right through all the mammals.
That's not generally true. In fact, if you actually look at the Bone Wars, while the dinosaurs are the most famous outcome, yes, DM Wing is pointing out it's Cope and Marsh, yeah. Cope and Marsh were the names of the 2 primary paleontologists from competing museums in North America who were out looking for things. But they described many different species of mammal. Just plenty of them. Because to get to the dinosaurs, you generally have to go through a whole bunch of mammal-bearing strata. Because, most of the big mammals lived after the big dinosaurs, which is why they're found higher up, which is why you have to dig through those layers to get to the dinosaur layers. And they named a bunch of mammals, a bunch of North American, bovids and camelids and even equids and whatnot were named by Cope and Marsh. Carter is just giving you a straw man version of the Bone Wars. Sure, there was a lot of destruction. There was a lot of inappropriate stuff. There was theft, there was espionage, there was fraud, there was attacks, there was vandalism, all of that. But to say that they just ignored all the mammals they were digging through is just a lie. It's just not true.
And tossed it aside. And now they're going back and saying, oh, can we piece this back together? They've also realized that very often when you see a dinosaur in a rock, you can step back. Hey, wait a minute. I see the outline of the animal's body.
That is only going to be the case for mostly intact and articulated skeletons, which describes the vast minority of dinosaur finds. Most dinosaurs are found disarticulated and with significant amounts of the body completely missing. The museum idea that you have of a dinosaur fossil with basically all the bones in place with, like the neck arched back and all of that. That is vanishingly rare. But it's prominently displayed in museums because it's both visually appealing and more educational than a bunch of scattered bones are for the general public. And so, yeah, the things that you find in the museum are not actually representative of what is found out in nature in terms of like what proportion of dinosaurs are found more or less intact and articulated. But that's because the goal of the museum is to tell you about dinosaur biology, not to tell you about the aspects of finding dinosaur bones in the first place, for the most part. If you go to the parts of the museum that are about that, like fossil preparation labs, you can actually see fossils being worked on, and you can see that they are not, in fact, the kind of thing that you see on the displays most of the time. They're usually isolated bone fragments. Now, we just did get a $10 anonymous donation, so thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Like I said, guys, it means a lot. Why does it still say 47? Did you not refresh? I don't know why it's saying 40. We'll refresh it a few more times. On my version of the window that I have open, it says 57. I don't know.
Stained in the rock. He was buried entire. Hey, there's his heart. There's his liver. There's his stomach.
So there has been one reported instance of a liver in a dinosaur, and I believe it was in Sinosauropteryx, and it was later reinterpreted as staining from gut contents, and the liver claim has currently not held up. So I am going to have to press X to doubt, because that is the only instance of a reported liver that I am at all familiar with. And it, in fact, is not well described as just they found a liver. And the weird thing is, later on, Carter, if I remember correctly, is actually going to bring up Sinosauropteryx. So, like, he should know this, right? He's familiar, at least broadly, with the literature surrounding Sinosauropteryx. So you'd think he would know that this was retracted. Remember that thing that he says that scientists don't do, admit when they were wrong? Yeah, guess what? The authors who originally described Sinosauropteryx said that they were wrong after they reported the presence of a liver in a position that indicated to them that Sinosauropteryx used a hepatic piston for breathing like a crocodilian. Turns out all of that was wrong. Weird.
And once they realized that, they started excavating the stomach contents of the dinosaurs. And
they've been doing that for centuries. The Solnhofen limestone is one of the primary places where we're getting a lot of great Mesozoic fossils, including things like smaller dinosaurs, pterosaurs, fish. It's a wonderful place to get fossils, and many of the organisms there have fossil contents that have been recognized, gut contents that are fossilized, that have been recognized as such, basically since fossils started being studied from the Solnhofen limestone. The Solnhofen limestone is, in fact, a lithographic limestone quarry in Germany, and one of the reasons it has such fine preservation is because of just how small the grain size is in the limestone. That's why it was used for lithography, where you carve a picture into the limestone, and then you press ink on that, and then you press that onto something like paper. That's what lithography is. And so it needs to be as fine as possible a grain, because the finer the grain is, essentially the better resolution your carving can have, which also corresponds to how highly detailed a fossil preserved in that rock can be. So it's just not true that we just haven't recognized gut contents as such until very recently. That's just not what's happening.
looking at the stomach and saying, wait a minute, their stomachs are packed with plants.
What stomachs are packed with plants? All right, this is creation.com/vegetarian theropod dinosaurs. So let's see what this actual article says. So creation.com/vegetarian theropod dino. I don't know why I had to say dinosaurs after theropod, because I mean, if you're a theropod, you're a dinosaur. All right. So let's take a look at what this has to say, since he's referencing this, and we're going to switch over to so that we can see it. Okay. Carnivorous dinosaurs had plant diet and more challenges to dino to bird dogma. What was the original challenge? Is it just herbivorous theropods? Okay. T-Rex not misspelled, but this should be a small R. So Jonathan Sarfati, I don't know who Lita Sanders is, but hey, Sarfati, I know sometimes you're aware of my stuff. If you ever watch this, hey man, come in here and make this a lowercase r. This is wrong. Also, you haven't actually said Tyrannosaurus anywhere, so you can't start out by saying T-Rex. You say Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then later you can abbreviate Tyrannosaurus to T with a period. Like, this is just high school binomial nomenclature. I learned this in high school, and then I just did this thing called remembering it. T-Rex and Velociraptor were hypercarnivores, predators, part of the suborder Theropoda. Dinosaur documentaries and movies like Jurassic Park routinely feature realistic-looking depictions of them ripping other dinosaurs limb from limb, even swallowing newly hatched dinosaurs whole. Okay. There is some good evidence for this. The turkey-sized Compsognathus was found with a lizard in its belly. There's a famous fossil of a velociraptor locked in mortal combat with a protoceratops, fighting dinosaurs from Mongolia. Very cool. Also, just want to point out that it is from a formation, I believe it's the Chakotay Formation, which is in fact Aeolian sandstone, which absolutely precludes it being formed in a flood. So, there you go. And a T-Rex coprolite, fossil dung, was found with a high proportion, 30-50%, of bone fragments. That does not sound like something that's fun to poop out, but okay. Vegetarian theropod, okay. However, the discovery of Northornicus graphami, one of the Therizinosaur branch, suggested that at least this branch of theropods ate plants. Yeah, Therizinosaurs have been known to be primarily herbivorous for quite a while now. I mean, they had beak-like structures on their mouths. They had blunted teeth. Their claws were clearly way too big for prey capture. They were probably used to like pull down branches on plants so that they could more easily eat them. This is not news. And a new study by the same lead author, Dr. Lindsay Zano of the Chicago Field Museum, suggests that even in the order Theropod suborder, there we go, usually considered the carnivorous dinosaurs, there were more exceptions than the rule. Really? Out of the 90 species of theropod, she and her colleague Peter Makovicki analyzed a likely inflated number. Yeah, that's based on creationist bullshit. 44% of them showed clear signs of vegetarianism. The ornithomimosaurs, yep. The therizinosaurs, yep. Oviraptorosaurs, so Oviraptorosaurs are generally considered to have been more omnivorous than herbivorous. Turkey Sloth says, how far into the video are you? Not very. Alvarosauroids are, well, first, that's not a family, but they're primarily insectivorous. Or insectivorous? I don't know. And several early birds, thus, that's what that means. It's Latin for thus sick. It just means that that's not a mistake. Okay? And a single troodontid Ginfangopteryx, I'm not as confident about Ginfangopteryx. But also I want to point out that, when was this published? It had to be a fair bit of... Well, maybe I'll just look at the study. When was the study? 2010? Yeah, in the subsequent 13 years, this has not become the new consensus. So that doesn't mean the study's bad, but it does mean that it probably did not adequately demonstrate its point. So yeah, I don't... But also, this is ignoring huge swaths of theropoda, right? Like, what about the tyrannosauroids? What about the dromaeosaurs? What about the Scansoriopterigids? What about the what do you call them? The Megaraptorids from Australia. What about the animals like Majungasaurus or Carnotaurus? The come on, what are they called? Guys, help me out. Carnotaurus family. Why can't I remember this? Abelisaurus. Yeah, Abelisaurus, which is different from Alvarosauroids. So, there we go. What about them? What about animals like Dilophosaurus from the early Jurassic? What about, there's just so many that you can name on top of the ones that are analyzed. Analyzing 90 species is not going to do it for you. Like, that's not a survey of all of Theropoda. Like, that's not what's happening here. When trying to reduce the diet of an animal, all right, he's going to get into this later. He's going to talk about bones and teeth. So that's what he's talking about. Out of a survey of 90 species, this team found 44 of them showed clear signs of vegetarianism. And in most cases, like ornithomimids or therizinosaurs, like, yeah, everyone knew that. Oviraptorosaurs are still primarily thought of as being mostly omnivorous, and Alvarosauroids are mostly insectivorous. So yeah, this is basically nothing. This is not a very helpful source for this. So we'll head back. There we are. Don't need that. All right, here we go.
Most of the theropod dinosaurs were herbivores.
Not true. It's true now. Most modern theropods are primarily herbivorous. But that is not true of just Mesozoic dinosaurs generally, or Mesozoic theropods generally speaking. Even if it were, so what? Like, if you're part of a group that's majority herbivorous, but you yourself are a carnivore, what does that change about anything, right? Like, humans have a much higher percentage of their diet being meat than most primates do. Humans and chimpanzees, actually, both eat a lot more meat than most primates do. Most primates barely eat any meat, and when they do, it's usually insects, whereas chimpanzees and humans are known to routinely capture vertebrate prey and eat them. Okay, and now what? What do we do with this information? What does it indicate to you? Does it indicate that all theropods were originally herbivorous? Well, no. For one thing, we happen to know that the herbivory, because it's taxonomically restricted, is secondary among theropoda. Because carnivory is widely distributed across the entire taxon, the parsimonious explanation is that carnivory is the ancestral state for theropods, and that herbivory, because it has different adaptations in different groups of theropods, is a derived characteristic in certain groups that independently arose in those groups. So, if anything, this is evidence that theropods did not originally eat plants. They originally primarily ate meat, and by didn't eat plants, I mean as the majority of their diet. Baba Ali says, chimps hunt? Oh yeah, man. Oh, but here's the thing, right? Unless you want to have some pretty gnarly images stuck in your brain, I don't recommend that you go look for videos of it, because it can be gruesome. But yes, chimpanzees are known to send out hunting parties, where what they'll do is they'll have one chimpanzee go ahead of the party and climb up into a tree, and then they'll flush monkeys out towards that waiting group member or members of the group by chasing them through the trees. And then once they get towards the chimp hiding in wait, that one will grab them and kill them, and then they will all feed on the monkeys. Chimpanzees are known to spear various animals, like insects, with sharpened sticks. They actually use spears, essentially. They make weapons. Yeah, chimpanzees, they go hunting. They eat meat, both vertebrate and invertebrates. Yep, it's an important part of their diet, but it's the minority of their diet. They mostly eat fruit, but meat forms an important part of their diet.
We know that because of what's in their stomach. Now, some of them have crunched up bones, baby dinosaurs, birds, they're definitely eating meat, but most of the ones we thought were meat eaters weren't.
I am unaware of anyone who ever thought that ornithomimids or therizinosaurs were carnivores. Now, that doesn't mean that no one has ever thought it. But as far as I know, it has never been the consensus. And it is still not the consensus that oviraptorosaurs or alvarosauroids were were primarily herbivorous. Right? That's not the consensus of anyone that's currently, and I don't know that it's ever been the consensus.
Consider bears.
Okay.
When a black bear can't get into your garbage can, what does he eat? 99% of a black bear's diet is plants.
Yeah, bears, unlike most other arctoideans, are famously omnivorous, and in some cases bordering on herbivory. But that's not the widely established mode of feeding among just the broad carnivora, or even if you take into account fossil bears, it's not even necessarily the most common method of feeding among bears throughout time. This is, like with the therizinosaurs, a secondary adaptation among arctoideans to a primarily herbivorous diet. That's why bears have flatter molars that are good for crunching up and grinding up plant matter, as opposed to other things like seals or dogs, which seals are another group of arctoideans, and dogs are part of caniformes along with bears. They have sharp shearing molars that are good for slicing through flesh, but really, really crap at grinding up plant matter. You can tell in the actual physiology of bears that they are well adapted to eat plant matter.
What does a polar bear eat?
Almost entirely meat, being unusual among bears in that aspect. And it's only a fairly recent adaptation, which you can tell because, one, polar bears and brown bears are very closely genetically linked. They have very recent divergence time compared to most other bears. And the dentition for the polar bear has not changed that much since it split away from the rest of the brown bears. So yeah, good job, Carter. You found a recently tertiary carnivore who still has holdover dentition from its ancestors who were primarily herbivorous, living in less Arctic parts of North America and Asia. Hooray! Good job, buddy. You did it.
Fish, seals, occasionally people.
That last part is true. I had an uncle who spent some time up in Barrow, Alaska, and polar bears up there hunt people. And yeah, that's a thing. It's scary. I would not want to be in Barrow ever. Also, vampires. If you ever seen 30 Days of Night, set in Barrow. So, yeah. Fun movie, though. I liked it.
99% of a polar bear's diet is meat.
Hey, did you know that a similar percentage of the diet of the native humans in the region is also meat? Like, if you go and you hang out with, like, Aleuts or Inuits up in Alaska, and you take a look at their native diet, their traditional diet, it's almost all things like seal and whale meat and fish, including blubber. They'll just chow down on some blubber. But what does that mean for the diet of humans broadly? Nothing. The same thing with polar bears. Both polar bears and native Alaskans have adapted to the diet that is available to them. Now, humans have done so much, much, much more recently than polar bears. And so they have far fewer physical adaptations to this diet and this environment. And humans have adapted primarily by, building enclosures and clothing and whatnot. But still, polar bears are a weird and fairly recent outlier among bears. I just don't know what the point he's trying to make is, because none of it leads back to, well, all animals were created to eat plants originally and not to eat meat originally. None of it leads back to that.
They have the same claws. They have the same teeth.
Okay. Actually did double check on polar bear dentition, and it's true. It is not significantly different from brown bear dentition in most cases. Yep. Which goes along in what we would predict with the relatively recent divergence of polar bears and brown bears. So, I mean, this is pretty much in line with expectations.
You've heard of the word adaptation, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the word exaptation?
Yes.
Guys, you've done this. Your wife asked you to hang up a picture, right? And so you're a man. You go get your toolbox, and you get those little plastic things that you...
Who sees putting up a picture as a sign of masculinity? What is this? How fragile is Robert Carter's sense of his own gender identity that he has to think that, like, he can turn hanging a painting into a macho thing? My goodness. This must be one of those guys who stays up at night thinking, man, how do I make myself seem more manly today or tomorrow? Tessa Ranger says incel. I mean, I don't think Robert Carter is an incel. I'm pretty sure he's married. Although maybe he's not getting any from the wife. I don't know.
You have to insert into the drywall and put the screw in, and you always forget your hammer. So
if you're using a screw, you shouldn't be getting a hammer. You should be getting a screwdriver, Dr. Robert Carter. I can now tell why maybe he's looking for ways to seem more masculine, because he doesn't apparently know what tool is used for a screw versus a nail, which I will admit that does make him seem a little bit less masculine in that, using tools is a stereotypically masculine endeavor overall. So, you know what, Robert Carter? I get why you're insecure in your masculinity. Fair enough.
what do? You take that little screw and you take your screwdriver and you turn it around and you go pop, 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 and you poke a hole in it.
So wait, in this hypothetical scenario, you already have a screwdriver and a screw. And rather than using the screwdriver to screw in the screw, the appropriate use of the tool on the appropriate piece of hardware, Robert Carter is now imagining using the back end of the screwdriver to hammer in the screw. What is... Okay. Sure. Sure, why not? Let's hammer in screws with screwdrivers. No, I officially do get why he has to try to pretend that hanging a picture is a particularly masculine endeavor. Wow.
Drywall, right? Has anyone else ever done it other than me?
I can honestly say I have never taken a screwdriver and used it to hammer in a screw. I've done similar things with nails. I'll give you that. Oh my god. Robert Carter versus Sailor Moon, who wins? I mean, I want to say Sailor Moon, but if it's a masculinity contest, it's going to be close, but I'm not sure I would give it to Sailor Moon. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I got some hands going up. You have just performed exaptation. You used a tool for something
I mean, it's roughly analogous to acceptation. I'll let it go.
it wasn't designed for. And for that specific purpose, it works great. You can't drive a nail, but you can poke a little hole in drywall.
Oh, so we're only doing it to put the guide hole in? I guess? But like, dude, it's drywall. You don't need that much of a guide hole for a screw. Just go in there and start screwing it in. It's drywall, right? It's not like it's hardwood or something.
Bears, as they're spreading out on the earth after the flood. From the Ararat region, you go north, you're in Siberia. You go south, you're in deserts. You go west, you're in Europe. You go.
Interesting. So you're going south into the deserts, presumably in Africa, which is actually a good question. Why aren't there bears in Africa there, Dr. Robert Carter? What's up with that? Did you guys know that there are no bears native to Africa? And additionally, there's only one species of deer native to Africa, and it only exists in northwest Africa, north of the Sahara. What's up with that? What about sub-Saharan Africa is bad for bears? Doesn't seem like it's anything. I mean, big cats are doing just fine, and big cats and bears survive in the same environments. There's plenty of food to eat down there for a bear, both meat and plant. There's plenty of berries and fruits and roots and leaves and animals to eat. Why is it that, say, lions could get to both India and sub-Saharan Africa, but bears could get to India but not sub-Saharan Africa? What is it about lions that makes them better at going to Africa? And why could bears get to North America, but lions couldn't? What is the explanation there? Because if you trace back evolutionary biology with things like land bridges throughout, like ice ages and the Cenozoic and whatnot, we can actually trace the migration of animals from different continents across the world, and it actually all checks out pretty well. We have actual explanations as to how biogeography got to be the way it is. What's the creationist answer? All the animals encounter the exact same environment coming off the boat. Why are bears restricted from Africa, whereas big cats aren't? And why are some big cats restricted from North America when bears aren't? What's up with that? Yeah, Vadim Samovsky-Radchenko says, stop asking embarrassing questions. Yeah. Terry Rana says, I'm back. What stupidity did I miss? Oh, just so much. We found out why Robert Carter apparently feels like he needs to assert his masculinity, for one thing.
East, you're in the Himalaya mountains. There's a lot of diverse environments around Ararat. And as the bears are spreading out, they're going to struggle. And they're going to have to figure out how.
I mean, the entire Earth has been salted. If we look at the flood models that places like CMI and AIG have come up with, the entire Earth is basically now just a ball of plasma. So yeah, I would say that bears would struggle. Actually, no, I wouldn't, because they wouldn't possibly survive more than a millisecond. So I guess there's that. No struggling at all. Just, poof, no more existing. Bears gone.
To live. Now, I do believe the white fur coat of a polar bear is an adaptation. It was a mutation that caused a loss of pigment and gave them a great advantage. You don't want to be a brown or a black bear on ice.
Actually, interestingly enough, there are some brown and black bears that live far north that do, in fact, at least occasionally encounter ice during the time when they are still fattening up for the winter. And because bears are not primarily predators, they're primarily herbivores, doesn't really matter all that much. But because polar bears are primarily predators because they live so far north, but there's not a whole lot of plant for them to eat, it is very important for them. Now, conversely, there are in fact occasional white, brown, and black bears that are born in more southern latitudes, and they don't do particularly well, but they also usually don't just, die off or anything. In fact, there's some subpopulations of brown bears where white is a minority, but not like vanishingly rare variety among the bears.
But you don't want to be a white bear in a forest.
Like I said, it's actually not that bad. It's not great. It's not that bad.
And yet, so you have a little bit of adaptation happening to the coat color, fine. But as they're spreading out, bears are getting hungry. And those claws that God gave to a bear to dig roots out, those same claws can grab a seal. Those teeth, a black bear can take a blueberry branch, put it in his mouth, and pull out the blueberries and leave the leaves on the stem.
I'm actually not sure about that. Is that true? I mean, it seems like it's plausible because, blueberry bushes have blueberries so that animals can eat them and then disperse the seeds as they poop. So, like, it would make sense if they were more easily detached than the leaves, which the plant needs for photosynthesis. But then again, I don't know that I've seen a bear do that or heard reports of it doing that, but it's also not implausible. So that's one of those, like, maybe. I'd be willing to say that's a thing that a bear can do.
Those same teeth can tear into flesh.
Yeah, but bears, like we were saying, have flat grinding molars. Well, I mean cusped, but grinding molars. In fact, let's take a look, right? We'll see if we can get brown bear molars up here. All right. So, yeah, okay. This is pretty good. So I'm going to switch over to my main monitor. Okay, so we can take a look. We can see here cave bear molars, very flat, very grindy. Here we have, some nice sharp incisors and canines, but then we have some relatively high cusp, but still pretty flat molars. Same here. Okay, that's cool. Yep, it's pretty good omnivory stuff, right? So we've got the typical 3 incisors, 1 canine for carnivores up front here with a very sharp incisors that are cone-shaped, good for tearing into meat. Typically, animals that are primarily herbivores will have mammals will have flat incisors. That's not what we're seeing here. But we are seeing pretty good grinding teeth. What happens if we get premolar? Premolars. So let's see. Can we get any isolated premolars? Trying to see. See if we can get a really good view. It's not looking like it, but you can tell that the premolars, like you see here, do have sharper points. That's because they're carnassials and they are better at getting through meat than the molars are. But let's change this from brown bear molars to lion molars. Take a look at some lion molars. Okay. One of the things I want to point out is that there is no grinding surface on these molars. These 2 back molars and these premolars, they are sharp, high-cusped tips. And when they rest against each other, as you can see here, rather than coming together surface to surface, the top molars actually occlude the bottom molars so that they can form a shearing surface between them, like scissors. These are molars from a hypercarnivore that are fundamentally unsuited to eating plants. Right? Like, that's not going to be a thing that happens. These lions are not going to be eating significant amount of plant matter, unlike bears. You know why? Because we can actually tell from the dentition what animals are adapted to eating what diets. When Robert Carter tells you that sharp teeth don't mean anything, on its own, that's technically true. Just the fact that a tooth is sharp doesn't tell you anything about the diet. But when it comes to mammals, we can use their molars to give us real information about the diet of these things. Like, look at this. Look at these shearing molars. That is not something that's going to be chowing down on a bunch of leaves and berries. Not to say that, big cats never, ever eat plant matter, but clearly that is not the diet to which they are adapted. They're not going to survive on this diet. Here we have a saber-toothed cat, and you can see the same kind of molars here that you can see on this not-so-saber-toothed cat. Like, this isn't rocket science here. This is not that complicated of a thing. Molars are the primary food processing teeth of mammals. Incisors and canines are just there for self-defense and for food acquisition. Oral food processing in mammals is done by molars. And by ignoring the molars in discussions about mammal diets and then importing that into dinosaurs, which don't even generally have differentiated teeth unless you're a heterodontosaurus, which is never what they're talking about, because I've never once heard a creationist talk about heterodontosaurids, then you're basically just, one, lying about how mammals work, and then pretending that your lie about mammals applies to dinosaurs. It's an extremely disingenuous tactic, and I have trouble thinking that Robert Carter doesn't know this. So, yeah, that's not ideal. So, okay.
When the American chestnut, there was a blight that hit the East Coast in the early 1900s, and the dominant tree in American forests in the East got wiped out.
Yep.
There are almost no chestnuts left. Chipmunks were recorded running out to road and eating dead animals. Little chipmunks, oh look, yeah, the little pointy teeth. They were hungry.
Chipmunk teeth are primarily not pointy. They are, however, flat-edged and sharp as the incisors.
So they were using those chestnut-eating teeth for something else.
Yeah.
Acceptation. We okay with that?
Everyone is okay with that. Even people who are, not denying science, right? Because, like I said, all animals will occasionally go away from their stereotypical diet, especially in times of high stress. Now, it's much easier for a primarily herbivorous animal to go towards carnivory than reverse. Because remember, if you have the better digestive capability as an herbivore than as a carnivore. Because carnivores don't need that giant gut and the long-term fermentation, digestion, or anything like that, right? So, if you're a primarily herbivorous animal, you really don't have a problem digesting meat. The reverse is less true, which is why it's harder for carnivores to survive on plant-based diets than it is for herbivores to subsist on meat-based diets. But in all cases, when there's significant stress from the environment, animals will adapt by eating whatever they can get their hands on. We even see it in humans, right? In cases of high levels of starvation in human societies, you see the rise of things like eating cats, cannibalism, things like that. Those aren't things humans normally eat. Humans don't typically eat cats. But they sure will when there's a siege going on in the city and it's the only kind of meat you can get and you're not getting new shipments of crops in. But hey, it's plenty of cats around. In fact, there's even a term for cats used as food during times of famine or siege. It's called roof hare. Hare as in, H-A-R-E, the lagomorph. Because as it turns out, once you remove the head and paws from a cat and the tail, and you skin it, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between a hare and a cat. So you can sell it in your shop as hare. And people are much more inclined to eat hare than they are to eat cat. But where'd you get that thing? Probably from the roofs of the city. Roof hare.
And yet we do know that some dinosaurs are eating meat. This is a T-Rex tooth embedded in the tailbone of a duck-billed dinosaur.
Which is super cool, by the way. Probably an Edmontosaurus tail. Those Edmontosaurus being one of the primary hadrosaurids that lived around Tyrannosaurus.
And it healed up.
Which is also extremely cool. That means that it was a predation event that the hadrosaur in question survived. Which is... I always love it when you can see paleopathologies that have signs of healing, because it means that it was actually something that happened while the animal was alive, and then it continued to be alive long enough for the healing process to at least start. And so you can learn a lot about how the immune system works, how the animals healed from damage, what kinds of behavior they were engaging in, what kind of predator-prey interactions were occurring. It's really cool stuff. And it reminds me of when Kent Hovind says, the only thing you can tell from a fossil is that it died. No, Kent, I can tell that this hadrosaur was attacked by a T-Rex and it survived that attack. That's a whole lot more than I can say about it than just, it died. Now, to be fair, Robert Carter is not saying that about these fossils. He's actually agreeing with me that this is an indication of a predatory attack from a T-Rex on a hadrosaur. So, props to him over Kent Hovind, but that's a low bar.
Meaning, not only did the hadrosaur survive the T-Rex attack, it walked around the rest of his life in a tremendous amount of pain because it had a tooth in his spine. Ugh.
I'm actually not positive that would mean it was a tremendous amount of pain for a long period of time because, people get injuries. Like, there are even people who are shot and the bullet can't be removed. And while it's very painful initially, they go on to live relatively normal lives afterwards, even with a bullet embedded in them. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure this would be a long-term chronic pain situation. It might be. I'm saying we can't know that just from the fact that there was a tooth embedded in there.
Okay, next question.
Caden Slinker asks, do young Earth creationists believe the core is molten, or do they believe it's made of water? I've never heard of a young Earth creationist arguing that the Earth's core is made of water. They usually agree with typical geology about the liquid outer core and the solid iron-nickel inner core. And that's, of course, unless they're flat earthers, in which case they usually don't believe the Earth has a core, because, well, they're flat earthers.
Assuming creation, assuming Adam and Eve, and all that kind of stuff, let's just jump to Noah's flood, because we don't have time to cover everything.
It's a lot of assumptions, but okay, I'll go with you for this.
Is there any evidence that dinosaurs died during a flood?
I mean, it depends on what you mean. Nasty Hobbits, who's been a member for 11 months and is at the amniote level, says, hooray for the false strike win. I blame AIG. I actually don't blame AIG. I mean, I get you're probably saying this as a joke. I don't know what is happening, right? A number of channels that I'm familiar with have been getting weird strikes on videos that are very old. Now, in some cases, it's reasonable to think that it might be trolls. Like, it might be the case that people are false flagging videos that they think they can get taken down and have community strikes put up against them. So, for instance, like, that might be what happened to FTFE. In fact, it seems pretty likely for him because flat earthers are notoriously bad actors. They are some of the most vile people that you're going to meet, at least the ones who are very active on like YouTube debate scenes and whatnot. Young Earth creationists tend to be a little bit more subdued than that. They tend not to be quite as trollish or just absolutely disgusting. Although there certainly are plenty of disgusting ones. I mean, raw mat exists, for example. However, I do find it to be less prominent in young Earth creationist circles. But the thing is, the fact that it happened to me, it happened to Chesh, it happened to FTFE, I think what's more likely is that there's been some change in the algorithm, and that it, for some reason, is kicking up very old videos that were not previously being flagged by the automatic content moderation tools, that for some reason just are now. So, yeah. I don't know. All right.
So much evidence is unbelievable, and you've all seen it. The paleontologists have been looking at it for a long time and didn't know what they were seeing.
Oh, right, we're talking about flood. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you my thoughts about dinosaurs and floods after I go fill my drink again, because it's been another hour and a half. I'm thirsty. It's actually kind of hot in here. Like, it's actually pretty warm outside today. For some reason, we're in like a mini heat wave today and yesterday. And so, like, I don't know, like, it was still chilly this morning. Like, I think it was in like the 50s Fahrenheit or something. But like right now, it's like 27 Celsius out, which is kind of unusual for this time of year, even in Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, I know. All the jokes about how hot it is here. It's still usually not like 27 degrees. So, yeah, I'm gonna get myself some ice, maybe some lemonade. I don't know, something like that. And I'll be back. And after the next break that I take, which will probably be another hour and a half, I might get myself a margarita. Might change this over into a stream where I have a little bit to drink. Although I do have to be careful because that margarita stuff is, it is not weak. It is significantly stronger than any of the beer I normally drink on these. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. Please hang on. Feel free to keep donating or sending milestone chats. I will make sure to get them. If I don't read yours when I get back, please bug me until I do. I don't want to miss anyone's messages or donations or anything like that. So, yeah, be back in just a bit. All right, I am back. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's see, did I miss anything in terms of super chats or milestones or anything like that? Nope, doesn't look like it. And I am not seeing any donations while I was gone, so I now have some raspberry lemonade. Okay, so floods. Many dinosaurs have died in floods. Floods are a thing that happen. If, in fact, the laws of physics are consistent across time and space, and Earth has been here for a while, both of which appear to be the case, then we should expect that many dinosaurs will have died in floods. Because many animals die in floods today. And not just slow-moving, plodding animals like Answers in Genesis or CMI might want you to believe, but even swift, agile animals like tigers. In fact, in order to illustrate this in one of my previous scripted videos, I actually showed a picture of a tiger who drowned in a flood in India. Floods are very dangerous, right? Around here, we get flash floods sometimes. And there are times when people say, like, hey, don't even drive right now because there's a flash flood warning and your car could just get swept away. A guy I used to work with when I was up in Phoenix, there was one day where he just didn't go to work, even though he was scheduled for some pretty important jobs, because the roads around his house were just full of like 3 feet of standing water in Phoenix. Or it might have been one of the suburbs because I don't remember exactly where he lived, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, it's a thing that happened. It's very dangerous. It can kill even very agile and swift animals. Now, does this mean that there was a global flood? Well, both a global flood and, science predict that we should find flood deposits throughout the geological column. However, a global flood predicts that there should be a globally extensive, vertically correlated flood deposit, and there just isn't. Many of the rocks that creationists call flood rocks physically cannot be deposited during a flood. Many of the rocks they say are tsunamite have no evidence of being tsunamite. Many of the things that they call turbidites are not turbidites. And the thing is, geologists can tell. And if creationists want to say that things like fine-grained, non-flocculated sediments are in fact actually flood deposits, despite being underneath denser strata, which should have sunk to the bottom before they did, all they need to do is build a sedimentation tank, or buy one or rent one, and do the experiments. That's it. Just do the experiments. Do the science. Creationists are always complaining about, no one thinks that we're real scientists. Everyone just calls us pseudoscientists. I think I'm a real scientist. Then do some damn science. You want to convince me that the Red Wall limestone in the Grand Canyon is actually a flood deposit, even though that's physically impossible based on everything we know about limestone. Get a bunch of lime, grind it up, put it in a sedimentation tank, and do the damn sedimentation experiment. I am really tired of all this, well, we think this is all flood layers and that the real geologists are just wrong about how it got deposited. Put up or shut up, creationists. I really, really get sick of that one. It's actually like becoming one of my pet peeves is when people pretend that things like thick evaporite deposits, like the pink Himalayan salt that's pink because of fossilized algae, or limestone deposits, or shale deposits, none of which have visible floccules, which they would have to have in order to be deposited rapidly, were actually deposited in the space of like a day by a flood that somehow managed to ignore density-based sorting for grains in sedimentary rock, which is, again, physically impossible. That's not how water works. So now that I've gone off on that little rant, let's see what Robert Carter has for us, and it will probably justify the rant I just went on. Actually, usually hear it as the death pose, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Notice how he didn't pick anything that would actually be roughly analogous, like a chicken. But okay. Yeah. Most sedimentary rocks were laid down by water, usually not flood water. And animal bodies can sometimes do this thing called falling into the water. And then when they do that, you get a dead body in the water. Now you'll notice that, say, the fighting dinosaurs, the Velociraptor in battle with Protoceratops, that's from a desert deposit, the animals there aren't in the classic death pose. It's almost like some deposits are water-based and some aren't, and we can tell. And the fossils that we find in both are consistent with what we know about whether or not it was a water-based depositional environment. Crazy is that? Oh. I'm sorry, he's muted. He's not muted anymore. I officially suck at this. Oh yeah, Donji Funny says, I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, alright, well, sorry about that. We'll go back a little bit, and I won't make too much comment, but we'll just hear what he had to say.
Because usually when we find an attacked dinosaur, it's in that pose, this pose. And that's bizarre, because when animals die, they don't do that. Squirrels, cows, wolves, whatever. When they die, they just kind of flop. They don't arch backwards. And it was a mystery. And then a couple years ago, some scientists were studying chickens, and they realized you take a dead chicken and put it in water, it does that. So they started thinking and thinking. There's a structure in a lot of long-necked and long-tailed animals. It's called the ligamentum elasticum. The elastic ligament. It's a rubber band. It runs from the base of the skull down the spine and down the tail. And so a chicken, or a dinosaur, didn't
Remember, chickens are dinosaurs.
need muscles to hold his head up. He had his elastic band doing the work for him. That's a brilliant design feature. But that
You're going to have to establish that it was designed before you say it's a design feature, but okay.
thing is always under tension. What happens if you take that animal and now drown it? It's still under tension, but it doesn't weigh as much. And
That is not what weight is. Weight is a measure of the force of gravity on an object. Things don't weigh less because they're in water. They simply are having some of their weight counteracted by a different force, the buoyant force. And once again, this is Robert Carter failing high school science. I took physics in high school. I learned the difference between weight and buoyancy and what the buoyant force is versus the force of gravity. So it is very annoying. Now, it is true that that is a big part of what happens. Also, it helps if the water is relatively cold, because that makes the ligament contract a bit, which can then further increase the tendency for it to arch back like this. But it doesn't have to be a drowned animal, right? If an animal dies on land, falls into the water, the same thing is going to happen. In fact, the chickens that these experiments were done on weren't drowned. They were allegedly humanely killed, and then their corpses were placed in water. It's not the same thing. You don't have to drown to have this position. Many animals end up in the water without drowning.
boing. The natural
It doesn't make that sound.
response is to do that. So now the evolutionary paleontologists are telling us that dead dinosaur posture is evidence of drowning.
Nope. It is evidence of the body ending up in water. Which is not the same thing as drowning. And I don't understand why he thinks he can get away with this. Right? It's very obvious that being dead in water can be caused by things other than drowning. Right? Like that's not news to anyone. Skeletor over 9,000. If you think this is muted, I think you might be a little behind. Might want to switch to higher speed and catch up.
And we get to ask the question, how come in the vast majority of cases when we find an attacked dinosaur, it was drowned? Because these are land animals.
Well, one, this is not indication of drowning, and two, the reason that the majority of intact dinosaurs are found in this pose is because most of the sedimentary rock on Earth was laid down by water, which means that if a dinosaur body ended up in an area such that sedimentation could occur so as to fossilize it, it was of necessity likely to be in water. But in cases where that's not the case, like we already talked about in Mongolia, that isn't what we find. How are you going to explain that one, Dr. Carter? I'm glad that the flood can account for the majority of the data in this one instance. That's great. I'm not even going to contest it. What about the data it doesn't account for? Because that exists too. Science can account for that data. Creationism, though, much harder time accounting for that data. Weird, isn't it? It's almost like science is based on the evidence, and creationism is held to be true in spite of the evidence.
They're buried with fish and they're buried with clams. Very curious. Now, the one
It's really not curious. Animals need water. Animals therefore tend to live near water. When animals die, there's nothing preventing them from ending up in the water other than land scavengers, I guess. If an animal dies, falls into the water, and is covered fast enough in sediment, it will then not have drowned, but still be buried in water. And if there's a particular decay process that happens in aqueous environments, it will happen to that animal. There's no mystery about that. It doesn't provide any evidence of drowning. Now, could some of these animals have drowned? Yes. Were some of them buried in floods? Also, yes. Were the ones who were buried in floods drowned? Some of them probably. Probably a lot of those. So, yeah.
dinosaur that doesn't form this is the ankylosaurs. The little tanks, armor-plated tanks about as big as a car with a club on the tail. But we usually find them.
Only ankylosaurine ankylosaurs have clubs on their tails. Nodosaurine ankylosaurs did not. So, among ankylosaurs, only some of them had clubs on their tails. Just putting that out there.
Upside down. Because when you.
So actually, the only definitively upside down ankylosaur fossil that I'm really aware of is the Borealopelta that was found off the coast of Canada. And that was upside down. And that was because it seems to have washed all the way out into the ocean, where it could actually spend some time sinking based on, density. And its back was the densest part, so it flipped over. I'm actually not aware of that being the typical in situ position for ankylosaurs. However, that being said, I'm far from an expert in ankylosaur taphonomy. So if anyone has some papers indicating a typical orientation for ankylosaur fossils, let me know. So I'm not saying that Carter here is definitely wrong. What I'm saying is I don't think he could back this claim up, because I'm only aware of this claim being made about one specimen of an ankylosaur, which is, again, that Borealopelta. Which, by the way, is one of the most beautiful fossils that's ever been found of any dinosaur. It contained skin pigmentation. It had huge amounts of soft tissue preservation. It's almost like looking at a living animal, or a recently dead one, maybe. It's frankly amazing.
You take a top-heavy animal and drown it, it flips over as it sinks. So, there's evidence of the flood throughout the entire paleontological record of dinosaurs.
No, there's evidence of the floods in some parts of the paleontology of dinosaurs. There's evidence of no floods in other parts of the paleontology of dinosaurs. And in fact, in the paleontology of some dinosaurs, there's evidence of more than one flood separated by years. In fact, one of the papers that I've used before to talk about the flood was actually a doctoral thesis written by one Summer Rose Weeks, who was getting her PhD at Loma Linda University. Now, okay, I'm being fair. I don't actually know for certain that Summer Rose Weeks uses feminine pronouns. However, the name Summer Rose Weeks going to a Seventh-day Adventist university makes me very confident that this is almost certainly a cis woman. So I'm going to use she, her. Anyway, in that paper, she identified a bone bed of hadrosaur, specifically, I believe, Edmontosaurus fossils, that were graded by size, which is interesting because floods grade sediment by size. So this is probably explained by a flood coming in. But floods don't tend to shred up animals. So when you get a flood that wipes out a population, when those animals were found in the flood, they're usually found as a collection of all the bones of a particular individual associated with each other. Not necessarily articulated, but at least associated. And then you get smaller creatures as you tend to go up. But that's not what happened. The individual bones were unassociated and they were graded. So the hypothesis that she proposed, and it was signed off on by her young Earth creationist professors, including Dr. Arthur Chadwick, who I've talked about before, was that there was one flood that actually killed the dinosaurs based on the surrounding sediment that seemed like there was a lot of other flood sediments. And also, it was a mass grave, so there aren't that many things that can cause a mass grave of Edmontosaurus. So flood is a reasonable explanation. But that one killed them, and then they were covered by sediment, either during that flood or in subsequent sedimentation events, and they decayed there to the point that the connective tissue between their bones was no longer sufficient to hold the bones together, and then another flood came through, eroded out that bone bed, and deposited it downhill, resulting in the the bone bed that she saw. That's not a global flood. That's more than one flood, separated by at least enough time for the original dinosaurs to decay mostly to just bone. So, what now? That's a young Earth creationist showing that this isn't one flooding event causing this bone bed. Even though it's flood deposits. Just being a flood deposit is not evidence of a global flood.
If you put it that way, you're like, oh, interesting. Next question. Are dinosaurs in the Bible?
Yes, the Bible's full of things like doves and vultures and eagles and sparrows and whatnot. All over the place. There are plenty of birds in the Bible.
Is the word in the Bible?
No, there is no word in the Bible that is best translated by the word dinosaur. Whether it be in the Hebrew scriptures or the Greek scriptures, the Christian New Testament. No word in there is best translated as dinosaur. Because dinosaur is a concept that was unheard of until the 19th century. And so people writing before the 19th century, which is every biblical author, had no concept of this group of animals. Now, that's not to say that there were no dinosaur fossils that had been found and examined by people before then. We have some indication that some ancient groups may have found a fossil or two and wondered what they were and came up with legends about them. That's possible. But the idea of a group of animals called the Dinosauria was not a concept that anyone had until the 19th century. So no, the Bible contains no mention of dinosaur as a group.
No, it couldn't have been because it wasn't invented in the 1840s, and the Bible had already been translated into English probably 5 times by then.
Okay, that's incredibly stupid. The word friend wasn't invented as an English word until like the 8th century. You know how I know? Because English didn't exist until about the 8th century. And when it first started, the word friend actually was freund, which then had a bunch of case endings that you could add on to it. Okay, great. The word friend isn't in the Bible. Except, yes it is. Right? You know that there are words in Hebrew or Greek that can be reasonably translated as friend. It doesn't matter when a modern word was invented in terms of translation. If that word means the thing that is meant in the ancient language, then no matter when the word was invented that you're trying to translate to, if it means roughly the same thing, it's an appropriate translation. If there were a word in Hebrew or Greek that were in biblical scriptures that was most reasonably translated by the modern word dinosaur, translators of the Bible would use that word. There is not. It does not matter when the word dinosaur was invented.
And there is a word in Hebrew called tanin.
Oh.
Translated sometimes sea monster, sometimes jackal.
Okay. Jackal is 10 with a geminate N at the end. It's double N. Carrie Bronson, in violation of the strictures of the stream, which is to donate to the GoFundMe preferentially, says for $10, AIG is a bag of copyright trolls. They absolutely are. And also, Ernest just also gave a $10 donation, and I am not currently seeing a message on that. But that was from the GoFundMe, so let me update that real quick to reflect the $10 more in there. Thank you very much again. It really does mean a lot. The amount of support really is hard for me to fathom. So, okay, so 10 means jackal. And also in modern Hebrew, it's used to describe like coyotes and things like that, right? So small canines who are primarily solitary, who take mostly small prey and also have, you know, a fair bit of like fruit in their diet, right? Like coyotes and jackals will eat a lot of berries and other fruit. So that's what tan means. Tanim with a meme at the end. Meme, not noon or none. I don't know. Look, I'm always in Arabic mode when it comes to the names of letters. So like I will always say things like noon instead of none because that's how Arabic does it. So please forgive me, all you Hebraicists out there, but my mind just snaps into Arabic mode anytime I try to do Semitic stuff, and it takes a huge amount of mental effort to break out of that. So you'll have to work with me a little bit. But anyway, tanim, with the M sound at the end, means jackals. Now, there are a few parts in Hebrew, in the Hebrew Bible, where it seems like the context indicates that it's the other word, right? You expect tanim, and you get tanin, and vice versa. Now, granted, those words sound very similar. Tanin versus tanim. In many languages, in just, you know, quick speech, or even in careful speech, it can be hard to tell the difference between n, as in November, and m, as in Mike. The difference is m, as in Mike, is a bilabial dental stop, and n, as in November, is an alveolar nasal stop. And those are hard to distinguish in all circumstances. So there are a few cases where it's a little iffy, but I have actually, in one of my videos, I don't think it was released publicly, but it's up for early access, gone through literally every example in the Hebrew scriptures of tanin or tanim. And in virtually no case is it hard to distinguish whether the word means jackals or sea monsters. Because in the cases where it means jackals, not only is it usually spelled correctly, but it talks about them inhabiting ruins and suckling their pups and howling. I don't think too many dinosaurs suckled their pups. It's kind of a mammalian thing. Jackals, on the other hand, suckling pups all over the place. That's just how they do it, because they're mammals. They have this thing called mammary glands. And lips, actually. Lips are an important part of this. At least if you have nipples. Not so important if you're a platypus that doesn't have nipples, but instead has milk tracts along its belly. But whatever, we're not here to talk about the differences between therians and monotremes. So it is generally not ambiguous, and we know that tanin is in fact a group of sea monsters because of both how they're described and the cognates in other Semitic languages that are contemporary to Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, that talk about sea monsters using cognate words in the same way that Hebrew does. In fact, Leviathan, the cosmic sea monster, is described as one of the tanin. And I think he's actually probably going to get into Leviathan and Behemoth, so we'll see how that goes.
Translators really wrestle with this word because it sounds like the word for dragon, but they don't dare.
I mean, if you want to say that, like, it's more close to sea serpent than dragon, but sure, if you want to say that it's dragon, I believe the Septuagint does translate it fairly frequently as drakon, which is where English gets dragon. So, I mean, okay, but then again, in ancient Greek, drakon doesn't mean the same thing as dragon in modern English. It basically just means scary, big, scaly thing. So, like, big snakes were draka. Crocodiles could be drakon. Mythical sea serpents could be described as a drakon. So, you know, the word drakon is a wider. It has more different meanings or possible meanings than tanin does, but neither of them are well translated as dinosaur. And neither of them are actually very well translated as the modern English word dragon. So, also, I am seeing another 10 from Ernest Matthews saying, Dapper and Vishanti remind me of college days, listening to smart people, dissecting the things said by stupid people. Thanks, and hope things get better. I mean, things are already looking up this month, right? This month started with some of the worst news the channel has ever had. And it is currently progressing, still early in the month, with being possibly a pretty good month. It is on track to be a pretty decent month. So things are currently looking up. I just hope that things can look up for FTFE right now. and to some extent Chesh, right? Because she also got a community guideline strike that was inappropriate, although she was able to successfully appeal it. So,
or put that into their translations. And yet, consider Job chapter 40.
oh, good.
Now, Job has sued God.
By the way, Behemoth is contrasted with Leviathan, which is identified as a tannin, whereas in other bits of Hebrew's writings that we have, Behemoth is not seen as a tannin because the tannin are sea monsters, and Behemoth is a land monster, and the feminine sea monster, Leviathan, is contrasted with the masculine land, or more specifically desert monster, Behemoth. And if you want to hear more about this, myself, Vishanti, and Dr. Kip Davis have a stream that we did on this channel all about Job 40 and Behemoth. I encourage you to take a look at it after this crazy marathon celebration debunking stream ends.
You read the language, it's a lawsuit, and God appears on his own defense.
It's not an unreasonable take on it, yeah.
And he asked Job all these science questions. You know that song, "The Heavenly Storehouse is laden with snow." You know, that's from Job.
I don't know that song. I'm not saying it's not a song. I'm just saying I've never heard that. That's a new one on me. So, yeah.
So all these science questions. And then he gets to this point. Job chapter 40 goes, "Behold, Behemoth." Behold.
Let's take a look at that word, Behemoth. So in Hebrew, that's Behemoth, which is interesting because it's the plural form of Behemoth. And Behemoth means cattle. We can see this in other places, right? Like Elohim is a common appellation in Hebrew for the God of the Israelites, and it's plural in its form, right? On its own, the word Elohim means gods. But it's used with singular verbs and adjectives when talking about the singular God of Israel. In which case, the plural is functioning more as an honorific. It is saying, not only is God a god, he's the greatest of the gods. He is the supreme God. He is the biggest, the bestest, the most powerful God. That's why we don't just call him El, we call him Elohim in a plural form. Behemoth is similarly a plural form being applied to a particular animal to indicate that it is the biggest and best of its group of animals. But what group of animals is that? Cattle. Behemoth is a cosmic bull monster that lives out in the wilderness in the untamed, uncivilized parts of the world on land. And it represents cosmic forces of destruction and chaos out in the wilds, as opposed to the relatively peaceful and protected state being in civilization. This is a big theme for ancient people, was the dangers of the wild versus the protection of the city. That's a huge theme in a lot of ancient literature. It's a big deal. And Behemoth is basically like the Uberkuh, right? The greatest of all the cows. The best a cow could ever, well, bull, but the best, an individual cattle, head of cattle. English does not have a gender-neutral word for members of the species Bos taurus, and it really bugs me sometimes. Anyway, the greatest bull that could ever exist. You can see connections to this, right, when you look into other ancient Near East legends. So, for instance, Gilgamesh and Enkidu fight the great bull of heaven. It's a cosmic monster rampaging around, taking in the chaos and destruction of nature and bringing it too close to the cities, because the gods are kind of annoyed at Gilgamesh and Enkidu because they're getting a bit too uppity. So they send the great bull of heaven to come and invade the civilized areas of the world with the power and chaos and danger inherent in the wilderness. And they defeat it, triumphing over not just the forces of nature, but even the gods themselves, which is why they're considered to be such great epic heroes. The same kind of thing is what's being talked about in Job. It is a great cosmic monster, a force of nature, a personification of the danger of the wilderness. But it's a bull. And it's not even a species, it's a singular individual. When God says, "Behold now Behemoth," he's not saying, "Behold now this species called Behemoth." He's saying, "Behold now this one physical entity." this singular individual monster that I created as part of the world that I created. This embodiment of all that is dangerous that can be found on land. So, hopefully, Dr. Kip Davis is watching, and I haven't too badly screwed up what Behemoth actually is.
Have you trained yourself that when you see a Hebrew word or a Greek word in English, you translate the word? Do you know what that word is?
Yeah, actually, I have, in fact, done that. I have a bit of an advantage in that I know how to check the Hebrew and the Greek and actually check with reliable lexicons. So there's that.
Word means it's the beast of beasts.
No, it is specifically the bull of bulls. It is not just any old beast. Behemoth is a word that usually refers specifically to cattle.
Behold the beast of beasts, which I made as I made you. Oh, that's interesting. That's a reference to creation. He eats grass. He eats grass? He's an herbivore.
Most sauropods did not eat grass. However, that is the typical food of cattle. Once again, it's a bull.
He's got strength in his loins and power in the muscle of his belly, and he makes his tail stiff like a cedar. And I don't care what translation you...
There's a very good chance that the tail is just a dick joke. However, even if it's not, it stiffens or lengthens or moves its tail like a cedar. Its tail is not described as being in itself like a cedar. This is just disingenuous.
use. King James says he hangs his tail like a cedar. The ESV says he makes his tail stiff like a cedar. Every translation uses the phrase, I've looked at like 10.
I love that he uses the ESV translation, which is it makes his tail stiff like a cedar, and then just kind of brushes past the potential dick joke. I'm like, no, don't worry about that. It's stiffening that tail. Oh, okay, yeah. Why is his tail getting stiff there, Dr. Carter? What's up with that? No, don't want to talk about why that interpretation is a plausible interpretation. Okay, no, I get it.
Like a cedar. Now, that doesn't make much sense to us. Cedar trees aren't very impressive around here, are they?
Yeah, they are. Cedar trees are quite impressive. In fact, I would say that the North American cedar is actually more impressive in terms of height than the old world cedar, like the Lebanese cedar. I mean, still, the Lebanese cedar is a pretty darn impressive tree. There's a reason it's on the flag. But North American cedars are both taller and more columnar. If you were to compare a tail to a tree, the North American cedar would be a much more impressive specimen than the Lebanese cedar, which has more trunk divisions and is generally shorter and a little bit more wispy. But okay.
In Georgia, cedar trees grow up in old fields, and there's little scrubby things. They're a pain in the neck, so you got to cut them down before they take over your land. But
I'm sorry that the ones that you're familiar with are young cedars. I don't know what to tell you.
They're not big trees. But to Job, the cedar is the largest tree that he would have seen. Cedars.
Look at that thing that he's got for us. Does that look like a sauropod tail? Does sauropod tail have giant branches that are basically just extra trunks? No. Clearly, this is not the Bible saying that its tail looks like that thing if it's talking about a sauropod. Jeez, man. This is... I am struggling to express just how bad of an identification for Behemoth sauropod is. And also, like I've said many, many times, the necks of the sauropod are the standout feature of sauropods, to the point that when people were making a little cartoon about dinosaurs called The Land Before Time, and they were coming up with common names for groups of dinosaurs so that kids didn't have to say things like Brachiosaurus, they called the sauropods long necks. When people describe sauropods to kids, or when you find someone who doesn't know what a sauropod is, you don't say, oh, they're the long-tailed dinosaur, because that just describes most dinosaurs. You say it's the long-necked dinosaur. The one thing that we all know about sauropods, that even people who don't know the word sauropod know about sauropods, is the long neck. It's nowhere in Job 40. It just doesn't come up. I guess God forgot that he made a long-necked dinosaur that day.
Of Lebanon are massive trees. If God said, he's got a tail like a sequoia, you would know exactly what it was referring to, and that's essentially what it said.
Well, if he said it moves its tail like a sequoia, I actually wouldn't be sure. I guess I would think that means it has a very stiff tail, no matter how long it is, because sequoias don't sway a whole lot. But take a look at this cedar. It's got a bunch of wispy branches that move a whole lot in the wind. So if you're going to say that it's actually a tail and not just a dick joke, then that means it's just a tail that wags a whole lot. Kind of like a bull's tail. So even if it's not a dick joke, which is a fair chance it is, I'm not going to say it definitely is, I'm just going to say there's a fair chance, it still is not a reference to a giant sauropod tail. It's much more likely a reference to a bull tail, because again, Behemoth is basically a bull. In fact, you can actually find Jewish art, not going all the way back, to ancient times, but you can find it from, the Common Era, depicting the mythical creatures like a mythical bird monster, a mythical sea serpent, and a mythical bull. And when they label what these animals are, the bull's labeled Behemoth. Like, the knowledge that Behemoth is a cosmic bull monster was never lost in rabbinic Judaism. That's what it's been. You can also find it described as such in First Enoch, where it talks about Leviathan and contrasts it with Behemoth. Now, granted, First Enoch is later than, the composition of Job, but it's still a fairly old source that is describing to you what, in this case, Second Temple Jews, I believe First Enoch is a Second Temple work. Correct me if I'm wrong out there, you Hebraists and Bible scholars. We're saying that at least at that point, when First Enoch was written, Behemoth was understood to be a giant bull. Jillian says, "Oh, I like how the Jews know anything about the Bible." Yeah, it's a thing that some of them might know about, especially the ones who are closer in time to the composition of Job than we are. And they're the ones who describe it as a bull, and who made art of it as a bull. I mean, I'm sure there are still Jews making Behemoth art in which it's a bull, but you know what I mean.
The Job. He's got a massive tail. Now, I don't know scientifically or even textually that Job 40 is talking about sauropod dinosaurs.
I know both textually and scientifically that it's not.
But if you look through all the fossil animals and all the living animals and you try to find something that fits this description, well, the sauropod dinosaurs, the largest land animals that God created, they deserve the title Beasts of Beasts.
But that's not what's being described. The description does not fit a sauropod. The reason you can't actually find an animal that is both known to have been around, Job, and that fits the description is because Job 40 isn't describing a real physical entity. It's describing a legendary cosmic monster. Essentially, it's describing a fiction. Because Job wasn't even written as something that's supposed to be a historical narrative. Job is it's sort of like a novella. It is itself an attempt at a theodicy. It is trying to explain why is it that bad things happen to good people. And ultimately, at least in the first version of Job, which does not have the happy ending, that's a tacked on ending, the answer is basically, because sometimes it does, just deal with it. God's more powerful than you, and if he wants to deal you a crap hand despite your righteousness, that's what he's going to do. Sorry. Then, of course, the tacked on ending came because that was depressing, and it kind of ruined the theodicy message, because then Job has everything restored to him for his righteousness, which then still leaves open the question, well then, what about when that doesn't happen to good people? What about when bad things happen to good people and they just stay with their crappy lot, and then they die? Sorry, we added on an extra bit to Job, and now it doesn't make as much sense anymore. Whoops.
Period. They were herbivores. They would have been very strong, and they had a tail like a cedar.
But did they have a tail that moves like a cedar, or stiffens like a cedar? I don't know. And their tail is very much not like a Lebanese cedar.
No other animal fits that description.
Except for a cosmic bull monster.
Next question for you. How could Noah fit dinosaurs on the ark? Do we have a problem? Yeah, we
Yeah, you do have a problem. In fact, you have a problem even without the dinosaurs, right? Just fitting enough proboscideans on the ark in order to account for the evident fossil diversity of proboscideans requires virtually all of the ark to be filled with food just for elephants and their relatives, right? And that's where we're assuming that the family level is the kind level, like most young Earth creationists assume. And there's multiple families of proboscideans, right? So you add in a bunch of dinosaurs, and it's not going to get any better. The ark is already completely infeasible on just the feeding and care of the animals. And I want to point out, the ark encounter in Kentucky, AIG's full-scale Noah's Ark quote-unquote replica, although I'm not sure you can make a replica of something that never had an original. That's neither here nor there. They have a zoo. Their zoo houses a few hundred animals. And while they do have seasonal workers, and their zoo staff has a relatively high turnover rate because, they're mostly hiring, like, kids who are going off to school and whatnot. So I'm not saying that they have an anomalously high turnover rate. But it is a pretty high turnover rate. And they have, usually, a few dozen zookeepers. Noah's Ark had to survive without an influx of new food, presumably without a reliable way to get new water, for over a year, with 8 people taking care of over 10,000 animals by even the most conservative young Earth creationist estimates. It's already just not feasible. Saying, well, maybe dinosaurs weren't any harder to take care of than the elephants, isn't going to help a whole lot, because that's already an impossible task.
do. Except the ark was very big. Maybe babies, huh? Okay, well, let me give you 3 or 4 different possibilities, baby being one of them. First, if there's 50 basic kinds of dinosaur.
Which is a claim that has not been supported in any way. In fact, the example kinds of dinosaurs that were given indicate that Robert Carter does not have any kind of systematic process for determining what a kind is within Dinosauria. Like, not even remotely. Because remember, he said that Ceratopsidae was a kind, which is a family, and then also all of Theropoda might be a kind, which includes everything from Ceratosaurus to T-Rex to Allosaurus to birds. Because all birds are just one kind. Which is weird, because most creationists think there's a whole bunch of bird kinds. But apparently not, because all of Theropoda is just one kind.
Within those kinds, we saw the ceratopsids, right? There's big ones and little ones. What
Thanks for calling out one of your more ridiculous ones.
if you just do smaller ones of each kind? Here's Constognathus, fully grown, it's the size of a chicken.
I mean, it should have a lot more, like, furry integument, but yeah, okay. Oh, here's a fun thing. Do you know how creationists like to pretend that there's no like mix-up between birds and dinosaurs, and birds are one completely separate kind, and dinosaurs are another completely different thing, and there's no way that there's any kind of transition or anything? More than one Archaeopteryx skeleton has been erroneously identified as a Compsognathus skeleton because it did not have the attendant feather impressions that were present in, like, the London or the Berlin specimens of Archaeopteryx, which are the famous ones, the ones you're familiar with. How does that happen? How do these two groups of organisms, which according to creationists have absolutely no overlap, get confused for each other for decades? For decades, these Archaeopteryx skeletons were being called Compsognathus or Compsognathus. I don't care. How does that happen when you have completely different kinds of animals that have no connection whatsoever? I certainly don't know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Average dinosaur, on average, is about as big as a pony.
I mean, I usually hear as big as a sheep, which of course is said by AIG, and it comes from the wonderful peer-reviewed study Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton, which is, as we all know, one of the most rigorous examinations of dinosaur sizes that has ever been conducted. And actually, it is actually one of the more, it's actually, as far as I know, the only examination of dinosaur sizes on average, because who in their right mind would bother studying that? Who cares? I mean, first, in order to even get an average size of dinosaurs in the Mesozoic, you would need to be well assured that you had a representative sample. But because we know that there are taphonomic biases in basically every formation in which we find dinosaurs, there's no way to actually know that you have a representative sample of dinosaurs. For one thing, many locations have a known bias towards large organisms. Let's see, the Morrison Formation, which is where you can find Ceratosaurus, like me. There's a notable preservation bias towards large bones, which means that you primarily find large organisms. There aren't a whole bunch of small organisms in the Morrison Formation. Now, they almost certainly existed there, right? Find me an ecosystem that doesn't have small animals in it. Good luck. But we have virtually none of them preserved in the Morrison Formation because of a taphonomic bias. But even if you could be assured that you had a relatively good sample and representative sample of all of Dinosauria throughout the Mesozoic, what would it tell you to then average out their body size? What new information would you gain from that? What new avenues of research could that answer possibly propose to you? Who would pay you to do that study? Who would care? No one. No one would care. It would have no impact on the field. It would suggest no new research. No one has done this study. So anytime a creationist tells you, well, you know, the average body size of dinosaurs was only, and then they give some example, whether it be another animal or just a number, they don't have a source on that. Or if they do, it's Jurassic Park. So, yeah.
Yeah, there were some big ones, and those are the ones we see. There are a lot of little ones, and that's not the ones that we see in Jurassic Park movies and stuff like that.
I mean, Compsognathus was literally in Jurassic Park 2. So, I don't know what to tell you. You picked an animal that was in the Jurassic Park movies to say we don't see small dinosaurs in the Jurassic Park movies like this. I'm just going to let that irony just kind of hang there a little bit. That we don't see Compsognathus in Jurassic Park films because they're not big, except that it's literally one of the spotlighted dinosaurs in one of the Jurassic Park films. Cool.
2, maybe he brought babies. Now, I don't think he brought eggs on board, but he could have taken hatchlings. He could have taken juveniles, teenagers. He doesn't have to take great-great-granddaddy Apatosaurus who's near the end of his life.
So, here's one of the things about baby dinosaurs. From what we know, most of them probably grew very quickly. And that's because the maximum size for a dinosaur egg is constrained by gas flow. So eggs actually get their gas exchange from the atmosphere, like amniote eggs, right? So like reptile eggs, which include bird eggs as well as all other dinosaur eggs. So that's why you can't lay eggs underwater. So that's why like ichthyosaurs had to give live birth. It's also why turtles had to come on land to lay their eggs. Sea turtles, that is. So you can only get so big with an egg. But if you need to go from the maximum size egg, which is probably about the same size as like an elephant bird egg, which is to say a bit bigger than a basketball. You need to go from that big to being a towering, gigantic creature. And you need to do it in time that the predators that you're relying on your gigantic stature to avoid aren't going to eat you while you're little. You need to grow as rapidly as possible. One of the things about rapid growth is that it means you need pound for pound way more food. If you've ever had to feed teenage Homo sapiens, you know how this works. Teenagers can pack down way more food than their slightly taller adult neighbors can. And in some cases, dinosaurs might have reached close to adult size in a year or two. So it's actually not necessarily a significant savings to bring on juveniles, but there's another problem. It's actually a problem that occurs as a major theme in the book Jurassic Park, but that doesn't come up all that much in the movies, which is that you simply cannot raise most animals in isolation from conspecifics, especially if they have a normal social order in that species, because they will never learn how to interact with their conspecifics. This is actually a problem that comes up in elephants. In some elephant populations in Africa, the big bull elephants have been so heavily poached that there's more or less none left. And normally what happens is because males don't travel with the female herd, they tend to wander off in small patches. The young males are not being informed of how to interact with the females. And so what they end up doing is bullying them. to the point of injury in some cases. Normally, this would be stopped by older males who would come and prevent them from bullying the calves and females in the herds. But it's not happening. And as a result, you get basically psycho elephants. Overly dangerous, overly violent, overly aggressive bull elephants. And that's not even just total isolation. That's just relative isolation from older males. And you're already having these behavioral problems in some African elephant populations. That's with a far less drastic reduction in socialization. How are you going to do that with sauropods who traveled in herds? We know because we have trackways of herd migrations. How are you going to socialize these animals? Same thing with ceratopsians. Ceratopsians lived in groups. How are you going to socialize them if you're bringing on babies? So even ignoring the problem that bringing on babies of dinosaurs is probably not going to help you that much with the food and space problems, because they're probably going to grow up most of the way on the more than year-long trip. You have that other big problem. You're going to get weird psychotic dinosaurs who go on murder rampages. That's also a problem for all the other animals, but at least if you're bringing on adult mammals and whatnot, then they can socialize their own offspring. Anyway.
Dinosaurs also went through teenage growth spurt. They lived based on their bones, and you can see not like rings, but density areas in the bone.
They're basically rings. I'd call them rings. I have called them rings. I think it's an okay thing to call them rings, so you can call them rings too, Bobby.
You notice that they grow slowly, and about the age of 15, they grow very quickly, and then they level out about the age of 30. So
there are actually not that many dinosaurs for which we have a huge full histological record, but it's also the case that many dinosaurs grew much faster than this, right? Some dinosaurs could take 15 years, but we also have things like Maiasaura that seem to have grown to near adult size in the course of a year or two. But some sauropods, it probably took less than a decade to get to full size. What you're talking about with the dinosaurs that are taking 15 plus years are usually relatively large-bodied theropods that are using niche partitioning according to age to help them not compete for the same food as youngsters as the adults. And that's where you're getting these relatively long dinosaur ages for, youthfulness. You cannot extrapolate that to all of Dinosauria because most dinosaurs didn't have that same life history. So yes, you can find some relatively slow-growing dinosaurs. Great. But that's not dinosaurs as a whole.
the biggest dinosaurs ever might have been 30 or 40 years old. Oh, wow, cool.
Okay.
Also, how many dinosaurs did Noah have to take on the ark?
There is no way to answer that question because you have no consistent standard by which to judge where the kinds are. Or, to use your horrifically mangled version of a hybrid Hebrew-Greek term, what the Baramins were, which I feel dirty even just saying the word Baramin. It's so gross. Look, if you're going to coin a word based on Hebrew, maybe run it past someone who knows Hebrew just once. You know, I mean, it's only the language your favorite book was written in there, Bobby. You could bother to consult with an expert. I know he's not the one who specifically came up with Baramin, but like, for now, he's sort of my proxy for Young Earth Creationist for this stream. And like, man, you didn't even check. None of you checked. I know that there are Christians out there who are well-versed enough in Hebrew to be able to tell you a better translation for created kind. I know because I know some of them. There are Christians out there who are well-regarded Hebraists. It's a thing. You could ask one. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are Young Earth Creationists. Heck, when I was a kid, I checked out a Hebrew grammar from my church's library. Yeah, that's a thing I did.
2 of each kind. How many basic kinds?
I mean, you've claimed 50 on the basis of literally nothing.
About 50. So how many dinosaurs?
Sure, let's just pull numbers out of the debris from our most recent enema. That's what we should do. Just here's the Young Earth Creationist technique for figuring out how many dinosaur kinds there are. First, you fill this big old syringe up with some saline solution. Next, you stick it up your behind. Then you push that plunger up, then you let all the debris fall into the toilet, and then you wait until the chunks arrange themselves into numbers, and then you pick one. That's how many dinosaur kinds there are. Congratulations, everybody, we did it.
And the ark is huge. Even the biggest dinosaurs would fit with room to spare, plus all the food and water they need for an entire year. So it's really
That's not even true for just the proboscideans, man. It's going to be way less true for the dinosaurs.
not a problem. I set it up as a problem, but it's really not. There's several possible answers. I'd be happy with any of them.
I mean, none of them address the heat problem, which is the bigger problem with the whole arc story, but okay.
I like it when scientifically you have more than one answer for something, because it means that when someone's like, a dinosaur in the ark, ha ha ha, it's like, what's your problem? Which answer would you like? My next question is, what happened to the dinosaurs?
I mean, it depends on which dinosaur you're talking about, man. Right? It's like asking what happened to the mammals. What do you mean? What does that question mean? Some dinosaurs went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. Most of them throughout the Mesozoic went extinct long before that. Some dinosaurs persist to this day. I see dinosaurs almost every day. It's hard to walk outside anywhere on Earth and not see a dinosaur unless you're like in the middle of the Pacific or something. Even then, you still see some every once in a while. I know. I've been there.
They're not here today. I wrote an
I mean, except for all the ones that are here, but okay.
article. I called it "Dinosaurs Are Extinct," and my boss made me change it. Dinosaurs are almost certainly extinct. The creation.
I mean, they're not, but okay.
My group included, have been reporting for decades on sightings of living dinosaurs. Mokele Mbembe is a sauropod-like dinosaur, supposedly lives in the Congo Basin. Other things from the South Sea Islands. And my basic shtick was, okay, that was 30 years ago. None of them had been confirmed. We need to let it go.
I am with Robert Carter on this one. I am really tired of weird cryptozoology claims from young Earth creationists that are never substantiated about, like, Mokele Mbembe or weird dinosaurish monsters in South America or Papua New Guinea or whatever islands in the Pacific. I'm really sick of it. It's all completely unsubstantiated. And so I'm glad that Robert Carter is taking a look at that and saying, please stop with this. There's just no evidence for it. So 2BN323 says birds. And yes, those are the dinosaurs that are not currently extinct. To some extent, what we call birds, the way we came up with the word bird, is it just meant any of the dinosaurs that aren't extinct. Right? Like, more than one group of birds made it through the Cretaceous Paleogene boundary. Like, at least 4 different groups, right? They're not a unified thing, except that they are the ones who are extant. So we gave word to all of these animals that are more closely related to each other than they were to anything else. But, like, they're just 4 different groups of dinosaurs that all happened to make it. Other groups of birds that were more closely related to some modern birds than others didn't make it. And sure, we still call them birds, but, like, it's not even like the birds made it out unscathed, right? 4 different groups of birds made it out. The Paleonates made it out. The Galloanseri made it out. And then the other 2 big branches, which I think is Psittaciformes and Neoaves of the neonates, which, I mean, also includes Galloanseri, but, like, of the rest of the neonates, I believe it was Psittaciformes and Neoaves that made it out. So, yeah, which also, by the way, means that we should see members of these modern bird groups, or at least some of them, in the Cretaceous, which we do, especially Galloanseri. Yeah, Galloanseri is the fowl, right? Like the land and the waterfowl. So things like chickens, grouse, peacocks, ducks, swans, geese. We see Galloanseri forms in the fossil record in the Cretaceous. Are they modern ducks and geese and chickens? No. But they're still members of Galloanseri.
It's true. Maybe there's a dinosaur still living in some unreached part of the Earth. But we have...
If by that we mean non-avian dinosaur, yeah, I guess I can't rule it out completely. There's no evidence, and I'm glad that Robert Carter is on board with that.
satellite imagery everywhere, and we can see cows in those satellite images. We can read license plates on some of them. I mean, there's no evidence of dinosaurs hiding places.
Yeah,
We might find one, sure. But as the more time passes, it becomes less and less likely.
Mm-hmm.
So they're almost certainly extinct.
As long as we're restricting ourselves to non-avian dinosaurs, I agree. I would be very surprised to find a living non-avian dinosaur. Yeah, it would be pretty shocking. And yeah, a lot of people have tried. There have been a lot of stories, a lot of eyewitnesses, and then none of it's come to fruition. And the thing is, it's not like in the past, what we would now call cryptids haven't been discovered after people mostly dismissed them, right? Like the okapi and the gorilla are famously two things that would have been called cryptids if the word had been invented, but that were then later discovered, right? Like there were these stories of these giant man-like animals living in the forests in the Congo. And there were even stories that maybe the Romans had the hide of this jungle man that they paraded into like North Africa. They had got from some expedition into the, southern Africa. And for the most part, people just didn't buy it. They were like, no, it's probably not real. But the stories persisted. And then then people sent in scientific expeditions. And yeah, lo and behold, gorillas are real. That's a real thing. Same thing with the okapi. There were these stories from the natives of this like horse-like, deer-like animal with stripes that was living in the Ituri rainforest. And people were like, I don't know, I don't see any physical evidence for it. But then, there was a survey into the Ituri rainforest for the purpose of cataloging animals and plants in there. And they have found the okapi, and now you can go see them in museums, or not museums. Well, I mean, yeah, you can't see them in museums, but I meant to say zoos. And I've seen them in both, actually, now that I think of it. So, yeah, it's not like it's impossible to find cryptids. It's just that the ones we don't find have to remain in that category of almost certainly not a real thing.
Why? Consider the post-flood world.
Okay, I'm considering it.
In the post-flood world, all the largest examples of different types of animals have
Hey, you put a dinosaur on screen there as the dodo. Okay, weird.
died.
That's not true, though. Like, the largest whales that we know of are alive right now. With the one exception of the very recently extinct Gigantopithecus, the largest primates we know of are alive right now. Like, gorillas and humans are gigantic compared to most primates. Yeah, I don't know that it's just broadly true that the largest example of animals are all now dead. I mean, in many cases, that is true. And if you think about it, there's been a lot of time before us, right? A lot of time in which something got to be the biggest thing of its kind. Okay? That we're not currently living at the time of the biggest X isn't terribly significant. Especially since we're currently living in an ice age, which is a lot harder for certain groups of animals to survive, especially things like reptiles, which, does tend to mean that you get smaller animals. And yes, we are in an ice age. We're in an interglacial period in an ice age, and humans are trying their darndest to end the ice age. But as long as there's year-round ice anywhere on Earth based on latitude, not on elevation, you're in an ice age.
Large animals are under ecological pressure to go extinct, much more than small animals. A large animal cannot survive a famine or a drought.
I mean, it's going to depend, but yeah, they do have higher caloric needs and higher water intake needs than smaller animals.
A large animal needs a lot of food, and large animals delay reproduction. So here's a...
I don't know that that's true. Like, do we know if giant squid, which, by the way, the giant and colossal squid, as far as I know, biggest known squids ever. Now, not necessarily cephalopods, but like, how big do we have to go, right? Modern humans are the biggest known hominins. So, there you go. I guess, humans are the largest known hominins. There you go. That's a living thing right now. That's the biggest it's ever been. But, yeah, so, I don't know.
An extinct Andean condor, much, much larger than the California condor.
Yep.
I've held a California condor. I mean, they're big. Their wingspan is taller than me, but I bet the California condor's wingspan is less than one wing of this extinct bird.
That's probably true if you're measuring to like the tip of the primaries from the base of the shoulder. Yeah, probably. I mean, of course, you have to some degree guess about the primaries because, as far as I know, like we don't have a whole lot of Argentavis primaries just hanging around in the fossil record. But maybe I'm wrong about that. So yeah, it's a reasonable assumption. Yes, Vagary says, as squid, yes, there are some giant orthocones that were bigger than the giant/colossal squid. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, where do we draw the line as to what counts as the categories we're thinking of, right? They're the biggest squid. They're not the biggest cephalopods. Argentavis is probably the biggest flying bird, but it's not the biggest bird ever. It's not the biggest dinosaur ever. It's not the biggest vertebrate ever. Where do we draw that line, right? The biggest vertebrate that's ever lived is probably living right now. With the blue whale. Okay. So I guess the biggest thing ever alive in that category is now alive right now. And that includes birds and frogs and humans and lizards and whatever else, right? They're all vertebrates. Heck, lampreys are vertebrates, technically. Hagfish are technically vertebrates, even though they barely have vertebrae.
Let's say that this bird takes 10 years to mature.
I would not say that. Birds tend to mature much faster than that. I've never heard of a bird taking that long to go from a hatchling to a full adult. That seems extremely unlikely. But okay.
And a regular condor takes 1 year to mature.
Is that how long it takes for a condor to mature? I don't actually know. But it seems reasonable. That's a pretty normal time for like a bird.
By the time this guy's ready to, or this girl's ready to lay a single egg, there's 10,000 of the little ones.
No. While it does not usually take much more than a year or so for a bird to reach adult size, they usually will take at least a year or two after that before they actually start reliably breeding. So, no. But also, a decade for a bird to grow up is ridiculously long. I don't believe any bird had a decade-long childhood. I'm just not buying it. If you want to say that that's a thing that happened there, Robert Carter, you're going to have to actually show me evidence of this, right? Like, do you have, like, an ontogenetic sequence for Argentavis? I sure don't. But then again, I'm not an expert in fossil condors. Maybe there is one.
So genetically, large, slowly reproducing organisms, even within the same kind, will always be outcompeted by the smaller, faster reproducing.
Yeah. Zerlo says the interwebs say the California condors reach adults in 6 to 7 years. That's pretty long. Very long for a bird. Maybe it would be 10 years for this bird then. That's a very long time to be an infant as a bird. Although, when do they reach roughly adult size, though? Because usually that happens to birds before they reach full sexual maturity, which is like full adulthood.
Versions of that kind. Doesn't explain what happened to the dinosaurs necessarily.
No.
But in the post-flood world, we had an ice age, climate change.
The fun thing about the post-flood ice age is it is nowhere even hinted at in the Bible. There's nothing in the Bible that, if you just read the Bible, would even give you a hint that there was a period of time covered by the history of the Bible in which there was this extensive glaciation. The reason young Earth creationists shove it in there is because the evidence of an ice age is just so all over the place. And I mean just like in a lot of people's just backyards, right? That to deny it would be hard to do. Like they would have a hard time just actually saying, nah, that's not a real thing. And so they have to shove it in somewhere. And it was like, oh, it was a few hundred years after the flood, don't worry about it. Why isn't it in the Bible? No one who's writing that history that apparently, according to most Christians, spans a continuous period, basically from the creation of the world up until like the beginning of the Hellenistic era, almost in Judaism. Except I guess there's a few bits that are skipped over a little bit there, but still, it's a pretty continuous narrative through a lot of that time. And during that, no one bothered to mention how cold it was or how there was ice coming down all throughout the land. Kind of weird to me. I feel like it would be a thing to note. I mean, the Bible talks a lot about famines and droughts and whatnot. That sure would have caused a famine. How come no one talks about it? Was that what caused the famine that got the Hebrews over into Egypt, which, again, it's a thing that didn't happen historically, but is that where you're putting it? I don't know. It's too late, according to most accounts, because you really need it to be somewhere more around like when Abraham was going about doing stuff. But the problem then is that that's like the Middle Kingdom of Egypt. Egyptians sure didn't notice on Ice Age. They didn't notice the sea levels dropping. So, yeah, a little weird. Okay, so Zero One says, haven't found full age to full size. This is for condors. But they can fly at 6 months and stay with their parents for 2 years. That 2 years seems pretty reasonable. I would think that they're probably pretty close to adult size by that 2 years. Not fully at adult size, but probably close to it. And I would expect that by that 6 or 7 years that we 6 to 7 years, sorry. That's probably when they're sexually mature. That seems reasonable. Staying with their parents for 2 years is a long time for a bird, but it's not like 10 years. So yeah, that seems pretty in line with just being a gigantic bird. Birds have radically shortened childhoods compared to mammals. For one thing, because a lot of the survival tactics of a bird requires flight for most birds, and even for the ones that don't fly, usually they have to run pretty fast in order to escape from predators, like ostriches do, or emus, or rheas, or cassowaries. Although cassowaries can just disembowel things with their gigantic, ridiculous claws. So yeah, birds tend not to spend a whole lot of time in parental care. They have to grow up pretty fast. And even if that doesn't mean that they reach full adulthood at that point, they're usually independently living very shortly after being hatched, compared to, say, mammals, who can often spend a few years with their mother. Like elephants spend quite a long time attached to their mothers. And elephant pregnancy itself takes like 2 years. Aren't you glad you're not an elephant, those of you who can become pregnant or have been pregnant?
We had famines and droughts recorded in the Bible. And dinosaurs, if they were big, they were always at a greater risk of extinction.
But what about the small ones? The ones you just spent all this time talking about there, Dr. Rob Carter. What about those ones? Why is there no Compsognathus? Why is there no Protoceratops? Why is there no Velociraptor? Velociraptor is like not that much bigger than like a medium-sized dog. Actually, it's going to be lighter than a medium-sized dog, but like you could probably need a crate about the same size as a medium-sized dog to fit it in there because it's got a ridiculously long tail. Why did those go extinct? I mean, sure, this explains maybe why like we don't have T-Rex and Brachiosaurus hanging out. What about the little guys? Where's Leptoceratops? Where's Archaeopteryx? Where's Microraptor? Where's Yi? Where's Dylon? Yeah, now I'm just naming relatively small dinosaurs. I get it. I'll stop.
However, I'm kind of saying that means that man lived with dinosaurs. Is there any
Yeah, it would mean that if it were true, and if we take dinosaur to mean non-avian dinosaur.
evidence for that?
Not a lick.
Well, yeah, there's tons of it. I'm going to give you
good.
my favorites. Some of the things some creationists say, okay, that might be wishful thinking, but this is
Wait, creationists engaging in wishful thinking? Oh my goodness, I refuse to believe it there, Bobby. That would never happen. Creationists are all highly rigorous thinkers who base everything on empirical evidence and who never use confirmation bias, like you're about to.
two of my favorites. This is the tomb of a bishop who was buried in the floor of a cathedral in England 600 years ago.
Okay.
Dinosaurs
I believe this is Bishop Bell. Here we go.
weren't discovered until the 1800s.
Cool.
So 600 years ago, Bishop Bell was laid down in the floor and people were walking across his tomb for a long time. You can see, turn on my laser pointer here. You can see that there's this brass band that goes around and parts of it broken away, but in this brass
I don't even think that people in the room could reasonably see that at that scale. Probably should have turned out the lights or something for this. 'Cause that's one of the things about projectors, right? They can't ever go darker than the ambient light reflecting off of the screen, and the screens are almost always white so that you can get the bright whites. Which means that generally you should shut off most of the lights if you're going to use a projector like this. That's actually one of the reasons why a lot of places that use projectors have lights in like separate regions. So you could like light Dr. Carter but you could turn off all the lights near the screen that's projecting the words. So, I mean, this is just basic presentation stuff, right? Like, don't put slides up on a projector if your lighting isn't good enough for people to see the thing you want to talk about. And if you need them to see it and the lighting conditions don't work, you need to do things like make a higher contrast and blown up version of this. I don't know why I'm giving Rob Carter presentation tips, but I guess I am. I don't know. Tell you what, buddy, you don't have to thank me or anything if you decide to take on board any of my presentation tips. Just do a better job next time. And actually, the reason I chose this version of this talk, because there's like 3 or 4 that I found, is because, again, this is the only one that even had the slides visible at all. So this is the best version I could find of these slides.
Band, there are these carvings, these etchings. There's a bat, there's a dog, there's a fish.
I see the fish. The dog is mostly washed out. I see the thing he's calling a bat, although I can't confirm that that's a bat. That could be a bird. I don't know.
There's a bird. Does anyone
Oh, I guess maybe it is a bird? Okay.
disagree with me?
I mean, based on your slides, I can't tell. And I don't know where to find anything other than the one that you're going to tell me about, which is the dinosaur. But we'll take a look at that one when we get to it.
That's a pretty specific fish and a pretty specific bird, and that dog is a collar. I mean, whoever carved these knew what he was carving, right?
I mean, I guess, is it a specific bat? Which bat is it there, Dr. Carter? It seems to me like this person is carving things that are familiar to them from either personal experience or stories, which is why I'm guessing that bat is not terribly accurate, because most people never get up close and personal with a bat.
This looks like 2 sauropod dinosaurs with their necks. You can barely see this neck. Their necks are wrapped around each other, and this guy has spikes on his tail, like
Okay.
Spinosaurus.
Spinophorosaurus. That is a genus I am not familiar with. Let's see if it's real. Spino PH4. Oh, it is. All right, cool. That is a genus with which I am unfamiliar. Spinophorosaurus. Awesome. Cool. All right. Glad it's real. Even looks like it had a few little spikes on the end of its tail. That's fun. Cool. We got a dinosaur. Hey, I don't know all the dinosaurs. Although I will note that in the 2020s, Spinophorosaurus nigerensis, meaning it's a Nigerian dinosaur, has been reassessed, and no, it did not have spikes on its tail. Whoops. Oh, man. But okay, let's check out the Bishop Bell dinosaur. It's even an autocomplete option. All right, I'm going to see if I can't find a good picture of this. Okay, here we go. This is pretty good. No, wait, it's super low res. What about this guy? Super low. What if I set this to be only large sizes? Only large. Here we go. Come on. Nope, that's a crappy picture. Crappy pic. My goodness. Are really the only clear pictures are super low res? Lame. All right. That is unbelievably dumb, but okay. Just open the image in a new tab, like I told you to. We're going to make this as big as we can. Give me just a second. Okay, so this is what we're talking about here. One of the things I want to point out is that the one that has the spikes on its tail is the one on the left. It also has a mouth and eyes on its tail. Anyone want to guess how many dinosaurs are known to have had heads on their tails? It's none. It's none. There are no tail-headed dragons or dinosaurs or whatever. If this guy was drawing animals that he was familiar with, well, he sure wasn't familiar with whatever these were, because this is an animal that just doesn't exist. Also, if I remember correctly, if we look at the other images where the heads are a little bit clearer. Let's see. Can we find one where the head is a little bit more clear? Not really. I mean, this one isn't terrible, although I don't know who put... Oh, it's the Institute for Creation Research that put these very dinosaur-y heads. Because one of the things about this is if I open the image in a new tab and I zoom in, you'll see that actually it looks like these guys have little mammal ears. And in fact, even if you look at the Creationist line drawing, you'll see that these feet actually do not resemble sauropod feet, right? So sauropods have these front feet that are primarily composed of just metacarpals. They don't really have a whole lot of toes, especially the later sauropods, right? So these feet should not come out in projections that look like a plantargrade or palmagrade animal, right? Which is what you're seeing here. This projects out and comes back. Sauropods didn't do that. These aren't sauropods, and this looks more like ears, and we didn't even represent these actual lines here in this line drawing by a creationist group. These aren't dinosaurs. They're not real animals. And you might say, well, what about all the other animals that were real? Well, okay. What's this? Is it a rat? I don't know. Is it a beaver? I don't know. It's nothing identifiable. Sure, some of the animals are identifiable on this tomb, right? Like, here's the dog, and the fish, and the bird. And I guess an eel? Maybe it's a snake. I don't know. I guess it's probably more likely an eel because it has fins, but it seems to have the wrong number of fins. Are these, like, hyper-realistic depictions of these animals? No. They look like a 4-year-old drew them. So, no. This is not... Oh, this is an even better picture of the heads. Let's open this up. Yeah, those are ears. Sauropods didn't have external ears or heads on their tails. I don't know what this specifically is, but it's sure as heck not a depiction of a sauropod that actually looks like a sauropod. So, yeah, no. Not buying it. Sorry. Now, where did I put that stream? There we go. There we are.
This is a very common trope in ancient artwork.
These are long-necked lions. Now, this crappy version might not show that very clearly, so I'll find it. Long-necked lion cylinder seal. Here we go. Can we get bigger ones? I'm tired of all these ridiculously tiny resolution. Hey, why aren't you? Oh, right. Sorry, I'm failing at Google apparently. Oh, there's no way to search by image size? That's weird. Oh, because I'm not in images. I'm just being an idiot. Yeah, I'm super failing at Google today. I don't know what's wrong with me today. It could just be that I'm a little tired. I don't usually stream for this long. Alright. Yeah, that's decent enough. Alright, so... Okay, so let's take a look at these. We're going to go back to just my screen here. Okay. This is an animal with a lion face, a mammal nose, mammal ears, and mammal little paws, and rather than having a tail that actually has room for caudofemoralis longus, like, you know, archosaurs, like dinosaurs have, it's clearly a mammal tail that has very few muscle attachments going out all as far back as, like, the femur, right? This isn't a dinosaur. This is a mammal with an extended neck for decorative purposes. Oh, Robert Acid says, FTFE had his channel restored. Apparently, Caleb the TikTok flurf was responsible and bragged about it. What a dick that guy is. He blocked me on Twitter recently. Jeez. I hope that some consequences can come to him. Also, take a look at these quote-unquote birds that also have lion faces. Is Robert Carter going to argue that there were actual lion-faced birds because this cylinder seal exists? I sure hope not, because that would be a really dumb argument to make. Yeah. You think those look like hooves? I mean, maybe they're supposed to be hooves. I don't interpret them that way, but even if they are, I mean, sauropods didn't have hooves, so... Yeah, this is in no way evidence of sauropods living in ancient Mesopotamia, which is where this is from. This is not unless it's also evidence of cat-faced lions, and you want to say that sauropods had lion heads and maybe hooves or maybe paws, but nothing that looks like an actual sauropod leg. I mean, for one thing, the legs are too bendy, right? Sauropods had to have very columnar leg. It's called a graviportal adaptation. It's an adaptation to supporting a huge amount of weight. Columnar legs are a requirement for that once you get past once you get to modern rhino size. These could not stand up if they were big old sauropods. So, okay, back to Robert Carter. And, the correct version of this. There we go. All right. Now you guys can see how I look at it.
2 dragons, if you would, with their necks twisted around.
They're not dragons by any modern definition. They're also not dinosaurs. They're clearly weird lions, which did exist in the time and place that this was made.
Now, these guys look like they're distorted. Well, consider Tanistropheus.
Which isn't a dinosaur and has sprawling limbs, unlike the things depicted. What are we doing here? Rob, what are we doing here calling this Tanistropheus? Which, by the way, unlike a sauropod, which had numerous vertebrae, only had a small number of vertebrae, relatively speaking. I mean, more than a mammal, but it got its long neck by extending its vertebrae the same way a giraffe did. Which means that its neck was not flexible. It wasn't turning in like a coiled serpent. Now, sauropods weren't either because they had extensive ligaments connecting down the entire length of their spine, but at least they had enough bones to make it plausible. Tanistropheus sure as heck didn't. Why does it have a big old chunky reptile tail, whereas these depictions have tiny little thin mammal tails? I mean, they're long, but they're thin. Why are you showing us a sprawled leg reptile and not an animal with, columnar legs like an actual sauropod? What are you doing? How are you supposed to be taken seriously right now?
Just saying. I mean, if I was going to invent a mythological animal, I would have a hard time inventing something that matches with a known extinct animal.
Yeah, you probably would, which is probably why the guy who made this thing didn't do that. I mean, let's find a better picture of Tanistropheus. Because apparently that's what this is becoming. Tanistropheus. Let's get a good image. Let's see if we can get a skeletal diagram. Let's see. Is that just a partial? Okay, this is Mark Witten's. I was concerned for a second that I was getting there's a crazy pseudoscientist paleontology guy who's not a creationist, but he does a lot of really high quality but inaccurate skeletal diagrams, and I was worried I was about to get onto his page. So let's check this out. So this is from Mark P. Witten's blog. He's a paleontologist. I have one of his books sitting right behind me right now. This is Tanistropheus. Does that look like it could have a lion face? Or hooves? Or like its tail was thin like a lion's? Doesn't to me. The thing depicted on that cylinder seal isn't Tanistropheus. It doesn't match Tanistropheus. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. This is getting really frustrating. I am going to have to get a drink after this. In fact, you know what? It's been another hour and a half. I'm going to go get me a margarita. You guys hang tight. I will be back in just a little bit.
Okay, I am back, and I have just unmuted Dr. Carter, unlike last time. So that's always good. Let me just double check real quick. Do we have any... Nope, we don't have any new super chats or membership stuff. Let's see. Do we have a new amount on the... Nope. So, okay. Nothing to read there. I am, in fact, now drinking a margarita. And here's what that means. Drinking rules are now in effect. So, you want me to drink? Just put in a note on the GoFundMe that AIG are a bag of dicks. Or put some Godzillas in a membership milestone chat. Or get some gifted memberships. And yeah, we'll drink with all the regular rules. I'm not going to go over them right now. If you're a regular here, you'll know them. If you're not a regular here, you'll pick them up pretty fast because they're pretty easy to follow.
Unless I knew what it looked like. This is a temple in Southeast Asia. In the city of Angkor.
Dude, you can just say Cambodia. It's on your own slide. Say Cambodia. My goodness. Come on, man.
Or Wat, which was the capital of the Khmer Empire. It was at the time the largest city in the world. It's an engineering marvel. But there was a giant drought, and that made the civilization collapse, and the jungle came and took over.
I mean, I wouldn't say the civilization collapsed per se. It had a setback. But yeah, it is an amazing place. Anyone who has a chance to see Angkor Wat, I would highly encourage you to see it. I wish I had seen it at some point. I would still love to see it. I don't know that I'm ever going to get myself out to Cambodia. But yeah, it's one of the greatest sites in terms of like ruins that you can find. I don't think there's any like Roman ruins that can hold a candle to Angkor Wat. So yeah, if you ever have a chance to see it, please do take it. I doubt that you will regret that. Royland, who's been a member for 20 months and is at the tetrapod level, sends a Godzilla and then says, "Can't get bent, AIG or a bag of dicks," and I will take a drink for that. Thank you very much. No, I'm not going to bother setting up the drink counter. I'm too lazy today. Trippy Liquids, who's been a member for 8 months and is at the amnio level, sends a Godzilla. I'll take a drink for that. Vagri, local interdimensional cephalopod, who's been a member for 6 months and is at the amnio level, says, AIG is a package of phallic pickles, screonk, with a Godzilla and a Dapper, and I'll take a drink for that. Also, Vagri, you are in the upcoming RPG that I'm also going to be playing in. And I'm telling you, if your name is the local interdimensional cephalopod, I know what species you should play as, and it's Ijtikri. Look it up. It's literally the squid people. So, yeah. I'm not telling you have to. I'm just saying, if you're not aware, the setting has a squid people that you can play as.
Over the city, but now that all the wars in Southeast Asia are gone, archaeologists have been...
All the wars in Southeast Asia are gone. I mean, I guess it's a relatively peaceful time right now. There's still a lot of not great stuff that goes on in Southeast Asia, but okay.
Hacking back the jungle and re-exploring this place, and they found the Top Prom temple.
I don't think it's Top Prom. I'm pretty sure it's Top Prom, but you know what? Maybe Robert Carter is always thinking about tops, and that's another reason why he feels like he needs to assert his masculinity in front of this church group, because he feels like the top is actually the masculine role, and that as someone who is only thinking about tops all the time and not taking that role, that perhaps he has a substandard amount of masculinity, which I think is nonsense. I think that even if you're not a top, you can still be masculine, or you can just not care. Anyway, Zerolon, who's been a member for 1 month and is at the tetrapod level, says, "Oh hey, I can do the thing too." Yes, you can. So there you go. Oh, and Vagri says one of the races on my short list is the Stellifera, who are normal-looking cuttlefish who are psychic and make bodies out of water. Also cool. I do kind of like the Ijtikri though, because they have an extra set of eyes, and I just think that's cool. And plus, they wear like cool environment suits. But hey, Stellifera also sounds pretty cool.
There's one particular door frame, and in that door frame, there's a demon, there's a water buffalo, there's a couple of people.
Okay, so there's a demon. So we already have established that whatever else is on there, things that people are very unlikely to have seen, is an option. Made up things are as an option here. Tracy Roberts, who's been a member for 6 months and is at the amniote level, says, just came in and wasn't expecting this stream. Cursed AEDT. Also, AIG is a sorry satchel of sagging short ends with a Godzilla. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a off-schedule stream that only exists because I got the channel back. I can once again upload, stream, post community posts, all that stuff. And connected to that, once again, congratulations to FTFE for getting the community guideline strikes against your videos taken down after they were false flagged by that one super whiny young Earth creationist. Well, he probably is a young Earth creationist, but he's more specifically a flat earther. I'll make sure I actually send him a message later on congratulating him.
And there's that. What's your first reaction?
Probably a weird rhino. Because here's the thing he's not showing you. That those quote-unquote spikes along its back, or plates, are actually a motif that occurs in every single circlet containing an animal, and that in the other ones, where the animal takes up less of the circle, it's very obviously a floral motif. There are animals standing in front of flowers, which means that those back plates are not back plates. They're flower petals, which you can also see repeated on the exterior of this floral motif. So what I'm seeing looks more like a Malaysian tapir or a rhino, both of which are things that Cambodians would have known about. Or still do know about. I mean, it's not like Cambodians forgot that either one exists.
Now, it's not a perfect stegosaur. His head's a little too big, but notice he's...
A little. It's entirely too big. It barely has a neck, even though Stegosaurus actually had quite a long neck. Its head should actually be smaller than any of those back plates that are visible. It shouldn't have ears. That's a big one. Shouldn't have ears. Jeez.
standing on two legs, upright, and he's got the...
I'm sorry, it's standing on two legs? Is your contention that this animal, which is clearly on all fours, is standing on two legs, and that that's how Stegosaurus walked, Dr. Carter? Is that... I'm taking a drink. That is way too stupid. Hey, fun fact. That's a quadrupedal animal being depicted, and so was Stegosaurus. Jeez.
Well, someone just found around the corner another stegosaur-like carving. It looks more like a stegosaur than this one does.
Too bad you don't have a picture of that one, then.
But it can't be a stegosaur because they died out 65 million years ago.
Well, 66, but it couldn't be a dinosaur more because it doesn't look like a dinosaur. Nothing about the actual animal depicted once you remove the floral pattern behind it actually looks like any known dinosaur. Nothing.
You ever seen pictures like this?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I try not to look at weird creationist art made for babies that have a bunch of animals that were not contemporaneous to each other, like Tyrannosaurus and Brachiosaurus and Stegosaurus and Triceratops, and I can't tell what that flying thing is, but probably wasn't contemporary with any of them. Because, hey, did you know that you're closer in time to the living Tyrannosaurus Rex than Tyrannosaurus Rex is to a living Stegosaurus? Yeah. Stegosaurus was extinct more than 66 million years ago before Tyrannosaurus Rex even appeared on the scene. Think about that.
This is so false, it's unbelievable.
It's clearly something one of you creationists made. I'm not going to be shocked that creationists made an inaccurate dinosaur depiction, Robert Carter. I just took a drink because that was an incredibly stupid thing to say. Look at this thing my colleagues made intentionally badly. Look how bad it is. Yeah, pretty sure that's why they made it that way.
No birds?
Vagary says, as I understand it, Stegosaurus was extinct by the mid-Cretaceous. More like by the end of the Jurassic.
No mammals?
Also, there is no mid-Cretaceous. There's an early and a late Cretaceous. Sorry, he said no birds, no mammals.
Mammals? No grass.
Well, first, I'm pretty sure that green stuff in the background is supposed to be grass. But, I'm sorry, do you think every picture needs to depict every organism present in the environment? Because that's an unreasonable standard. I've never seen a picture like that. It's like if you take a look at like some wildlife photography from like National Geographic and you're like, well, I see a springbok, but where are the elephants and the lions and the dung beetles and the ants and the termites? And I see, a thorny acacia tree, but where are all the other species of trees and all the species of grass and all the species of little bush and all the herbaceous plants? Where are all of them? I don't know, man. Picture. It's not supposed to show every literal organism. Now, if you want to say, why doesn't anyone make pictures of mammals from the age of dinosaurs? They do. You just didn't look for them. They do. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. If you want to find Mesozoic mammal art, it's easy to find. Just search for the genus name of a mammal. It'll come up. We'll try it right now. You know what? Here, we'll try it right now. We're just gonna do this the easy way, though. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna pick a group of animals this time. Triconodonts. Oh my goodness! Let's click on images. Whoa! A bunch of Mesozoic mammals. Would you look at that? Let's try a genus name. Adelitherium. I don't know if I pronounced or spelled that correctly. Oh, no, I didn't. I put in the E where there should have been an A. Oh, look! More Mesozoic mammals. Cool. Look, this isn't even a Mesozoic mammal, but it showed up. And it's got a Dicynodont. That's a synapsid. That's closer. It's got a Rausuchian, one of those things I was talking about earlier. And it also does have some dinosaurs. Neat. So this is a picture from the Triassic that has some dinosaurs, some non-dinosaur, well, a non-dinosaur archosaur. I know there's two. There's two. And it has a synapsid that isn't a mammal, but that's still, definitely not a dinosaur or even an archosaur or even a reptile. That's pretty sweet. Man, it's almost like if you don't want to look at pictures of Cretaceous or Jurassic mammals, you don't have to. But if you do want to, it's right there. Right, look at that. That's a Mesozoic mammal from Madagascar. Right there. There it is. It's art. I'm taking a drink.
I was taught in college grasses didn't evolve until 35 million years ago.
I mean, I don't know who taught you that. They evolved at the end of the Cretaceous, but okay.
The dinosaurs
To be fair, we didn't always know that.
65 million years ago, so there's no way a dinosaur could ever have even seen a blade of grass. Except we have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of fossilized dinosaur dung piles. How'd you like this for a job? What do you do? I study dinosaur poop.
Sounds like a pretty cool job to me, actually.
And what you can do is you can cut them in half and polish them. And then look under a microscope and see what's in it. And you can tell sometimes what species it comes from. You can see what the dinosaur has been digesting. And they found all the major family of grasses in dinosaur dung.
I'm going to need a citation, because all that I'm aware of is the finding of some grass in some sauropod dung in India. At the very end of the Cretaceous. That's it. So I'm going to need to see some great citations for this. And I know that Robert Carter has cited things on screen before. I've managed to look up one of his citations here live on stream. I don't see it right now.
It's not anywhere else in the fossil record. The fossil record is fickle. It is an
That I'll agree with.
imperfect preservation of things that we know live together. And yet, until recently, we had no evidence that they actually did live together. Because we now know something different. Now, this.
Oh, wow. And did science ignore that new data like creationists do with, well, I don't know, almost everything? Or did scientists take that on board and change their ideas about the past in light of new data? Oh, it's the latter one? It's the thing that scientists are supposed to do? That's what they did? Oh, interesting. And now, Dr. Robert Carter, I've heard you recommend that people submit things to the Answers Research Journal to be published. But that's a research journal that says in their petition for submissions that they will not accept papers that do not support a young Earth position, even if the paper has evidence of an old Earth. So, Who's the one who's being scientific here there, Bobby? It seems like it's not you. Seems like it's the scientists, which might be, why we call them scientists and why we call you a pseudoscientific charlatan. Or at least that's what I call them.
This picture should be radically different. This is totally wrong. We have found as many species of mammal buried with dinosaurs as we have found species of dinosaur.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's literally true, but like, okay.
Oh. Things that look like flying squirrels. An identical thing to a platypus jaw.
That's not identical to a platypus jaw. Let's, once again, here we go. Platypus. Let's see, what do I want? Not dentary. What am I looking for? Mandible. Let's see. Hey, look! There's basically no teeth. It's interesting. It's got this cool S-shaped curve to it. What was this? Oh. Right. Something that looks... Oh. Sorry. There we go, misclicked. I'm a professional, everybody. Yeah. I don't see how in the world you say that this looks identical to a platypus jaw. I'm taking a drink for that. Like, I mean, maybe if you've never seen a platypus jaw in your entire life, which, to be fair, most people haven't. So,
Something that looks like a badger and he has a baby Psittacosaurus in his stomach. A beaver-like creature.
I'm actually familiar with that beaver-like creature. It wasn't even a true mammal. That's what we're dealing with here. Not even an actual mammal. By which I mean a crown mammal. What he's showing you is a mammaliform from, I believe, the Jurassic. It's not even a crown mammal. So when he calls it a mammal, he's basically lying to you.
Something that looks just like a hedgehog.
Except it doesn't, right? Because it's not an actual hedgehog. And here's the thing. Here's what he's showing you. He's showing you a series of mammals and mammal-like animals that had niches in the Mesozoic similar to modern mammals that have the same niche. Which, yeah, that's what we expect. There's a reason that there are sugar gliders and flying squirrels, even though they're not closely related. It's because they have the same niche. One is in Australia, and one is in other places where, placental mammals dominate. Same thing with marsupial moles. There are animals that look for all the world like moles, but they're not because they're marsupials. They just superficially evolved to resemble placental moles. In fact, numerous groups of mammals have evolved to look like moles. Same thing with beavers. What you're showing is a smallish to medium-sized body near mammal that lived in the water. So yeah, it has adaptations similar to modern beavers. But it's not even a rodent. It's not even a real mammal. That thing was laying eggs. It didn't have ears. It still had a robust coracoid. It wasn't a mammal. So I don't know what we're going on here. And his platypus jaw doesn't even look like a platypus jaw. I mean, if anything, it looks like a multituberculate jaw. Because, I mean, those look like multituberculate teeth. And multituberculates are definitely not platypuses. And platypuses are definitely not multituberculates. So I don't even know what we're doing here.
And hedgehogs have unique hairs. This animal was preserved with his hairs. He has hedgehog hairs.
Okay, that just means he has spikes. That's it. That's all that means. Numerous animals have evolved spikes. Rodents have evolved spikes twice. African porcupines and American porcupines, which are mostly actually in South America, but there's one species in North America. Those aren't closely related groups. They independently evolved spines. So did hedgehogs. Okay, so it also happened 125 million years ago. I don't know what I'm supposed to take away from that that's of significance. I really don't.
Hedgehogs live with dinosaurs? And notice the dates here. MA means mega annum. That's millions of imaginary evolutionary years ago. MA. The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago.
66.
Badgers predate the dinosaurs. Platypuses
Nope, because those aren't badgers, those aren't platypuses, those aren't beavers, those aren't hedgehogs, and those aren't actually flying squirrels.
predate the dinosaurs. Beaver-like things. What?
Also, that's not predating the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs evolved towards the end of the Triassic. None of these are Triassic. These are all Jurassic and later. Taking another drink for these predate the dinosaurs, even though the dinosaurs actually predate every example you've given. Okay. If any creationist ever makes it this far into the stream, which is unlikely since, we're on like 5 hours at this point, which is kind of a lot. If you've made it this far into the stream and you're a creationist, why is Robert Carter saying these things? Why is he pretending that these animals are things they're not? Why is he pretending that they are from a time frame before the dinosaurs, according to science, when they're not? When that's not what scientists are telling you. In other words, why is he lying to you? Why does Dr. Robert Carter feel like it is appropriate to go into a church and violate the 9th commandment in front of God and these churchgoers? If you're a creationist, I want to know the answer to that. And if you want to say that's not what he's doing, then you better be prepared to demonstrate that all of these things are actually what he says they are. And you better have a lot of sources ready. If you want to cite a source in my comments, you can't put a link in because YouTube will automatically delete comments with links because, I mean, quite frankly, it's a safety concern, right? Little kids can access YouTube. You can't just let anyone post links because then you could post them links to adult content or something. But here's what you can do. Paper name, lead author name, publication date, publication outlet. So like the name of the journal. Just put those in there. I can find it. Heck, if you leave out 1 or 2 of those things, I can still probably find it. You shouldn't, but I probably can. Come at me. Let's see what you got. Why is Robert Carter lying? And if you don't think he's lying, how do you explain this? All right, here we go.
That's not what I was taught in school. How many of you have seen...
I don't care what you were taught in school, Robert Carter. You did not go to school for vertebrate paleontology. You were a marine biologist who did genetics. You were a marine geneticist, studying mostly animals. Your claim to fame is finding a way to get bioluminescence to express in like algae or something. Okay, great. I don't know what high school taught you about this. I doubt they said much because my high school sure didn't get into like the exact dating of the evolution of like mammaliformes versus dinosaurs. But yeah. No one, as far as I can tell, has ever been confused about when mammals evolved. Crown mammals evolved in the mid-Jurassic. Things that were very similar to mammals evolved towards the end of the Triassic. So, like, Mammaliformes is basically evolved around the same time as dinosaurs. And crown mammals, or true mammals as we have them today, evolved in the Jurassic. That's been the consensus for decades, and it's not changing anytime soon.
In the movie Hidden Figures.
I have
Kevin
not
Costner
seen Hidden
and
Figures.
that lady whose name I forget. She's real famous now. She's in all the movies. A black lady. And that was who she was portraying. Anyway, it's a story of these African American ladies who NASA was using as computers because they were really
Okay, I'm familiar with that movie. Yep.
really smart. And they're doing all the calculations to get us to the moon. It's a cool story.
I do want to point out it wasn't all African American women. They were the computers, by which they mean people who compute. But yeah, they did hire a lot of people who were more or less disenfranchised generally because this work was seen as sort of like grunt work, but it was the vital work to get the calculations to get people to the moon. And by and large, they were mostly ignored by the press and until recently by history. And I'm very glad that movie came out, bringing to light the fact that these women existed who did all of this really hard work, doing fairly advanced math on paper to get NASA astronauts to the moon, and then they were almost entirely ignored, which is not fair to them. It's not even fair to us, who are now sitting here decades after this event, looking back at it as part of our history. We should be able to know about these women who did such vital and such difficult work for NASA without ever receiving any significant recognition. I mean, obviously they got their paychecks and whatnot, but like they weren't touted out on, they weren't pulled out for the news or press releases. I mean, I can't name a single one off the top of my head, which is on me, I guess. But to some extent, it's also on the people from the time. Like you should have acknowledged these women who did all this work for you. You Little Rascal member for 19 months at the amniote level says, never thought I'd be 5 hours late and still catch the stream. Oh yeah, this is going for a little while longer. We are 31 minutes into this 50-minute video. So, well, almost 32 minutes. So, got a while left. There we go.
A little bit of, I'm not sure about the guy ripping down the no colored sign on the woman's restroom, but it was a nice, anyway.
I don't know about that either. I would hope that there had been someone at NASA who had opted to desegregate the bathrooms. I don't know if it was the case, though. Racial segregation is dumb. And it shouldn't exist, especially in federal buildings. If you want to say, I only let people of certain races into my house, I think you're a terrible person and a racist. But I can't stop you there. But it should definitely not happen in government buildings. So I guess me and Robert Carter are agreed on this, so that's good. And to be fair, your average young Earth creationist is not an overt racist. And so, I mean, that's probably a good thing. Now, some of their general... I'm sorry. Goodness. Some of their general policy prescriptions would disproportionately affect racial minorities in the United States. If we're talking about American young Earth creationists, which, I mean, Robert Carter is an American young Earth creationist, so I think that's fair. But I generally don't find them to be people who support segregation or slavery, which is more than I can say for some people. Although you do find some who do in fact support slavery because they're willing to defend biblical slavery, like G-Man has done that. So, not super great about that, despite the fact that G-Man is himself an African-American. It's always weird to hear an African-American young Earth creationist defending slavery, but he's done it, so anyway, here we go.
That facility really does exist. And there's a guy, a couple years ago, he dropped off his wife at work, and as he's driving through the parking lot, he just looks in the woods and he sees a pile of rubble that they had dug up from the foundation and just thrown into the woods. He goes, So he walks over there, and he finds this rock about this big, and it's one of the world-class fossil discoveries ever. On that rock, there's a sauropod footprint. There are pterosaur footprints.
I mean, that's a thing that happens in a lot of places. I'm not sure I would call this one of the world-class discoveries of ever, but it is cool and very significant. But okay. Also, the fact that it's in a pile of rubble from the Goddard Space Flight Center means that its origin is not well recorded, which does decrease its value as a scientific find, because without provenance, it's hard to really come to very firm conclusions about what we're looking at beyond broad identification of the animals that left the prints.
There's a nodosaur footprint, a nodosaur coprolite, which is fossilized dung, and a nodosaur...
Oh, hey, that's one of those ankylosaurs that, as far as Robert Carter knows, have clubs on their tails, but that don't. That's neat.
Or osteoderm, which is a bone from the dinosaur skin. And in blue, mammal footprints. That's cool.
Yeah.
Fossils aren't just...
It is cool. Take a drink. That's correct.
Bones. This is fossilized behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And we know all these things were living at the same time. They walk through the same mud puddle.
Oh, that's interesting. So remember how creationists think that basically all the fossil-bearing rock up until like at least for some of them, up until like the Cenozoic, and for the guys at CMI much more recently. And Robert Carter here is a CMI guy, so he has to think that basically up until like the Eocene, all flood rock. Well, there's this interesting thing about turbidites, which is what floods leave behind, in that, except at the top layer, they erase ichnofossils. You cannot preserve footprints or burrows in turbidite, except at the very top, when after the deposition has stopped, then animals can move about and disturb the sediment near the top of the turbidite deposit. But here's the thing. This, by virtue of having a nodosaur, and by virtue of being in Goddard Space Flight Center, which means it's probably from somewhere in Texas, means that this is actually I believe this actually ends up being an early Cretaceous deposit. Which means that according to Robert Carter's organization, there are a whole bunch of flood layers above it. Which means that if this is actually a flood deposit, it cannot contain footprints. Which means this fossil find that he's talking about right now is already defeating his entire model for geology. This could not exist if Robert Carter were correct about how the history of the Earth went. And yet here he is, showing it off, and just not mentioning the fact that flood deposits erase ichnofossils.
Amazing. Okay. 10 minutes.
Longer than
Let's
that.
go to the question, did birds evolve from dinosaurs?
I mean, they are dinosaurs, so yes.
It's a valid question. We hear it all the time. But let me ask it this way. Because we're going to get to the question of did dinosaurs have feathers. Does the Bible say dinosaurs did not have feathers?
No, because the Bible doesn't talk about dinosaurs as a group at any point. Nor does it talk about any non-avian dinosaurs.
No. Bible doesn't say anything like that at all. So if dinosaurs have feathers, I don't care. I'm a geek. I want to know. But if they do, okay. It's not a big deal. But I'm going to show you a bunch of ancient birds first. And
Well, you're starting with an extant bird, so you're not doing a great job so far.
we have to come to grips with something. A lot of ancient birds had teeth, had claws in their wings, and have a flat breastbone. You've eaten turkey and chicken. There's a keel right there on the breastbone. What it does, it makes a triangle, and it makes the muscle stronger and helps the bird to fly.
I mean, it doesn't make the muscles stronger. It allows for a larger surface area for muscle attachment, which means that the bird can make a bigger muscle, which then results in a stronger downstroke. But the keel itself isn't like strengthening the muscle fibers. So it's a little bit more nuanced than that, but sure, whatever.
A lot of ancient birds had a flat breastbone, but there is one bird in South America. It's called the Hoatzin. They have fully
It's actually called Watzine, but whatever.
functional wing claws.
As juveniles, their wing claws are functional. They're also not the only bird that have wing claws. Ducks and chickens have wing claws. Swans have wing claws. Swans have been known to swipe things with their wing claws. Ostriches have wing claws. Rheas have wing claws. I mean, wing claws are actually not that uncommon in birds. They're all over the place. But you do have to wonder, what is the ostrich doing with wing claws on a hand that it can't even move? Curious little conundrum there.
And they have a flat breastbone.
Do they? Does the Watzine have a flat breastbone? Well, that's a curious thing to take a look at. And oh, hey, look, I can just do this. I'll just do this. Okay. Watzine skeleton. Oh, look, a Watzine skeleton. Let's open this image in a new tab and take a look at it. Oh my goodness, would you look at that? It's a keel! Oh, darn it. And here I thought we were getting some honesty from Dr. Robert Cart. No, I didn't. I knew the Watzines had a keeled sternum. Like, this isn't hard to check out. It's literally one Google search away. And what do you know? A keeled sternum on the Watzine. Let's check a few other images, right? Let's take a look. Oh, look, here's a Watzine axial skeleton. Oh my goodness, it's a keeled sternum once again. Oh, darn it. Well, what about this one? Nope, keeled sternum. Man. Well, wait, what about this diagram? It has a little baby. Oh, even the baby Watsine has a keeled sternum. Robert Carter. Why are you lying about Watsine anatomy? What is that getting you? Take another drink. This is honestly kind of infuriating, right? He's just lying about animals. Lying about animals in a way that is obviously checkable with the first Google image result for Watsine's skeleton. The first one. The third one is an actual skeleton preserved in a museum with a keeled sternum. I have people who complain that I'm too mean to creationists sometimes when I call them liars. What else am I supposed to conclude here? Robert Carter is presenting himself as an expert on this topic, as someone who has checked. Did he ever bother to Google Watsine skeleton? Apparently not. Or if he did, he's lying about it. So he's either lying about being an expert, or he's lying about whether or not Watsines have keeled sternum. Or sterno, I guess. What other conclusion can I reasonably come to? I'm not kidding. If you out there in the audience have a conclusion that you can come to that isn't Robert Carter is lying, I want to know about it. Because remember, this man managed to successfully get a real PhD. No, I suppose you guys can't see this particular one very clearly, but whatever. I'll open this one in a new tab. Sorry about that, I forgot. Look at that. That's a keeled sternum even on the baby. What do I do with this? I want someone to explain to me a charitable way to take this in which Robert Carter comes out to be anything other than a fucking liar. And yeah, I dropped the F-bomb for the stream. We're like 5 hours in, I think we're safe. And yeah, the two emojis in the chat are appropriate for this. Clearly, Dr. Carter has chosen to not be honest.
Wow. They don't have teeth. But,
well, you got that right. We'll take a drink for it.
But they share a lot of similarities to some of these ancient birds. In fact, that thing is the size of Archaeopteryx.
Many birds are the size of Archaeopteryx. That is completely meaningless. It's like someone pointing out, hey, this lion is about the same size as like a Utah raptor. Okay. Cool. What do I do with that information?
You gotta wonder. Now, I'm gonna also have to talk about...
Wonder what, Robert Carter? What I'm wondering is why you're lying about basic anatomy for the Watsine. That's what I'm wondering about. What possessed you to one day make up the fake fact that Watsines have unkeeled sternum? What was it that made you do that, Robert Carter? Because I can't imagine what it would be. I can't imagine a way in which you thought that was a good idea that does not reflect poorly on your character. Robert Carter, you're gross. You disgust me. I want to make it clear how I feel about this. This is like walking into a room and finding a giant pile of dog shit that is just stinking up the place, and it has been sitting in like a 40-degree centigrade room that's full of humidity just festering into the room. You walk in and the immediate reaction is just like, oh my god, this is terrible. I need to leave. That is how I am currently experiencing Robert Carter. The idea that you would just go around making up nonsense that is easily refuted to what? Trick this group of people in this church into believing that what, birds aren't dinosaurs for some reason, even though it doesn't matter to young earth creationists whether birds are dinosaurs or not, in the same way it doesn't matter whether or not whales are fish or mammals. What makes this okay is because you think it will, that if you lie to this audience enough, you'll get them to keep being young earth creationists, and that you think that that will keep them as Christians. Well, I got a newsflash for you, man. Most Christians aren't young earth creationists, and that doesn't stop them being Christians. You're just lying to people. It's gross. It's disgusting.
Beaks versus jaw. Do you know what the difference between a beak and a jaw is?
Beaks are a kind of jaw. Beaks are jaw parts that are covered in keratinous covering and often stand in for teeth, which are often absent, although when they're not, they generally still take on the function that in other organisms teeth would fulfill, but then the teeth that are in the jaw take on a different function. So, for instance, you might, like many dinosaurs, have a beak that functions like a mammal incisor in that it's used for initially gathering food, but then you have a battery of teeth further back in the jaw that are used for food processing.
Look, a bird can do this.
Jeez, I'm taking another drink. Euler Rascal for 100 Argentinian peso says, "You mean to tell me Watzin comes from Nawa Waktzin? Whack, bro. I mean, Waktzin." Yes, I do in fact mean to tell you that. Okay, so cranial kinesis, right? That is the ability that many birds have, but not all birds have, to move their upper jaw relative to the rest of the cranium. You can see this very obviously in parrots, who have an extreme degree of cranial kinesis in their beaks, and because they're often kept as pets, you can find lots of footage of parrots moving their upper jaw in relation to the rest of the skull. It's very cool. Anyway, but that is not ubiquitous among birds. Paleonates, that is the ostriches, the tinamous, the rheas, the cassowaries, the emus, they do not have any significant degree of cranial kinesis. Neither do many of the animals that creationists call birds that are in fact non-crown birds that are paravian dinosaurs. Animals like Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx could not move its upper jaw relative to the rest of the skull because the bony attachments between the dentary and the premaxilla were too solid compared to the rest of the jaw. So, sure, go on and explain cranial kinesis there, Bobby.
I can't move my upper jaw,
No, you can't.
but birds can. So
some birds can. Some birds. We'll take a drink because technically it's true that he can't do it.
the diagnostic feature of birds is a beak.
Okay, well, if a requirement for being a beak is cranial kinesis, I guess ostriches aren't birds, everybody. Congratulations. We found out that ostriches aren't birds. Neither are cassowaries. Neither are emus. Neither are rheas. Neither are tinamous. That's interesting. Tinamous can fly. The only paleonate that's extant that has the ability to fly. They're not great at flying, but they can do it. That's interesting. That's a whole bunch of different birds that just aren't birds anymore. Oh, what are they, though? Are they dinosaurs? Are they feathery dinosaurs, but not birds? Is that what an ostrich is? I don't know. So it's an interesting thing to think about. If a requirement for a beak is extensive cranial kinesis. TD Lane says, "Welcome back, Dapper." Thank you very much, TD. Goodness. I don't know if you guys can tell, but here as we're going into our 5th hour, I'm losing my patience with this man. Every once in a while, people are like, "Dapper, how do you stay so patient?" Yeah, well, you usually haven't seen me go 3.5 hours on one guy.
Feathers? Wings? It's actually hard to say.
It's actually not that hard to say, right? There's a collection of characteristics that you can use to unify all crown birds. For instance, all crown birds have a picostyle. All crown birds lack teeth. All crown birds have fused wing fingers, such that digits 1, 2, and 3 are fused at the metacarpal level, and while digit 1 has a free distal phalange, the other phalanges are in fact fused together. That occurs in Alulevis. I can't pronounce it, but anyway, it's a group of dinosaurs that first had the alula. Right? These are characteristics of birds that you can pick out, right? You can pick them up. Now, granted, they evolved at different points in the lineage of stem birds that lead up to birds. But if you're only considering modern birds, you can find a series of characteristics that you can identify with modern birds. The thing is, though, that pretty much all of them also exist in non-avian dinosaurs, here and there. So, yeah. One of the problems with the fact that it's hard to actually pick out a single defining characteristic of birds that doesn't apply to dinosaurs is that it just means birds are dinosaurs.
Because there's nothing preventing God from making. I mean, if he made ostriches, or maybe ostriches lost their flight, it doesn't matter. But if he made all these different animals that are in between all these other animals,
Here's a fun thing. If you take the feet off of an ostrich, and you take if you take the feet, the head, the tail off of an ostrich, and like the hands, like from the wrist up, you have a skeleton that's almost identical to an ornithomimid skeleton. You know why? Because birds are dinosaurs. There are some other differences, like the hip's going to have some differences because ostrich hips have that weird, like, separated pubis condition that most birds have. But, like, yeah, they're almost the same. They even both have synsacra, that fusion of multiple sacral vertebrae onto the sacral arches into one big old bone. Weird, isn't it?
God was brilliantly genius. He created mammals that fly, bats, mammals that swim, whales, and mammals that walk, everything else. He created reptiles that fly, pterosaurs, reptiles that walk,
Don't forget, birds are also reptiles.
dinosaurs, and reptiles that swim, mosasaurs.
Yeah, sure. Forget about ichthyosaurs, forget about plesiosaurs, forget about sea turtles, forget about sea snakes. Don't worry about those. Mosasaurs.
What's preventing him from creating birds and dinosaurs similar to one another? In fact,
What would that mean that would preclude birds from just being a group of dinosaurs? I'm going to take a drink because this is a really stupid thing for him to be going on about. So here's the thing, right? Any of the arguments that creationists use to conclude that birds are not dinosaurs work equally well for whales not being mammals, right? Any of them. They're all parallel. But whales are mammals because they have the thing that it takes to be a dinosaur. And remember when Robert Carter talked about how you can tell that a dinosaur is a dinosaur because it's a reptile with those erect limbs? And how I gave the... Now, you might not remember this because this is from like 5.5 hours ago. And I gave the minor correction about, the femoral head orientation and the acetabular orientation and whatnot. Okay, cool. Let's go back to those. Are birds reptiles? Well, yes, they have the skull condition that is characteristic of reptiles, complete with the complex set of jawbones, unlike mammals who really only have one jawbone per side. Birds have the reptilian condition where they have a angular and a serangular bone and a quadrate bone and all of this stuff, an articular bone, and the actual mandible, whereas mammals just have a mandible that articulates up into the skull. Okay, cool. So birds have or reptile jaws. Really, they just have amniote jaws, and mammals are weird, but whatever. We already talked about the fact that birds actually do still have two temporal fenestrae, even though most of them have eliminated the bone between the two, making one bigger fenestra. Okay. Birds still have that hole in the skull that was so important to Dr. Carter, the anterorbital fenestra, even though he didn't name it. Birds still have an anterorbital fenestra. What's a bird hip like? Well, it's got an open or extensively perforate acetabulum, like a dinosaur. Okay. Is the femoral head distinctly offset from the shaft? Yep. What about the astragalus and the calcaneum? Can they articulate in any other plane other than sagittal? Nope. So that's a characteristic of dinosaurs. Are there sacral vertebrae firmly attached to the sacrum? Yep. Do they have more than 3? Yep. All of them. In fact, many birds have like well over a dozen sacral vertebrae. Huh. Interesting. It's almost like birds meet literally every criterion that you could possibly think up that unites all dinosaurs. And therefore, birds are dinosaurs. And we could look at, okay, well, what makes whales mammals? Let's take a look at that, because apparently no one disagrees about this. Well, whales have a dentary squamosal jaw joint. Okay, well, that's interesting. That's what mammals have. Whales have a reduced or absent coracoid. That's what mammals have. Whales have hair. That's what mammals have. Whales have a distinction between thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. That's a mammal thing. They have rib cages that end before the sacral vertebrae. That's a mammal thing. Reptiles don't do that. Birds don't do that. They lack cervical ribs. That's a mammal thing. Birds have cervical ribs. Lizards have cervical ribs. Okay. Well, do whales have milk with which they feed their young? Yes, they do. Whales make milk and their young feed on it. So whales have all the things that make a mammal a mammal. And for whales, apparently, that's okay. God just made funny mammals. But for birds, no. Turkey's Thought says, technically speaking, we've seen you do 6 to 10 hours on one video before, just not in one stream. Yeah, that's the difference, though. When I get to take breaks, I can recharge. And Alex Markle says, Deborah Dinosaur, how you still going? I'm currently fueled by rage. That's how I'm still going. So yeah. That's how I'm still doing it.
If you look at the bone structure of birds,
Mhm.
they're highly similar to a specific group of dinosaurs.
It's true. It's the theropods. Because they also meet all the diagnostic criteria for theropoda, but we're not going to go through those, so.
They're not similar to turtles. They're not
Oh, by the way, that's a drink because he was right.
similar to alligators. They're not similar to
I mean, they are similar to all these animals in different degrees, right? They're more similar to brontosaurus than they are to alligators, more similar to alligators than they are to turtles, and more similar to turtles than they are to lizards, and more similar to lizards than they are to mammals. Which, again, creates a nested hierarchy that can only be predicted by common descent. Because when you have things with common descent, they form branching hierarchies, whereas designed things that are not designed to fool you into thinking they have common descent do not form naturally nested hierarchies.
Dinosaurs. They're similar to a specific subgroup of dinosaurs. They cluster with dinosaurs, but you know what? We cluster with apes.
And humans are apes. He's so close. He's so close. Just take your toes and push him right over that little line in the sand there, Dr. Carter. Humans are apes. If humans are more like chimpanzees than chimpanzees are like gorillas, which they are, both chimpanzees and gorillas are apes, then humans are also apes. It's okay. You can say it. Many Christians know that they're apes. You can too.
I don't think we evolved from chimpanzees, but
No one thinks humans evolved from chimpanzees. Jeez. Taking another drink. Humans and chimpanzees shared a common ancestor sometime in the Miocene. And here's a fun fact. Humans are probably less derived than chimpanzees. So it's wrong to say that humans and chimpanzees evolved from a chimp-like ancestor. It's actually more accurate to say that chimpanzees and humans evolved from a human-like ancestor.
we are eukaryotic,
Mhm.
vertebrate,
Mhm.
mammalian. You know, we
Primates, monkeys, apes. Yep, all true. Take a drink.
cluster with animals, and then vertebrates, and then mammals, and then apes, and then chimpanzee.
Mhm.
So what? That's just God doing.
So humans are apes. That's so what? Even if you just take Linnaean taxonomy and you don't give it an evolutionary interpretation, that means that humans fundamentally, down to their core, are apes. They're apes, they're monkeys, they're primates, they're euarchontogliers, they're Lorasiatherians, they're eutherians, they're therians, they're mammals, they're synapsids. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff I've skipped over, but they're amniotes, they're tetrapods, they're vertebrates, they're chordates, they're bilaterians, they're eumetazoans, they're metazoans. All of those things are true. All the way down to ape. Humans are apes. Birds are dinosaurs. You don't have to reject young Earth creationism in order to accept this, and I don't know why creationists do. Right? In the same way that whales are mammals, but weird mammals. Birds are dinosaurs, but weird dinosaurs. And humans are apes, but they're weird apes. That's it. Just go with it.
If you looked at all the work
Wait, he forgot Animalia? I mean, he didn't. I said Metazoa, which is the same as Animalia.
Works of Rembrandt or all the works of Picasso. You'd be like, oh, this is Picasso's sunflower phase. Oh, this is when he was painting something else. And you could classify his work in groups.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I'm taking another drink. I can't with this guy anymore. Okay, you can indeed classify the works of Picasso or Rembrandt into various phases and whatnot. But what you can't do is make an objected, nested, branching hierarchy with them. Specifically because they are designed. You can start with like, okay, we'll go by time period. And I can say, okay, next we'll go with predominant color. Oh, already hit a problem. Because different paintings from different time periods are going to have the same predominant color. Some are going to be mostly blue, some are going to be mostly yellow. Oh, man. Okay, well, we'll divide them up by subject. That might work a little bit better. Okay, yeah, painters tend to have subjects, but they tend not to stick to them strictly. So you might have like, oh, well, this is a Rembrandt during his phase of doing still life. Oh, but this is a portrait from that same time period. Oh, darn, do we change it? Do we put it into a different time period? Because that's not appropriate. It's in the same time period, but it's not the same genre. But it's the same genre as what he did later. Yeah, that's why you can't do that. That's not how organisms work, right? If you want to say everything with veined feathers is in Penaraptora, you're not going to find anything in Penaraptora that doesn't fit due to lack of veined feathers. But that fits because of all the other things, right? Like, Penaraptora is a large group of animals. It includes Velociraptor, it includes ornithomimids, I believe it includes Therizinosaurs, it includes Oviraptorosaurs, it includes birds, it includes Troodontids. That's all Penaraptora. Okay, cool. Picostylia is another clade within Penaraptora. It is the Penaraptorans with a pigostyle, which is the bony club at the end of the actual, like, skeleton of a bird tail. And I say club, it's not like they're using it as a weapon, right? It's just a stub of fused vertebrae right at the end of the tail. All pigostylians have the veined feathers of Penaraptora. So, are pigostylians Penaraptorans? Yes. Do you get a random animal with a pigostyle, but that has like the other characteristics of a mammal? No. No, you don't. Because common descent with modification results in these inviolable hierarchies that progress down. Now, occasionally you'll lose some feature, right? Like snakes are tetrapods, even though most of them have between 2 and 0 legs. Actually, a lot of them have 2 legs, but the thing is, we have fossil snakes that still have the legs, and as embryos, they grow the limb buds that would produce eggs. Oh, sorry, legs, not eggs. Legs until they're absorbed. So actually, at some point in the life of a snake, it does have 4 legs. Same is true for whales. Whales produce 4 limb buds. 2 end up continuing on to extend beyond the body wall, that's the front flippers, and 2 get absorbed into the body wall to form a collection of very few, very small bones that are in fact a whale pelvis, femur, and we're not sure, it might be a, we're not sure basically whether it's the tibia or the fibula that is in the lower leg of most whales. At least I'm not sure. I've never heard anyone who can say definitively. But created things don't do this. So if we want to make analogies to created things, animals don't fit well. But they do fit well with other things that we know of that have common ancestry with modification, like languages. No one can reasonably tell you that English is not a West Germanic language, and that West Germanic languages are not Germanic languages, and that Germanic languages aren't Indo-European languages, and that Indo-European languages aren't their own family, which also includes languages like Farsi and Urdu and Hindi. They have a nested hierarchy, languages, just like with animals. Or organisms broadly, I suppose. I'm falling into the trap of, plant blindness and whatnot. Sorry.
It's a natural thing that any human does. And we have the ability to separate things into groups automatically. We can just look at things and separate them. So it's a sign of creation that we have this hierarchical structure. But
except it's not, though. Intelligently designed things don't fit into objective hierarchies. When you hire like 5 different people to give you a hierarchy of Rembrandt and Van Gogh paintings, you will get 5 different hierarchies. that are incompatible with each other. When you get 5 scientists to compare, say, birds, lizards, turtles, turtles are a little bit iffy. So we'll say birds, lizards, coyotes, bears, and humans. They're all going to draw you the same tree. And in fact, even if you include all the animals in all the clades going up until that point, the differences in their trees are going to be fairly minor and towards the terminal end for the most part. They're going to give you very similar trees. That is not what's going to happen if you hire 5 guys to do different versions of a hierarchy of Van Gogh paintings.
Also matches evolution. The hierarchical structure of the tree of life fits both theories.
It doesn't. It's predicted by one theory. Well, to be fair, it's retro-predicted by one theory, and it is at best something that can be accommodated by the other, not even a theory, the other idea, but that is in fact contraindicated by the idea on the outset. There's a reason that Carolus Linnaeus was surprised to find a nested hierarchy in life, because he wasn't expecting it, because he was a creationist. There's no reason to think that an intelligent agent that is not trying to trick you would do something like this.
So it's not proof of evolution.
Nothing is proof in science. It is strong evidence of evolution, and the only hypothesis for the origin of biodiversity that can actually make sense of it in a way that suggests new avenues for research and makes predictions about future data is evolution. Creationism cannot do that. Evolution does routinely.
It's not disproof of creation. It's okay. It is what it is. Okay. Confuciusornis. Notice
Not a bird, at least not a crown bird.
the wing claw, the long tail. Oh, by the way, birds don't.
That is not a long tail. That is long-tailed feathers. So that is not, in fact, a long bony tail like Archaeopteryx. I don't know if that's where he's going. I'm just pointing it out now.
Have tails.
I'm sorry, birds don't have tails? I'm going to take a drink for that. Birds absolutely have tails. They're more of a tail than you do.
You know what that's the end of a chicken? There's a little nub there. It's called the pygostyle. It's just a couple of bones. Next time you eat chicken, look at this rear end.
My goodness. The anterior-most vertebrae of a chicken tail are free and mobile. That's why chickens and other birds can adjust their tail fan, which is a key part of the flight of most birds. That's not no tail. That's a short tail that ends in a pygostyle. Why is... I really want to know, if anyone has an explanation, why is Dr. Carter getting birds so badly wrong? Birds are not that much more complicated than anything else in biology that he could learn. He could just learn bird anatomy. I don't consider myself like an ornithology expert or anything. I know this. Why can I know that the anterior-most caudal vertebrae in birds are free and able to move around, and that that's a key aspect of the flight of most birds? But Robert Carter can't know that. Why is it I can be bothered to go do a quick Google image search for Watsin's skeleton to find out that Watsins have a keeled sternum, but Carter can't? Is he really just that bad? Is he that big of a piece of shit? I mean, he's obviously pretty big for a pile of shit. I mean, look at him. He's got to be at least 5.5 feet tall. Well, maybe like 5'3", I don't know.
And a couple of bones, and if a bird have feathers, it's just long tail feathers.
Yeah, the majority of the visible tail of a bird is, in most species, feathers. I mean, I guess that's true. I'll take a drink, mostly because I'm thirsty.
But dinosaurs had tails with bones in them. Birds don't.
The pygostyle is made of bone. It's not a pile of muscle or hepatic tissue or some shit like that. It's a bone. It is fused caudal vertebrae. Birds have bony tails. They have short bony tails, which contrasts with the long bony tails in animals like, I don't know, Archaeopteryx, which most creationists identify as a bird, even though it's definitely not a crown bird. I wouldn't call it a bird. I know plenty of people do, and I'm not going to complain at them about it, but it's definitely not a crown bird. I am getting really tired of creationists just blatantly lying about bird anatomy. And I get it, right? Like, I like dinosaurs. But it's not like dinosaurs are the only group they do it to. You can see Erica or Gutsa Gibbon get upset about creationists just lying about Miocene ape anatomy and specifically hominin anatomy. Just tell the truth, guys. Except, I know, I get it, they can't. Because if you tell the truth and you are well informed, you cannot be a young Earth creationist. They're fundamentally incompatible. It's just very annoying when it's so blatant, especially about something that I happen to know a fair bit about. I'm not an expert, right? I'm not about to write the next great ornithology paper. But I know the basics, and I know a little bit more than that. That's all it takes. Generally speaking, all it takes is a freshman to sophomore college level education in any field that a creationist touches on to realize just how full of shit they are. Strawberry Vein, welcome back, Strawberry Vein. I know you've been gone for a little while. Welcome back. Who's been a member for 7 months and is at the diapsid level, which is one of the higher tiers on the channel memberships. So thank you very much for your generosity. Says Robert Carter is the definition of the Jackie Chan meme.
But clearly, the feathers are preserved. That's a bird. This is
What makes it a bird? You earlier said that you couldn't use feathers as the diagnostic criterion. You couldn't use bills or beaks or whatever you said. What makes Confucius ornis a bird? I don't know. Is it just the feathers? Are we going to say anything with feathers is a bird? Oviraptorosaurs had feathers. We can tell because of their nesting habits. They brooded in a way that only works to cover the eggs if you have stiff feathers extending from your ulna and your digit 2, which in humans is, your middle finger. Are oviraptors birds? Is Velociraptor a bird? I mean, most creationists will say Microraptor is a bird. It's in the same family as Velociraptor, so maybe.
Hunction long cresta. There's a beak. There's
Triceratops had a beak, man. What do you want?
tail feathers. There's long wings with feathers.
Okay. And finding bird-like dinosaurs, finding Paravians that are much closer to birds than most other dinosaurs, isn't evidence against birds being dinosaurs.
This is Anchiornis huxleyi.
Take a drink for pronunciation purposes. That is Anchiornis huxleyi. That CH is transcribing the Greek letter chi, which usually in English comes out as ki for two reasons. One, English doesn't have a sound in it. And two, in ancient classical Greek, chi was actually ki, which contrasted with kappa in the fact that ki was aspirated and kappa was not. There is no circumstance in which this should be pronounced Anchiornis. This also goes for the sucus word that you find in a lot of reptiles, like, basically like Lagosuchus, or any of those, right? Sucus means crocodile. And usually in in words, it's Latinized to have a US, but it really should have an OS because it is, in fact, the Greek term for crocodile. In Greek-derived words, CH should be pronounced. You don't have to aspirate it if that's not your thing. I'm not going to be that picky. But do not put ch in there. That is an affricative sound that does not belong in those words. If you're not sure whether the CH you're looking at is derived from Greek, there's this whole cool website called etymology.com. You can go there and check.
Hey, can feathers be preserved in a fossil record?
Yes.
Sure enough.
Okay, fair enough. He's right about that. Take a drink. I'm going to have to finish all my margarita stuff after this, just to recover.
More feathers.
Okay.
More feathers. Oh, this is a cool one. The only fossil bird ever found with an egg inside.
That is, in fact, legitimately cool. No objection here. That is really awesome. It is so rare that we actually get a window into the reproductive lives of extinct organisms, or that we can reliably sex an extinct organism via a fossil. But when you see a bird fossil, and I don't know if this is actually a bird, Ava Maya, probably not. Early Cretaceous, so probably not a crown bird. Still, finding a dinosaur that's gravid with an egg, meaning that we know that this is a female dinosaur, and we know how big its egg was when it was carrying it, which means how big it was probably when it was laid, because, eggs don't grow like that because, well, dinosaurs laid hard-shelled eggs. So they couldn't grow really internally to then be laid later. You had to deposit the calcium right at the beginning. That's really cool. And I don't want to downplay this, right? Like, that is an amazing find. Robert Carter is right. That's cool. All right, here we go.
But when you look at the egg on the bottom left there are multiple layers of eggshell.
Okay.
If you stress a bird and don't let it lay the egg, it'll keep on adding more shell.
You little rascal says Greek chi is, well, it's not just K from the IPA, it's K superscript H, right? Because it's aspirated in ancient Greek. And in modern Greek, it comes out more like, because most of the aspirated consonants were softened into fricatives in modern Greek. What about the Hebrew letter, and then you write chet? No, that is het. And that is still how it's pronounced in modern Greek, and I will absolutely not accept chet as a pronunciation for het. That kind of broke me a little bit. Chet. Oh my goodness. There was a video I saw. I don't remember if Vishanti showed it to me or what, but there's this guy who's trying to talk about like Hebrew etymology and whatnot, and he's trying to make like some kind of weird mystical woo-woo point about it. And he consistently pronounces het as chet. And it made me want to put my fist through a brick wall. It was so infuriating. Because here's this guy who's trying to be like, oh, well, I know all about Hebrew stuff. Let me tell you about the mystical things you can conclude from Hebrew. And he's like, chet. It's like, dude, you just lost every ounce of credibility you could have possibly had. Was it a Dan McClellan video? That makes sense. Chet. I hate it so much. But also, you did write chate. You probably should have used the epsilon from the IPA instead of the E, because that E is chate. I know you were going for it, which is chet, but yeah, for future reference, is on epsilon, and E is the full lowercase e. So, there you go.
Oh, that's so cool. So this animal that died in Noah's flood didn't die right away.
Yeah, the only reason a bird might be stressed enough not to lay an egg is Noah's flood. No other possible reasons. There couldn't be predators. There couldn't be wildfires. There couldn't be local floods. Nope. Only option. Noah's flood. Of course, I would ask the question, how do you know that this is what happens when birds are stressed? If multiple layered eggs are a sure and positive sign of Noah's flood, given that Noah's flood is an ongoing, and yet you know that modern birds lay multi-shelled eggs, or develop multi-shelled eggs, or multi-layered shelled eggs, under stress. How does that work, Dr. Carter? Are you saying that you observed stressed birds today, and then you concluded that stressed birds in the past couldn't be stressed by what stresses birds today? They could only be stressed by a global flood? Is that the connection we're making? Is that the argument? I'm going to tell you, that's what we here in the biz call a non sequitur. That does not follow, which is what non sequitur literally means in Latin. Does not follow.
But fought for life for probably a couple of days before it was finally overcome and died, and the egg reflects that.
Yeah, something was stressing it out. Sorry. Yeah, something was stressing it out. I don't know why you're concluding it's a global flood, other than that makes it convenient for you.
Here's another one. I know this doesn't look like much, but look, he's got bird feet, feathers. Now, you can't quite see it, but in here is the bird lung, and I want to illustrate something important.
I am skeptical if there's a preserved bird lung there, but what do I know? I'm not familiar with the specimen.
Bird lungs are radically different than reptile lungs.
Well, birds are reptiles, so that's kind of like saying dog lungs are radically different from mammal lungs. It's really dumb. Also, reptiles have different kinds of lungs, right? Lizards breathe by expanding their rib cages laterally. Crocodilians breathe by pumping their livers in and out. Birds breathe mostly through the action of throat muscles as well as limb muscles. There's no one reptile lung. That's not how reptiles work. Something Robert Carter could have found out by, I don't know, doing the smallest bit of research. Just a little bit, just a tiny little bit of research. Just do a little bit.
We have a diaphragm.
True. Take a drink.
Reptiles use their liver.
Jesus Christ. Crocodilians use their liver attached to a pseudo-diaphragm, which is not in fact a diaphragm. Birds and lizards use neither.
It's called a hepatic pump.
It's usually called a hepatic piston, but sure.
Birds don't do either of those things.
Neither do lizards.
In fact, the air in a bird lung, the reason we can't run a 1 minute mile is we cannot extract enough oxygen out of the air.
Sure, why not? I'll buy it.
The oxygen comes down into our lungs about this far and then has to diffuse down into the alveoli. And the carbon dioxide has to diffuse its way up. There's a dead space there. And
yeah, most lungs aren't as efficient as bird lungs. That includes crocodilian lungs and lizard lungs, which again, don't use diaphragms or, crocodilians use hepatic pistons, but lizards don't. They don't use hepatic pistons or diaphragms. In fact, actually, neither do amphibians. Most amphibians, the salamanders that have lungs primarily power them the same way lizards do, with lateral expansion of the ribcage. And frogs actually breathe in and out, more similarly to birds, ironically, in that they actually use throat muscles to expand and contract their throat, which then forces air in and out of their lungs. Now, they don't have the unidirectional airflow that birds do, and they probably evolved this after losing pretty much all traces of their ribs, which happened independently of birds evolving their flow-through air system. But the same basic muscles are basically being used, which is also true for turtles, by the way. Turtles don't use hepatic pistons or lateral expansion of the rib cage or diaphragms. For one thing, they can't expand the rib cages because the rib cage is completely encased. There you go. There's the word. In the carapace, which is rigid because that's what turtle shells are for. So they actually use what's called buccal pumping, which is where they take throat muscles and they pump them in a sequence that allows air to go in and then out of their lungs. So, once again, reptiles, very different systems for breathing across all of reptilia. You can't simply say, reptiles use hepatic pistons. That's just not true. One group of reptiles uses hepatic pistons. Another group of reptiles uses the lateral expansion of the rib cages with muscles attached from the spine to the ribs. Another group uses pumping from throat muscles. Reptiles do not have a single type of lung respiratory apparatus.
limited that way. Reptiles are even worse. They have even more inefficient lungs.
Except for birds, I guess, but okay.
But a bird has incredibly efficient lungs. There's no dead space. The air flows out the bottom of the lung and goes around and comes up another way.
That's true. Take a drink.
So the first step in...
the air passages do meet before the nares. So, there is an area where the inhale and the exhale kind of mingle a bit. But it's way smaller than most other animals. Although, not in all other animals, because... hey, guess what? Iguanas also have flow-through lungs that have unidirectional flow throughout almost the entire respiratory tract. Which I personally think is cool.
The evolution of birds from dinosaurs would be a hole has to be poked in the bottom of the lung, and then the animal dies.
Oh man, if only Majungasaurus wasn't known from actual fossil records to have the lung system characteristic of avian respiration. Oh man, what's Majungasaurus, you ask? Well, it is a theropod, which is the group to which birds belong, but it's also a ceratosauroid, which means it's more closely related to Ceratosaurus than it is to T-Rex or birds. This is one of the The Allosauroid ceratosauroid is one of the deepest divisions within Theropoda, which basically means you cannot find a less bird-like theropod than Majungasaurus. So, where did the bird-like respiratory system evolve in dinosaurs? Well, way before birds. Way back, probably in the Triassic, maybe even earlier. In fact, there's reason to think that the hepatic piston in crocodilians is actually an adaptation to the lower metabolism, actually being more optimal with lower amounts of oxygen, and that crocodilians may have actually secondarily lost the unidirectional airflow. Now, what's every step in the evolution of the system? I don't know, but it does not involve a puncture in a diaphragm, because there's no diaphragm there in the first place. Maybe it's as simple as a mutation that creates a second set of, for lack of a better word, pipes in the lungs. So now each lung has two. And then maybe there's a mutation that puts in some kind of like a check valve, like a biological check valve, like you have in the necks of giraffes, such that one of them becomes in and out. That slightly increases respiration. Then subsequent mutations push the in and out away from each other, such that the out goes more interior. And then it becomes plenty efficient to start using throat muscles instead of rib muscles, because the ribs need to stay relatively stable in order to continue on with all the arm movement that bipedal dinosaurs are doing. Because they're doing a lot of that. In fact, archosaurs broadly are probably ancestrally at least facultative bipeds. I mean, it's not that hard to come up with a scenario in which the development of avian-style respiration works. Now, and here's the thing, right? When someone says this cannot evolve, you do not need to be able to say for sure how it did evolve to defeat that argument. All you need to be able to do is to say, here is a plausible pathway for evolution to result in this particular organ. And that's it. Now it can evolve. So, is what I'm describing how archosaurs got their flow-through lung design? I don't know. Is it plausible? Yes. Does that mean that the implausibility of this lung system for evolution has now been defeated? Also, yes.
The bird lung, in fact, there aren't valves and muscles. The air flowing through the bird lung is just based on hydrodynamics and fluid flow. The shape and the size, and it just directs the air.
I mean, there are definitely muscles, primarily throat and limb muscles, but okay.
And so between the light bone structure, the keel, the flow through lungs, that's what allows birds to fly.
I mean, those are all things that are useful for flight. But other than the keel, they're also all things that evolved before flight. And they're also all things that other animals that do or did fly, like bats, insects, and pterosaurs, lack. So most of them aren't actually adaptations to flight. They're acceptations that made flight easier for birds to evolve. And then we know they're not required for flight because other flighted animals lack them. But sure, okay. Although to be fair, with the hollow bones, pterosaurs definitely had hollow bones. In fact, their bones were even lighter than bird bones. They were basically paper thin, which is crazy to think about.
Dinosaurs don't have those things. Dinosaurs are dense.
Are they? Archosaurs broadly, up until you get to aquatic crocodilomorphs, all had extensively pneumatic bones. All of them. Early pseudosuchians had pneumatic bones. Pterosaurs have pneumatic bones. Early dinosaurs have pneumatic bones. In fact, by weight, the neck vertebrae of most sauropods are almost entirely air. No, sorry, not by weight, by volume. Sorry about that. In fact, to the point that they actually have air sacs that come from inside the bone and then fill in some of the space of the rest of the neck to help lighten it further. Dinosaurs all had much more pneumatic bones than mammals do. Birds just have more pneumaticity, there's the word, than most dinosaurs did. This is not a new feature in birds. This goes all the way back to before dinosaurs evolved within archosaurs. Archosaurs, one of the characteristics of archosaurs is pneumaticity in the bone in excess of other groups of amniotes. When Robert Carter says dinosaurs didn't have hollow bones, he's wrong. Now, this is the kind of thing I could suspect that he's ignorant of. I'm not quite willing to say he's lying about this, like I am about some of the other things. But he's definitely wrong about it.
Okay, another question for you. Was there an age of dinosaurs?
I don't care. I don't even know what it means. There was a period in which dinosaurs were the dominant megafauna on pretty much every landmass. If you want to call that an age of dinosaurs, then I guess go for it. If you don't want to call it an age of dinosaurs, then don't. It's just a label that some humans have put on basically the Mesozoic. Even though in the Triassic, dinosaurs were not the dominant land fauna. They really weren't until the Jurassic and the Cretaceous. So I guess you could say the second 2/3 of the Mesozoic were the age of dinosaurs, and then the Mesozoic as a whole were the age of reptiles, I guess? I don't know. Doesn't matter much.
Was there a time when dinosaurs dominated the landscape?
If by that you mean we're the dominant megafauna, then yes. If by that you mean dominated every single niche on terrestrial ecosystems, then no. I mean, it's pretty much been the time of the insects for that for forever. But sure, I don't know. Like, these are just meaningless terms, right? They're just emotive terms that some humans use to designate certain times to show that the animals that were likely to be noticed by other humans were different than the ones that we have around today.
I remember seeing things like this when I was a kid and saying, well, evolution's true. Look at that.
I mean, it is, but okay.
They got the whole family history of dinosaurs going all the way back from the Cretaceous to the Jurassic to the Triassic, and it all goes back to a common ancestor. Case closed, evolution's a fact. But can you see dotted lines here? Let me cover up.
No, your thing is completely washed out, man. In fact, I have trouble imagining that in the entirety of your audience, which seems to be primarily composed of elderly people who probably don't have the best eyesight, I doubt they could see the dotted lines.
Everything they actually don't know.
It looks identical.
Oh, it's 50 family sticks.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to take a drink for Robert Carter not knowing how cladograms work. And then I'm going to explain how cladograms work, because apparently this geneticist skipped high school biology and pretty much any of his genetics classes, which is hard to imagine given that his PhD is in genetics. Here's my drink. Okay. When you put animals, or any organism, into a cladogram, the base assumption is going to be that every animal that is actually included is going to end up at the tip of a branch. All of them. Even if you were to input the actual common ancestor of well, I'm just going to say animals because he's talking about animals. Even if you were to put the actual common ancestor of two animals on your cladistic analysis to create a cladogram, it's still going to appear as a tip to a branch. So for instance, let's just say that Homo habilis is the common ancestor of Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis. Let's just say that. I'm not actually making that claim, but we're just pretending here. If you put Homo neanderthalensis, Homo sapiens, and Homo habilis, along with a few other hominins, right? Like, so we'll take Homo floresiensis, Homo erectus, we'll take Australopithecus garhi, Australopithecus africanus, Australopithecus afarensis, Paranthropus robustus, or Paranthropus, boisei, those are two. We'll put all of those in a cladogram. Now, in our hypothetical, we happen to know that Homo habilis is the common ancestor between two of the other tips, right? It doesn't matter. Your cladistic analysis will not recover that, because it is fundamentally impossible for the math used for cladistic analysis to do this. And yet, the same basic math that's used there is used by creationists to determine what evolved from what within what they suppose to be created kinds. They use the same kind of math to figure out their cladistic analysis for canines, right? So they can tell you that Canis aureus, the golden jackal, and Canis latrans, the North American coyote, and Canis lupus, the gray wolf, and Canis rufus, the red wolf, are all more closely related to each other than they are related to anything in Chrysocyon, which is the maned wolf. Right? They use the same basic math. So Robert Carter, if he's ever been involved in baraminology, knows why this argument is bullshit. Because he uses the same math. And yet here he is saying, Because none of these taxa end up at the nodes. They all end up at the tips of branches. I guess that means that evolution is bunk then. No, man. It means that our statistical techniques do not allow us to recover taxa under consideration as nodes. That's all that means.
You've heard of the missing link? There's missing links between almost every group of animal and almost every group of other animal.
Yeah, because as you said, Robert Carter, earlier, the fossil record is imperfect and it skips over a lot of animals that actually existed. In order for every single possible quote-unquote missing link to no longer be missing, we would need a fossil record that contained every organism that ever lived. Well, let's put in a poll. Here comes a poll. Do you think the fossil record contains every organism to have ever lived? I'll say and died, because, if you're alive right now, you're obviously not a fossil. And it's just going to be yes or no. This one is, I'm not even putting a turtle in there. What do you guys think? You think every single individual organism is preserved as a fossil? I sure don't, because that would mean there's a whole lot of species out there that only ever had one member. Seems unlikely to me.
In the whole fossil record. This is known in the 1800s, and it's only gotten worse.
What do you mean it's only gotten worse? We have so many... Do I have the transitional slideshow here? I don't, but I might be able to add it. Let's see if I can add it. So while I talk about this, we can see the transitional slideshow. Why aren't you showing up? Yodel... Oh, here we go. Okay, this is what's going to be on screen while I talk about this for a little bit. Although, why isn't it playing? Okay, now it's playing. Let's see. Yeah, it's on a loop. Okay. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. In the 1850s, we didn't have Archaeopteryx. We didn't have whale transitionals from land mammals. We didn't have Sphecomyrma. We didn't have so many transitional forms, most of what you're seeing on screen is something we didn't have in the 1850s, like Tiktaalik, Acanthostega, Ichthyostega, right? We didn't have these. We do now. We have transitional turtles. We have transitional snakes. We have transitional pterosaurs, archosaurs, dinosaurs, heterodontosaurs, stegosaurs, theropods, transitional general thyreophorans, birds, stem mammals. We have transitions within Pecora, that's what you're seeing right now, within apes, basic mammals, cetaceans, Sirenians, various carnivoran groups, parasodactyls. We have these transitions now. They're right there. If you say that we have fewer transitionals now or no more transitionals now than we had in the 1850s, you're just lying. Right? That's it. You're just lying.
Now, I'm going to draw red lines on top of these things and shove everything off to the side. This is the same data. Here we have the Triassic, the Jurassic, Cretaceous. It's all part of the Mesozoic era. These red lines...
Sure would be nice if I could see this, but to be fair, Robert Carter isn't the one who recorded this, so it's not technically on him. He's also not the one who uploaded this, right? This was just uploaded to some church's YouTube page. The only reason I was able to find it is because I was specifically searching for Robert Carter giving this talk so that I could find a version that had the images at least somewhat visible. You Little Rascal for 100 Argentinian pesos says, not every animal ever, just every animal alive at the right moment of the Chicxulub impact. Yeah, it doesn't even have that. But we're going to end the poll for now, because, I don't know, I don't need this poll to go on forever. Although, oddly enough, no didn't get 100%. Apparently, 8% of you seem to think that the fossil record contains every organism to have ever lived and died, which is... I mean, it's a take. I don't know why 8% of the 36 of you who voted would take that stance, but I'm not in charge of you.
Or when they say dinosaurs lived. That's the mammals I just showed you, and that's the age range of the birds I just showed you. Now put a question mark on the end of birds, because we don't have many.
It's true. birds with their thin bones and their relatively light bodies, they don't preserve very well. I mean, we still have a fair few birds, but yeah,
Birds don't petrify very well.
true. Take
But
a drink.
worse, I think this is the group that I was told in graduate school that evolved into birds, and I was told they evolved into birds at the end of the dinosaur era.
Well, that's a dumb thing to say because birds diverged sometime in the Jurassic. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, by the end of the Cretaceous, there were already multiple independent lineages of birds that would then go on to make it through into the Paleogene. So I don't know. I mean, Archaeopteryx, our first quote-unquote proto-bird, is from Jurassic sediment. The Solnhofen limestone is a Jurassic formation. So I have no idea why anyone was telling you that birds originated at the end of the Cretaceous.
But birds overlap that group.
Yes, Robert Carter. Remember that time that you noticed that humans were mammals? Humans live at the same time as other mammals, Robert Carter. You might have a dog. Guess what? Dogs are mammals. You might have been to the zoo to see an elephant. Elephants are mammals. I guess that means dogs didn't evolve from mammals because they live contemporaneously with other mammals. This is just why are there still monkeys, but for birds. If birds evolved from theropods, then why are there still theropods? Because you don't understand how evolution works, except I know you do. Because you got a PhD in genetics. There's no way you don't understand why the question, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys, is a dumb question. I'll continue on.
So if birds evolved from dinosaurs, when?
The mid-Jurassic.
The paleontologists might have run out of time.
What does that even mean? I'm just gonna take a drink. I don't even know what that means.
Using the paleontological numbers and their own
Paleontological numbers. Okay, got it.
system. Oh, by the way, have you ever noticed in Jurassic Park that almost every one of those dinosaurs was Cretaceous?
Yes, I've noticed it many, many, many times.
Yeah, sorry. This is from the cover of Science magazine a couple years ago. It's a rhinoceros-sized mammal from the
I'm sorry, hold on.
Triassic.
A rhinoceros-sized mammal from the Triassic. That seems singularly unlikely. So let's see. Science magazine. And what was the date on this? January 4th. So we'll put in January 2019. I will bet you anything that this is a Dicynodon. Probably a Sirius. Here it is. Let's open it up in a new tab. Nope, that's the wrong tab. Oh my goodness, this is tiny. Yeah, let's click on the link. See if we can get. Actually, just open the image in a new tab. Well, no, because that didn't work. Why are you doing this to me? Here comes the science website. It's taking forever for some reason. Oh, okay, let's view this cover. Artist rendering of early morning in Silesia, Poland during the late Triassic. The elephant-sized Dicynodon, the Sowicia, so I guessed the wrong genus, fair enough. A distant cousin of present-day mammals. This isn't a mammal. You can't just say every therapsid is a mammal. Mammal has a specific definition that this guy doesn't meet. This guy still had a prominent coracoid. This guy did not have a mammalian jaw joint. This thing had a beak. When Robert Carter tells you this is a hippopotamus or a rhinoceros or whatever he said sized mammal, he's lying to you. That's not a mammal. Even this little guy in the corner here, also not a mammal. That's an actual cynodont. It's much closer to mammals than this Dicynodon is. because mammals are in fact a group of cynodonts, unlike dicynodonts, which are not a group of cynodonts, despite the similarity in the name. TD Lane says, new poll, is Robert Carter a dishonest putz? Sure, we'll do it. Oh, I actually have to be in the correct field in order to type. Is Robert Carter a dishonest putz? There we go. It's hard to even imagine a reason why I'm supposed to continue to give Creationist the principle of charity right now. It even says, in the foreground, the mammalian ancestor, so not a mammal, Halotherium, moves cautiously along a branch. Lysoica, the largest known dicynodont, which is not a mammal, had upright limbs and walked with an erect gait, similar to modern mammals. Yes, it did. Also, illustration is by Julius Sotony. It's Csotonyi, which, by the way, it's a great piece of art. I love it. Good job, Julius. Okay, here we go.
This is from the cover of Science magazine a couple years ago. It's a rhinoceros-sized mammal from the Triassic.
Jeez.
So no, small mammals only didn't live with dinosaurs, and mammals didn't start radiating after the dinosaurs went extinct. That.
Let's take a drink. Showing a Triassic dicynodont as evidence of large mammals before the end Cretaceous is a dishonest move. It's gross. It's not a mammal. Ground mammals don't show up until the Jurassic, and they don't get to be that big until after the Cretaceous. In fact, they don't even really get to do it until like the Miocene. Paleogene mammals are still mostly pretty small, because they were competing with things like large crocodilians, large snakes, and large birds. There were still places on land where the dominant land predators on Earth after the Cretaceous were still dinosaurs. Terror birds are dinosaurs.
Was a story we were all told. Mammals lived with dinosaurs the whole time dinosaurs lived.
One, that's not true because dinosaurs evolved in the Triassic, and crown mammals didn't evolve until the Jurassic, and you showing a dicynodont as evidence of mammals in the Triassic is bullshit. But even if it were true, so what? What conclusion do we draw from that? Oh no, the history of crown mammals goes back farther than we thought. Okay. Doesn't make the flood more plausible. Doesn't negate common ancestry. It doesn't change the nested hierarchy. Doesn't do anything to the actual evidence for evolution. You're just lying about this for no reason.
I'm very happy about that. Okay, let's end up with, in 5 minutes. Did dinosaurs have feathers?
Dinosaurs still have feathers.
This is Sinosauropteryx, the poster child of the feathered dinosaurs. Can you see that fuzz down his back and the fuzz on his tail?
I can. I don't know if you guys can, but I can.
That's the feathers. Except,
I mean, they're proto-feathers.
an evolutionary paleontologist who does not believe that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but he's still...
You can just say Alan Fiducia, man. We know that you love to take Alan Fiducia's member into your mouth and suck it off.
An evolutionist. He looks at this under a microscope and he concludes that, I can see the skin and this fuzz is underneath the animal's skin.
Except he was wrong about that for numerous reasons. Sinosauropteryx prima, which is the specific designation for this animal, Sinosauropteryx prima, has visible under a microscope melanosomes in these integumentary fibers, which means they are not the collagen fibers that Alan Fiducia thought they were. Not only does it have these melanosomes, but we can tell which kind of melanin they contain because different types of melanosomes look different under a microscope based on what kind of melanin they had. It's rufous melanin. It would have been a rusty red color, an orangey red. Further, beyond that, we can see patterning. It was countershaded with a striped tail. What possible reason can you even imagine for countershading and stripes in subdermal collagen fibers? Collagen fibers, by the way, don't even have melanosomes in the first place. How does any of that add up? How do you get to Sinosauropteryx? Those are just collagen fibers, which is what the claim was from Alan Fiducia, the young Earth creationist's favorite paleoornithologist. How does that add up with the evident stripes displayed in the melanosome concentrations in these fibers? And that's a study that was done before I think this was done in 2022 or 2021. That's when this was recorded. Christopher Sanford just joined the channel at the tetrapod level. Welcome, Christopher Sanford. Sanford. Thank you very much, everyone. Put in some tetrapods into the chat. Also, that cheered me up a little bit, because, geez, this might be a celebration stream. But, oh, hey, we just got a $10 donation from Mab Jocelyn, which does not seem to have a message right now, but let me update the GoFundMe number. Go to properties, go to refresh cash on current page. Hooray! Thank you very much, both you and name who's I just forgot. Mab. Thank you very much, Mab.
And I quote, "And it's obvious to anyone who looks."
Yeah, Alan Fiducia is full of himself. Big news. Everyone has known this for decades. Alan Fiducia is a crazy, egotistical maniac. We all know this.
Why was it not obvious to the first paleontologist who looked?
Because it's not actually obvious. Because it's precluded by the actual data. Alan Fiducia was just wrong. There's a reason that no one takes him seriously. There's a reason that actual paleontologists consider his recent books to basically be worth nothing more than toilet paper. Granted, thick, scratchy toilet paper with kind of sharp edges, so I don't recommend actually using it. But yeah, T.D. Lane, who's been a member for 21 months and is at the tetrapod level, says, we should really get new creationists. These suck. Yeah, well, the new ones aren't going to suck any less, right? Like, what are you going to get? Donnie Badinsky? He sucks. Matt Nyler? He sucks. You get that crazy Tasmanian that wanted to behead me? He sucks.
Because they wanted to find feathers.
I don't care if they wanted to find feathers. They did. You do not have an explanation. You're not even going to address the melanosomes. Collagen fibers do not have melanosomes. Feathers do. Sorry. Deal with it. The fact that your favorite paleoornithologist disagrees doesn't matter.
This is a T-Rex, a Velociraptor arm bone. That's
I'll let that go. He corrected himself. That's fine.
rectangle there. This
Also, it's an ulna. Don't say arm bone. It's an ulna. There's more than one kind of arm bone.
is a zoom up of it. And you see these little arrows here? They're pointing at little bumps that you probably can't even see.
Mm-hmm.
This is the wing of a turkey vulture.
Specifically, it's the ulna of a turkey vulture. You're a biologist, man, at least by training. You know what an ulna is. And if you don't think your audience does, then you can explain it. You can just touch your own ulna where it would be under your skin, right? You can just do that. You don't have to be like, oh, this is an arm bone. Which one? Which one? Is that a humerus? Is it a radius? No, it's an ulna. Just say ulna.
Feathers attached to the bone at these places. They're called quill knobs.
I mean, ligament attaches to the quill knob, which then attaches to the feather, but sure, fine. That's fine.
Birds that don't fly don't have quill knobs.
Is that actually true? I don't actually know. Let's see. Well, that doesn't help a whole lot. Let's see. Ostrich. I'm just searching in another page. Ostrich. Let's say ulnar quill knobs. I'm seeing if I can pull anything up. That's the turkey vulture. It's a pelican. That is not a bird. That's Concavenator, which is definitely a non-flighted dinosaur, so that's interesting. It has quill knobs. Concavenator again with quill knobs, which is interesting because Concavenator is a Megaraptoran, which is a pretty distant from Paraves, which is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if we can conclude that. If anyone wants to search the literature for like ulnar quill knobs on flightless birds, I would be very interested. I have not seen anything that would indicate either way whether or not flightless birds have quill knobs. The fact that birds still, even flightless birds, use their primary and secondaries for display purposes as well as balance purposes in some cases would indicate to me that they should still have quill knobs, but what do I know? I mean, I do know that Robert Carter has lied about virtually everything he said about bird anatomy up to this point. So if I were to use like a statistic-based hermeneutic as to whether or not he's probably lying now, the answer would be yes, he's probably lying. So, I mean, the fact that he says it makes me more inclined to say it's wrong than that it's right based on the statistical evidence so far. But also, is Robert Carter a dishonest putz? 93% said yes. No was 6% with 43 votes. T-Lane says, I wonder if Eutyrannus had quill knobs. Oh, almost certainly not. Eutyrannus was not in Pentaraptora. It's hard to have quill knobs unless you're in Pentaraptora.
So ostriches and penguins. Nope.
Penguins, I'll believe, right? Because they don't actually have primary and secondaries, but ostriches do. And so if anyone has any information about ostrich quill knobs, I would be, whether present or not, I would love to know. Because I don't know, but I don't trust Robert Carter.
Some birds that do fly don't have quill knobs, like albatrosses.
I don't believe you. Citation or GTFO, man. I do not believe that albatrosses lack quill knobs just because you say so.
Because this is what happens is the feather attaches to the bone with a little tendon and a muscle, and as a muscle pulls on the bone.
Vagary, local interdimensional cephalopod, says, from the American Museum, quill knobs are found more often in strong flyers, but its absence doesn't positively indicate a lack of feathers. Okay, that's interesting. Are there any animals with quill knobs that lack feathers? That would be the most interesting thing.
Every time the bird like flips his feathers out to take a landing or something like that, it does stress on the bone and his knob develops.
What if it's flapping its wings to slow its descent or to increase its grip when running up an incline? Or if it's using its feathers as a display mechanism for other animals? What about that, there, Robert Carter?
So if non-flying birds don't have them and some flying...
Oh, Alex Markle points out flamingos don't have quill knobs, but they still fly. Hey, fair enough. I mean, look, I'm not an expert on quill knobs. I don't know. I just don't know why you would have a quill knob without having the feathers attached to them, which in this case are the secondaries because it's ulnar quill knobs.
Birds don't have them. Nobody believes a velociraptor could fly. Why?
I mean, it belonged to a group of animals that had at least gliders like Microraptor, which many creationists just call a bird. So, I don't know. Could Velociraptor do things like slow its descent with feathers? Could it engage in wing-assisted incline running, where it flaps its wings to produce a force downward in order to increase its grip while running up a steep incline? Seems plausible to me. Could it have used raptor prey restraint, where it jumps on an animal, uses its big claws to hook into the animal, and then uses its wings to stay on top while it bites the animal to death? Yeah, seems pretty plausible to me. That's probably what the big claw was for, since it couldn't really slash very well. It was pretty much just for puncturing.
Why would the velociraptor have quill knobs?
I mean, I feel like I just went over several reasons, so those ones.
And yet there's these tiny little bumps.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they had quills. I don't know. I know the T-Rex didn't.
Also true. I don't know of anyone who's claiming that T-Rex had pennaceous feathers. I don't even think adult T-Rex probably had feathers at all. Although baby T-Rex probably had, or not probably, may have had some kind of downy fuzz. So I guess there's a drink for it being true that T-Rex almost certainly didn't have pennaceous feathers.
We have skin impressions and skin fossils of T-Rex from
Oh, early penguins had quill knobs. Yeah, well, early penguins could fly. They were pretty strong flyers, actually.
various points in his body. A scale, I mean, I got scales on my skin. It's just a
No, you don't have scales on your skin. The little ridges and cracks in your epidermis are not something that develop from an embryonic placode, which is what feathers, hair, and scales all do. Your skin is homologous to the skin between feathers on dinosaurs. You don't have scales. Even if you think you have scaly elbows because you don't moisturize enough, those aren't actually scales. They're flakes of hardened skin that are not scales because they did not grow like scales. They did not grow from placodes. They are just random bits of dead skin falling off.
bump in the skin.
It's not just a bump in the skin. It is, in fact, far more complex than that, and it is made of various keratins, which are not present in your random-ass arm skin that you're pointing to. Unless you mean the hair. Do you mean that your hair are your scales, Robert Carter? Because then I might kind of agree with you in that hair evolved from scales, ultimately.
A feather is more like a hair.
Yeah, in that it also ultimately evolved from scales, although not directly. There was a lot more involved.
It grows in a shaft, and it grows out of a hole in the skin. And then, unlike a hair, a feather is actually a hyper-complex hair because it unfolds.
It's not a hair at all. Feathers lack sebaceous glands. They don't have scale patterns like hairs do. They are not hairs. They're not even composed of the same form of keratin. Feathers are composed of beta keratin. Hair is composed of alpha keratin. Feathers are not hair. They're not evolved hair. They both share a common structure in the embryonic placode that goes on in in the most widely distributed embryos to then develop into scales. But even dinosaur scales, once you get into at least Coelurosauria, it's not clear that they're actually scales. They might actually be modified feathers, because that's what bird scales are. When you look at the little tiny round scales on bird feet, or the bigger scales on top of their feet, those are actually stunted feathers. In fact, it takes very few mutations to turn those back into full-fledged veined feathers. In fact, if you do that with the feet of a chicken, which is a common thing that happens in domesticated chicken, there are some breeds that are specifically bred to do that, they turn into asymmetrical feathers, which corresponds to the hind-winged dinosaurs that had wing-like feathers on their legs, like Microraptor. Gee, it's like all the evidence is coming together to point out that birds are dinosaurs.
Wow. If there was feathers on a T-Rex, there'd be holes in the skin, and there's no evidence of that.
Jeez. Yeah, there isn't. But we also don't have a full body skin impression from a T-Rex. I don't think they had any, because what skin impressions we do have are uniformly covered in reticulate scales, which means those little tiny round scales. Although I'll point out that at least in modern dinosaurs, reticulate scales are in fact stunted feathers. So, I mean, this might be a distinction without a difference. But anyway, T-Rex is not the ancestor of birds. T-Rex is as far away from birds as you can get while still being a Coelurosaur, which is one of the groups to which birds belong. Saying T-Rex needs to have feathers, and if it doesn't, then I guess dinosaurs don't have feathers, makes no sense. Further, we know of other tyrannosauroids like Eutyrannus that did have basic feathers. They weren't pennaceous, but they were there.
Okay. Maybe dinosaurs have feathers. I'm unconvinced. That's my main point. But what?
There's literally no reason for you to conclude that anything other than that dinosaurs had feathers. It's just not a thing that you need any convincing on. It's right there in front of you. Multiple dinosaurs with feathers all over the place. The fact that you aren't convinced is just you being a stubborn dick. I'm going to see if I can't find my feathery dinosaur. Yeah, here we go. Look, here are some examples of feathered dinosaurs. Now, sure, Robert Carter might tell you that some of these are birds, but here's the thing about Robert Carter and birds. He already admitted he doesn't have a definition for bird, and he has not given a single example of a characteristic of dinosaurs, which, remember, he knew at least a few of them of before at the beginning of this. You might not remember because it's been almost 6 hours, it's been more than 6 hours. It's been like 6.5 hours. But he knows what some of the characteristics of dinosaurs are, and he knows that all of these animals meet those characteristics. And yet here they all are with visible feathers. These aren't even all the feathered dinosaurs,
They're just the ones that I could find good pictures of that had feathers. That's it. It's not even all of them. Now we've looped around, so I'm going to turn it off. So, yeah. This is intensely dishonest.
What if I can show you that dinosaur fossils cannot be millions of years old?
I mean, many of them aren't, at least subfossils, right? Like we have subfossils of many birds. But if you're going to try to say that this is the... Yep, Mark Armitage. Acta histochemica. I know we don't have that much time left, but I'm going to need a new drink and a break before I go into Mark Armitage and his probably a bison horn. So, excuse me for a second. Sorry. Okay, I am back. And what I am getting is that Vagary says that ratites, which includes ostriches and emus and whatnot, generally don't have quill knobs, although we can't confirm if ostriches also lack them. So, okay, fair enough. All right, let's talk about, or let's hear Robert Carter talk about Mark Armitage and his hard to confirm if it's a Triceratops horn.
If they can't be millions of years old, then who cares about the feathers question?
I mean, I do, because I would like to know what animal didn't have feathers. So, me, I guess.
It's not evidence that dinosaurs evolved from birds evolved from dinosaurs. Not evidence of anything. It just is what it is.
Okay, I still would like to know. Also, we have a couple of new donations, or maybe just one. Lamont Stewart just now donated $5. Let me update the thing here on the stream. Thank you very much. It feels like I have more than should be indicated, although also that just didn't update, so I don't know. The OBS version is behind, is all I can say.
This is some electron microscope photos that two friends of mine published in an evolutionary journal from the inside of a Triceratops horn.
I'm going to take a drink. Acta Histochemica is a microscopy journal. It's not a journal about evolutionary biology, about paleontology, about general biology. The only thing that makes it an evolutionary journal is that it's not an explicitly young Earth creationist journal. That's it. Also, how many paleontologists do you think are on staff at Acta Histochemica, the microscopy journal, who could effectively peer review this for proper paleontology methods? I'll tell you right now, it's apparently none, because if Mark Armitage had tried to submit this to an actual journal that specializes in paleontology, it would have been laughed out of the room immediately. He did not provide a sitemap. He did not provide adequate in situ photos of the fossil find. He did not provide an adequate scale bar for any of his pictures of the intact fossil. The length of the horn that he reports in his paper doesn't even broadly match the length of the one picture of the in situ horn that he has next to something of known scale. He found another rib associated with this horn that is more morphologically consistent with bison latifrons than it is with Triceratops horridus, another animal known to exist in the same geographical area but higher up in the strata. He dug in a place that scientists generally can't access because it's a ranch owned by young Earth creationists who only let other young Earth creationists dig there. And most of the people who they let dig there are just kids paying for a fossil dig. A young Earth creationist fossil dig. But even if that weren't the case, again, with no sitemap, there's no way to know where he got this, so there's no way to verify that this is a Triceratops horridus. He did absolutely no analysis to demonstrate that it's a Triceratops horridus. He just said it was. He doesn't tell us what formation it's in, or was in. He broke the horn in transit. We don't have pictures of the broken horn. And then what bits there were, he dissolved a bunch of them in acid. So we don't even have those, nor does he have pictures of the horns before they're going, bits of horn before they're going in the acid bath. Mark Armitage is completely incompetent. I could go into a coma and do a better paleontology paper than this one. The only reason it was published is because his microscopy work was on point, which is not surprising given that his profession is that he's a professional microscopist who actually ran a microscopy lab at a college for a while until the lab shut down, and he was fired because there's no more job for him there. The job itself was entirely eliminated because the lab was. And then he sued the college for religious discrimination because he wanted to pretend that he was actually fired for being a young Earth creationist. And then the college opted to settle with undisclosed terms while not accepting any fault. And then he and, what's his name, Ben Stein decided to go uncrow about that and expelled No Intelligence Allowed, as if a college shutting down their microscopy lab is the same thing as religious discrimination on the basis that he's a young Earth creationist. Even though that wasn't exactly a secret for the time he was employed there, but he was doing good microscopy work and he was maintaining those microscopes well. So kept them on. And that's the background here. This paper is completely worthless. It tells us nothing about anything because we don't even know what that horn is. And Mark Armitage's response to this claim was to simply say that bison don't have bone cores to their horns. Which is wrong. They absolutely do. Now, could you have confused this horn for a modern bison horn? No, it's far too big. But bison latifrons is an extinct version of bison that had much, much bigger horns than any extant bovid. In fact, the reason it's called latifrons is because of how big the horns are. So, what makes us think this is a Triceratops horn? The say-so of some microscopist
who cannot put together the most basic paleontology work. That's it. That's all we got. I'm not willing to take his word for it because of how incompetent he evidently is. I have a video somewhere on my channel, I don't know where, sorry, going over this. I've gone over it with other parts of the science friends, like Erica. That's a given. She also knows just how junk this is, because while she might not specialize in dinosaurs, she's very familiar with how paleontology papers work. And this paleontology paper would not be published in any journal that does paleontology. That's why it was published in Acta Histochemica. Now, for all I know, Acta Histochemica is a great microscopy journal. I don't know. I'm not into microscopy. But it's certainly a shit paleontology paper. But okay, let's hear what we have to say about this probably not a Triceratops horn.
These delicate bone parts, they turn to powder over time. These blobs, these are osteoclasts, bone cells.
Okay.
Wow, intact cells in dinosaurs?
Or, intact cells in bison that are a few thousand years old. Also a possibility, because, again, no site map, no analysis, insufficient pictures. We have no idea if this is a Triceratops one.
That's from the Hell Creek Formation in Montana. Also from the Hell Creek Formation in Montana, the first
Oh, hey, actual dinosaur tissue. This is what Mary Schweitzer found.
modern, we've known about this since the 60s. At least they've known about it since the 60s, but it was
I'm going to need a citation on that one. This was largely discovered by Dr. Mary Schweitzer, and it was in, I think the 90s, not the 60s. Mary Schweitzer, by the way, is a former young Earth creationist who abandoned young Earth creationism as she studied paleontology because she realized that it was completely incompatible with reality. I'm taking a drink.
wasn't until the 2000s that they actually started talking about it. This is the inside of a T-Rex femur.
No, it's extracted from the inside of a T-Rex femur after the femur was itself soaked in acid. Well, it wasn't even a whole femur. After samples from the femur were soaked in acid for days upon days. That is not just what you see if you crack open a dinosaur femur from the late Cretaceous. Which, by the way, the Hell Creek Formation is an end Cretaceous formation. It includes things like Tyrannosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Triceratops, some dromaeosaurs, Pachycephalosaurus. It contains a few largish mammals for the time. Some lizards related to modern Gila monsters and Mexican beaded lizards. It contains a number of alligatorids as well as crocodilians, like Asian crocodiles, like Borealisuchus and whatnot. It's a cool formation. Go look into it. It's got a lot of cool stuff. It's got turtles. It's got garfish. It's got all sorts of cool stuff.
It's not fossilized. It's still stank.
It's not premineralized. It is a fossil because it's more than 10,000 years old. That's all it takes. If you have the remains of an organism that's more than 10,000 years old, you got a fossil.
I can't leave a ham sandwich on the counter for a week before it starts turning green.
I guess, you know what? I don't know how things smell after a week-long acid bath, but I imagine it's probably not great. And this is stuff that went in pretty much a week-long acid bath. So I'm not surprised it didn't smell good.
Could I bury a pig in my backyard for 100 years and find any pig left?
For 100 years, yeah, probably. There'd almost certainly still be at least teeth left. But your backyard isn't the conditions under which these T-Rexes were preserved. So the fact that a fossil can form, but that you can't make a fossil through some other mechanism, doesn't mean anything, right? It's like saying that freezers don't work to make ice because I can't put a bucket of water outside here in Tucson and expect it to freeze. Okay. And?
Probably not. How about 1 million years? How about 70 million years?
Yeah. If you preserve it the right way, if you put it in the right conditions, if you bury it faster than the rate of decay, and then you allow permineralization to occur, and you allow things like the proteins to become cross-linked by various things like iron infiltration, iron which can come from the blood, and if there's insufficient seepage of the iron out of the fossil, then yeah, you can do that after 70 million years. You know how we know? Because we checked. Here are the options here for this dinosaur soft tissue. Everything we know about lithography, sedimentation, nuclear physics, and chemistry is wrong. Everything we know about all of those things is wrong. Or there's a heretofore unknown preservation mechanism for some biomolecules. I can tell you which of those options I'm going with. It's the one that doesn't invalidate most of science. That's the one I'm going with.
With bacteria and fungi living in the soil, with water percolating through the sandstone. No.
This wasn't found in soil. Soil isn't just whatever you find on the ground. I'm taking a drink. Jeez. Soil is a collection of sediment as well as dead organism matter from things like plants and animals. These were buried in sediments that never became soil, which means that they did not provide a foothold for things like extensive fungal growth. Soil isn't just whatever you find outside. It is a specific thing, and you can't just say that this dinosaur was buried in soil, which is what was happening in your pig example, Bobby. Soil and sediment are not synonymous. Soil isn't even composed entirely of sediment. It's in there, but so are the organic matter which provide the food for things like fungi. That's an important distinction. That's why some of these things rot more slowly, because they're specifically not in soil. They're in non-soil sediments. It's also why we can recognize soil horizons in the fossil record, because we know what soil is, and it's not just anything out there. It's like he's trying to push every single one of my buttons that piss me off about bad paleontology.
No way. Here is flexible tissue, blood vessels, red blood cells, that same.
Those are not known to be red blood cells. Those are round objects that are morphologically consistent with red blood cells. But you can go check out Mary Schweitzer. Dr. Schweitzer has said repeatedly that she has not found sufficient evidence to reject any hypothesis other than red blood cells for the origin of these round reddish things. Now, could they be the remains of blood cells? Yes. Yes, they absolutely could be. Do we know that they are? No. And if Dr. Mary Schweitzer doesn't know it, the person who's been working on this longer than anyone else, then I can tell you that Rob Carter sure as hell doesn't know it.
Laboratory published these pictures. Now, this is my field, genetics.
Oh, good.
This is a dinosaur cell. That is a
It is a remains of a cell found in the dinosaur bones. Found in a dinosaur bone. That's not quite the same thing. Now, they're consistent with osteocytes, and I am not saying that they're definitely not osteocytes. I think they probably are, but okay.
dinosaur cell stained with a stain called DAPI. It's a stain, it's a flat molecule that sticks inside double-coiled helical DNA. And then when you wash it with water, it washes away from every part of the cell except the DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Intact DNA over millions of years? No.
DAPI does not need intact DNA. The DNA can be fragmented significantly, but as long as in some parts of it, the double helix remains, you can get a positive stain for DNA from DAPI. It's really not that complicated. DNA degrades pretty quickly, but it doesn't simply turn into a bunch of mush. It turns into fragmented bits of the double helix that still retain their double helical shape, which means they will still stain positive with stains that are specifically staining the double helix of DNA. This is not intact DNA. You cannot sequence it and get a genome of a Tyrannosaurus rex out of it. This isn't Jurassic Park. Even other creationists know this, because when you ask some of the better creationists things like, well, could we use the soft tissue and DNA to do a Jurassic Park? They will admit that no, the genome is too degraded. But the question then arises, if this is only 4,000 years old, why? Why is the genome too degraded? Why shouldn't we be able to find an actual T-Rex genome here? The thing is, we can't, But also, when we did protein sequences on the fragments of collagen that were there, guess what? They came back as closest to ostrich. Once again, lumping birds with dinosaurs. Weird, isn't it?
Away. DNA is a fragile, sticky molecule that breaks down incredibly. You have about 1 million DNA mutations in every one of your cells every single day.
What? No, you don't. Where did you come up with this? That's bullshit. Mutations primarily occur at reproduction. Occasionally they can occur as a result of like free radicals or other radiation hitting your DNA, but that is by far the least common option. It almost always is at cell division. That's why cancer rates in different cell types correlate with how quickly those cells reproduce. That's why things like cancer in your stomach lining is pretty common, or testicular cancer. Those cells are dividing all the time. It's also why things like brain cancer are less common when it's stemming from the neurons, but more common when it's stemming from glial cells, which reproduce more often than neurons do. It's also why you pretty much never hear about heart cancer, because those cells don't tend to reproduce a whole lot. Like, what are we talking about here? You're a geneticist. You know this, Bobby.
If it wasn't for DNA repair enzymes, you would be dead before you hit the floor.
I don't even know what that means, but yeah, DNA repair enzymes are important. But again, they primarily act around the event of cell division. Now, it's not to say that they're not active the rest of the time, right? Because there is damage to the DNA that occurs. But it's not millions of mutations per cell per day.
There's no way DNA lasts millions of years. But what if that's bacterial DNA? That's what the second two pictures are for. In red, they stained some cells with a stain for protein that bacteria don't have. But you have it, and reptiles have it. It's called a histone. It's a protein your DNA wraps around inside the nucleus. It really does look like there's intact DNA in dinosaur bones.
No, it looks like there's preserved but degraded DNA in dinosaur bones. It's not the same thing. We cannot sequence this DNA. The strands are too small. We cannot get a good read off of it. This is not intact DNA. I'm taking another drink.
There's also carbon-14 in dinosaur bones.
No one has ever demonstrated that. What you have demonstrated is that you got a non-zero reading from putting a dinosaur bone in a carbon-14 test chamber, which means you pulverized it. But there are numerous problems with that. One of which is that in some of the tests that you did, you weren't actually checking specifically for the carbon-14 isotope. You were instead checking for beta decays. Many things beta decay, but in objects that can be carbon tested, carbon-14 is usually the primary source of beta decay. Unfortunately, dinosaur bones aren't in that category, and so we have no idea if it's carbon-14. But in the cases where you were actually looking for carbon-14, you found levels that were consistent with zeroing out the machine. Because the problem is that these machines evacuate the test chamber via vacuum pumps, but no vacuum pump is 100% reliable or 100% efficient, right? They will fail to remove all of the gases from the test chamber, which means when you put another sample in there, you're never going to register literally no carbon-14. You can test an empty chamber and you will get back a positive reading for carbon-14 because there is no option that we can use to guarantee that the test chamber has been completely evacuated of every single instance of carbon-14. That's what you found. But on top of that, carbon-14 is caused or is formed by the neutron capture of nitrogen-14. Nitrogen-14 is a thing that exists in the ground, and neutron radiation is also a thing that exists in the ground. So even if it weren't the case that some of your tests weren't actually testing for carbon-14, and that the tests that were consistent with an empty test chamber, even if on top of that, you found such low levels that they could reasonably be ascribed to new carbon-14 forming because of neutron capture from nitrogen-14 endogenous to the fossils. So, yeah, there you go.
That means it can't be millions of years old because carbon-14 cannot last millions of years. If the Earth was 100% pure carbon-14, there would not be a single atom left in less than 1 million years.
That's not really how half-lives work, but okay.
Right now, you're about 1 out of every trillion of your carbon atoms in your body is carbon-14. You're not even close to being pure carbon-14. And when you die,
I mean, that's true. We'll take a drink for that, I guess.
70 or 80,000 years at most, your skeleton will have 0 carbon-14 in it.
No, it will have an amount that is indistinguishable from background. That is not the same thing as having no carbon-14. There is no amount of time after which you can guarantee that there will be no carbon-14. All you can say is that after a certain number of half-lives, it will be undetectable with current technology. That's it. And again, since you're putting it into test chambers in the real world that are not perfect, you will always get a positive reading, no matter how old the sample is, or no matter if you put a sample in there in the first place.
Carbon-14, DNA, soft tissue, there's tons of evidence that dinosaur fossils are not millions of years old. All right, I'm going to wrap up with that. There's so much. Oh, I sold out of these books, so I shouldn't even show it. There's a lot more information in.
Okay, so this is just a commercial. I'm not going to give Rob Carter free CMI commercial time on my channel. Well, my goodness, this might be one of my longest videos ever. We're currently sitting at just over 7 hours, 17 minutes, something like that. I want to say thank you so much to everyone who's here, everyone who's stuck with me, everyone who's popped in or popped out. I want to say a special thank you to Chesh, who popped in here. Unfortunately, some of my other invited guests weren't able to make it. That's okay. Thank you to everyone who has donated to the GoFundMe. I will double check it one last time, see if it has changed. I will also see if we can't update the version here in chat, or not in chat, but you know what I mean, here in OBS. There you go. Now it's updated. So thank you so much, everybody. This has been a very trying few days, and I am so glad that YouTube finally unscrewed themselves and returned the channel. Thank you to everyone who's donated during this. The next show is tomorrow, starting at noon. It's going to be a long one because it is a supercut of all of my quick facts from ICR, which means that the actual video ends up being like 5 hours long. It's ridiculous. So if you like long-form content, hey, tomorrow at noon Mountain, 11 Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, that's your show. Additionally, I'm planning to do a Gish with Vish on Saturday. I have to double check with Vishanti, but she is back from her trip, so I do think it will be a plausible option. Yeah, then on Tuesday, we should be doing a Jackson with Jackson, which is out of order. It normally would be a Kent with Bent, but Jackson would rather not do a Jackson with Jackson the day after Christmas, whereas Bent is okay with doing a Kent with Bent the day after Christmas. So we swapped those two dates. With that, I just thank you, and I will hopefully see all of you tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Don't drink too much. Drink plenty of water, though. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Benthoven, Phil Rivara, Tapioca Weasel, Whispers, Denny5252, Ellerhan Teller, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostick Van Manen, Landon Knoll, Mabbity Babbity, Monkey They Them, Sphincter of Doom, Ita V, Strawberry Vein, and Star Runner. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.